טוב, guten Morgen, סבח אל-חיר.
אני חושבת שכאן, אוקיי, תשב.
Bonjour.
זה בסדר?
Nice to see you all again. I will just say a few words about today's program before we start the first panel. So we'll have two morning sessions. Then you can all read it here. It's not secret, just to say it out loud once. We'll have lunch break at 1:30 to 3 for all speakers, moderators. It's going to be downstairs at the cafeteria. Then we have one afternoon session right after lunch. And then from 4:30 to 6, Yael will offer a guided tour around the neighborhood around here in Berlin for all those who want to discover or rediscover the place with Yael. And then the evening public lecture is going to take place at 6:30 till 8, after which, again, the speakers and moderators will have dinner, not exactly in the same place we had it yesterday, but at a different space at the academy, more to the left. I will show you when the time will come. Without further ado, I will now give the word to Abeer to start the first panel.
Hey, good morning. It's working? Yeah. Wow, you're the same people, but you look absolutely different. Okay, it's a very long day. May God help us be useful to those in greatest need. Amen. Okay. We have a lecture now given by Ophir. He's a professor emeritus at Tel Aviv University and a visiting professor at the Kogut Institute for the Humanities and the Program for Middle East Studies at Brown University. His recent books include In the Beginning Was the State, Divine Violence in the Hebrew Bible, Unruling Power, and with Yishai Rosenzweig, Goy, Israel's Multiple Others and the Birth of the Gentile, and From Holy Goy to Sabbath Goy. Yeah, I should be reading this. He will be talking about from anti-Zionism to no-state politics.
Thank you. Thank you, Elad. Thank you, the organizers. I'm really excited to be here. I will try to speak about conditions for Jewish politics today. A politics that will not be Jewish just because of the identity of its actors. My starting point is the contemporary version of Israeli Zionism. Today, this Zionism is a formidable ideological state apparatus, a set of sophisticated colonizing state and counter-state projects, and an ideology shared and mutated in different ways among diverse Jewish and Christian communities abroad. In many of those Jewish communities, Israel has taken the place of God, and Zionism has become its theology and the form of its worship. For many Orthodox Jews and Christian Zionists, Israel is the penultimate chapter in the story of redemption. Diverse as they are, almost all expression of Zionism today support the state that calls itself Jewish, tolerating its horror and replacing the real state with imaginary figure or figures. Since the early 2000s, after the collapse of the Oslo process, if not earlier, the Israeli regime has become an apartheid-like regime, a regime of multiple separations and the explicit structural, legal, and ideological embodiment of Jewish supremacy. The Hamas attack and its aftermath has only crystallized this structure, while making clear that the question of the Israeli regime is not a question for Israeli Jews alone. The Israeli ongoing war of revenge and mass killings, conducted as the war of self-defense, has been legitimized by a strong Jewish majority, while the killings and the orchestrated starvation and systemic destruction in Gaza have globalized the Palestinian struggle and galvanized unprecedented, widening international anti-Israeli alliance. Three closely related facts has become clear. A genocidal war conducted as self-defense has been legitimized by a strong Jewish majority. Even a genocidal war cannot crush Palestinian resistance, and Israel has turned the shelter Zionism promised into the most dangerous place on earth for Jews, while endangering Jews across the world. Active opposition to the formation of Zionism, to the current formation of Zionism, has long become a moral duty. The state of affairs I have sketched here makes this duty a matter of existential urgency. This duty is universal. It is universal in the same way that active opposition to apartheid in South Africa and genocide anywhere has always been. And it especially applies to anyone who once supported Zionism. But for Jews of all strands, it is an urgent moral obligation and an existential predicament. Jews are implicated in Zionism today, not because they are necessarily complicit with Israel's acts, but because the state speaks in their name and claims to act for their sake. It is not their actions, but Israeli propaganda that makes Jews responsible. Their silence is interpreted as a sign of support, however hesitant. Once they speak out against Israel, however, they target one of its key ideological practices, the conflation of Jews and Jewishness with Zionism and the state that calls itself Jewish. All this seems to me pretty obvious, but sometimes the obvious must be said. The state of the Jews, both the state that calls itself Jewish and the Jewish condition worldwide that has been dominated by Zionist ideology, can no longer be reformed. Both must be transformed. Anti-Semitism, which has become a weapon in Israel's hand, a quasi-legal bureaucratic discursive apparatus for the interception of all sorts of criticism, can no longer serve as an excuse or understood as the main source of danger. This anti-Semitism, which serves in the hands of fascists, racists, and autocrats to persecute minorities, attack higher education, and vilify Muslims in the global north, cannot be a magnet for the reorganization of Jewish political life. It is Israel itself that has become the pole and magnet for organized Jewish life. But unlike the ferocity of violence, cruel, and lethal Jewish hatred in the past, that has to be resisted regardless of all other ideological and political differences, what Zionists and their supporters call anti-Semitism today polarizes the Jews as never before, just like Israel itself. But while the perversion of anti-Semitism and its weaponization must be utterly rejected, a complete Jewish detachment from Israel must be ruled out. It must, because the fascist turn of Israeli Jewish society, the failures on the battlefield, and the risks of military escalation might yield a catastrophe much worse than the massacre of October 7th, one in which destruction and mass killings will not be limited to Gaza. Opposition to Zionism and support for its Jewish and non-Jewish victims may dominate some fractions of Jewish organized life for years to come. This organization, however, is not that of one camp, but of an incoherent assemblage, a rhizome of loosely connected groups. Apart from the opposition to the Zionist agenda and episteme, these groups do not have a unifying political vision or any vision at all, neither a common ideology, nor a political tradition, nor a shared goal. Shared are only the horror of its members, their moral outrage, shame, and grave concern about the fate of the Israeli Jews and the Israeli victims, and Israel's victims. and for some or many among them, about the fate of Am Israel. These moral sentiments may serve as a compass, not politics. To the extent that this compass has given rise to politics, for example, among groups of Jewish activists, Jewish Voice for Peace, Jewish Currents in the US, Tzedek, to name just a few, this politics is no less local than Israel-oriented, reflecting contingencies and constraints of the local scenes in which it is taking place, its alliances with various non-Jewish movements and the local forces it faces. The concept, analysis, spiritual inspiration, and horizons for such politics may be provided by Jewish thinkers and Jewish intellectual traditions, but not necessarily. Other non-Jewish thinkers and traditions are obviously involved as well. The alliances with non-Jewish activists so wonderfully demonstrated on US campuses over the last year, and the collaboration with Palestinian activists and thinkers, limited as it may be, add to the diversity of the local conditions of non-Zionist Jewish activism, and makes its Jewishness amorphic, diverse, and often inessential. This is not a problem, it's a matter of fact. Outside Israel, and apart from the Zionist umbrella, the Jewish people has never been a political space or a distinct political entity. What the real suffering of Jews under non-Jewish persecutions could not achieve in the past cannot be achieved today through the suffering of non-Jews under Jewish persecutions, as harsh as these may be. The different non-Zionist Jewish groups may share a discourse and interest, but neither a common space of being together nor a common power by which they are governed. They lack the coherence, let alone unity, provided by a state, a party, a city, or a distinct political community. Their collaboration with non-Jews, especially with other minorities, is not a goal, but a condition of a viable political action, constrained and made possible by the multiple forces that determine each state's local politics. Under these concrete, diverse conditions, can there be a non-Zionist Jewish politics, which is not simply a matter of contingent biographical facts? The concept of exile and diaspora refer precisely to this lack of a shared political space, a shared condition that means the impossibility of a shared politics. There may be as many versions of diasporic Jewish politics as there are diverse Jewish communities, whether connected or disconnected. And besides, diaspora and exile are not exclusively Jewish conditions. Whatever is the difference between diaspora and exile, I'll put this aside. The insights on Jewish diasporic life offered by Jewish thinkers, most recently by some of our friends here, lack the political element, not they lack, these insights lack the political element provided by Haredi and anti-Zionists or proposed by the socialists, Bundists or Marxists in the first half of the 20th century. A virtual, global, and shared space of action, which is independent of the unlimited and unlimited by the state. The discursive space of the halakha for the Orthodox Jews, or the international space and networks of class solidarity for the socialists. Few Israeli binationalists, most compellingly, have envisioned Palestine, the land of Israel, as a shared space of binational political action. This vision may be the most effective way to counter the conflation between Eretz and Medina, land and state, in contemporary Zionist thinking, and the Jewish de facto monopoly over both state power and land in Palestine. The struggle against this monopoly lies at the core of anti-Zionist politics. But for diaspora Jews, neither the binational vision nor the binational politics can provide the shared space of their own political action. We must think this juncture. Israel-Palestine further. Let me begin from the aftermath of October 7th. Palestine has become the emblem of the colonial struggle, where Israel has come to represent the contemporary apotheosis of colonial evil. With or without argumentation, Zionism is said to demonstrate the extreme harm of ethno-nationalism, a project of settler colonialism turned into an apartheid regime, and the state that calls itself Jewish is blamed for playing out its genocidal potentiality, along with the horrors and the bankruptcy of high-tech militarism and racial capitalism, and the hollowing out of the neoliberal political society. Many anti-Zionist Jews might be reluctant to join this set of hyperbolic accusations. Indeed, fascination with Jewish evil, anti-Semitic or not, may have something to do with the hyperbolic nature of these accusations, but not with the accusations themselves. Each of them has been studied, documented in detail, and analyzed theoretically by many scholars who have been willing to think outside the Zionist episteme, outside the Zionist box, including by many of us here, Jews from Israel, non-Jews from Israel and abroad. If a new figure of the Jew is involved here, it is not based on myth and stereotypes, but on patterns of real action, and most importantly, this figure is ascribed to a specific group of Jews, those who, in one way or another, implement the current phase of the state's Zionist project and take part in Israel's acts of state, some of which are being discussed today at the International Court of Justice in The Hague. These states need to be thought further. It is not only a contemporary and quite contingent configuration of some of this world's most pernicious orders of evil. It is also the product of one of the few rare projects of reparative justice, where reparations were granted to the victims of one of the worst cases of extreme evil ever perpetrated by acts of state. These reparations were more than a German Jewish affair. These were made possible by the American Marshall Plan, and they owe their lasting impact to the EU's staunch support of Israel ever since. With all the creative ingenuity and sacrifices demonstrated by generations of Zionist settlers and many Jewish immigrants and Palestinian Jews who joined them, this Zionist enterprise would have never yielded a viable and later a powerful state without the economic, military, and political support of the allies who had crushed Nazi totalitarianism and later rebuilt the Western German economy. With this support, Europe found a non-European territory where it could finally solve its Jewish question, legitimizing another settler colonial state shortly before the inauguration of the post-World War II economic diplomatic phase of European colonialism. 2 decades later, Israel has been integrated into the American imperial order as one of its most powerful frontier strongholds. And as Nazism became the embodiment of absolute evil, old and ongoing colonial and other state crimes were relativized, forgotten, and utterly denied. Palestinians have paid a double price, as colonized subject and as people whose plight has been continuously denied, while westernized elites in some Arab countries have benefited from a lasting American and European support. In the mid-1930s, mostly European Jews, but not only, had found themselves at the extreme end of human cruelty in Christian Europe. A decade later, 160,000 among the survivors found shelter in the Zionist colony in Palestine, shortly before and shortly after it gained independence. The new state became the internationally recognized representative of the 6 million Jewish victims, and the Zionist state collected reparations that far exceeded what the survivor received. The dead themselves had never been asked, and the fact that many among them would have never recognized themselves as taking part in a modern ethno-national militarized nation state was soon forgotten. especially by official Europe, for which a Jewish nation-state outside Europe seemed a win-win situation. This is the historical juncture within which any reflection on the option for Jewish politics and the contemporary fate of the Jews must be placed. It is a constellation of two distinct orders of evil, Nazism and settler colonialism. The transition from the former to the latter has been mediated by an exceptional major project of reparations, which helped the beneficiaries, the internationally recognized heirs of the Jewish victims of Nazi totalitarianism, to close the door on any possible route of reparation for their own acts of state, including many decades of ongoing colonization and violent oppression. My point here is not simply historical, but theoretical. The most important facts associated with the history of contemporary Jews, the Holocaust and the State of Israel, are interrelated in a way that has little to do with Jews, their traditions, or their enemies, and more with the modern state itself, as a formation of power in which they have been occupied two opposite positions. The recent historical fate that spans from the complete helplessness to great military power clearly demonstrates the modern European state as Janus-faced and inherently totalitarian pharmacon. Because it is a totalizing mechanism of enclosure and capture of land, people, resources, communication, and discourse. Because it has developed unprecedented apparatuses of governing large populations. And because it can choose its enemies and is not doomed to fight those who dare to challenge it only, to persecute them unto annihilation or to forgive them unilaterally, a functioning modern state can turn graciously providential or extremely catastrophic and be quite efficient in both, potentially. The generation and distribution of harms and benefits can become systemic and well orchestrated without necessarily being the effect of any identifiable a priori agent and intention. It is this constellation of apparatuses and capture that has made possible development and devastation on a global scale. Neither colonialism, nor nationalism, or fascism on their own, their ideology, culture, or an interest group, neither of these would have become so powerfully productive and destructive without the infrastructure, public, social, political goods and evils provided by the modern state. The state can be either providential or catastrophic, but more often, both at once, catastrophic for some and providential for others. Providential from the welfare state to heroic mobilization of many for the rescue of a few trapped in grave danger, from fast vaccination of huge populations to efficient infrastructural adaptation to a new climate regime. Catastrophic from industrial killing to mass uprooting, from instigating and channeling destructive forces to the orchestrating of famine to a policy of inaction, passivity, and procreative abandonment. Catastrophe and redemption may be interpreted as extension of the understanding of the two sides of the law in the thought of Schmidt and Agamben. A recent text by Elad may help us better understand the Janus phase of the state. Following Schmidt and going beyond him, Elad identifies two major traditions of thinking about politics in the West. Politics as the realm of speaking, of reasoning as based on exercise of logos, and politics as the breakdown of discourse, a politics of logoclasm, where positions and identities are irreconcilable and conflict are often resolved by force. These are quotations. But in the modern state, these two conceptions of politics are intimately related, as Elad shows in the concluding chapter of his forthcoming book, apropos a discussion of October 7th. and its aftermath. The first applies to the normal situation inside the state's border, where state violence is limited by law. The other applies to spaces of conflict outside the border or to exceptional situations, zones of conflicts, and certain categories of people within it. Those in and for which, just like outside the border, the law no longer applies, and the use of force, which becomes the ultimate means of persuasion, has no limit. Elad uses this reading to deconstruct the way the violence of the colonized, including the massacre of October 7th, has been articulated and interpreted in Israeli legal and political discourse, and also to show how the inside, that is Israel democracy, is used to justify the outside, that is the occupation, the counter-terrorist war, etc. Accepting Elad's argument, I would like to suggest that it applies not only to the state's use of force and to the states of war in the lawless spaces, where only humanitarian interventions can mitigate the victim's fate, and not only to the use of law itself. The same logic applies to the state's own governmental apparatuses as they assume the role of humanitarian intervention, letting the fate of the victims, not the law, determine the state's outreach. And in both cases, the decision whether to use force or any other means of intervention or to abstain from action may follow an existing law or be performed as if there has never been a relevant law to follow. The logic is still the logic of sovereignty, but the impact depends on the outreach of the entire cluster of states' governmental apparatuses, which sovereign power may or may not call into action. Israel has provided perfect demonstrations for the modern state's capacity to bring about both rescue and catastrophe on a large scale. It was redemptive for hundreds of thousands of Jewish refugees and provided shelter and basic living conditions to many oppressed Jewish immigrants. At the same time, for millions of colonized Palestinians and many Arab Jewish migrants, Israel has been catastrophic in various forms and degrees, according to the changing impact of their violent resistance to Israel's rule and to the international pressure that forced Israel to stop short of this or that final solution to the question of Palestine. The lack of such a solution has meant a permanent state of war in Israel-Palestine and the ongoing state of emergency that provided ever new pretexts for the colonial project. At the same time, it meant turning the Zionist shelter into the most dangerous place for Jews on earth, a place where Jews are still being killed as Jews, or better, because they exist there as Jews. The ongoing Palestinian resistance to the relentless Zionist colonization means not only that Israel could be catastrophic for Jews, but that it has been and might become ever more catastrophic for Jews, precisely because of the way it has been redemptive for Jews. That is, through the colonization of others. A century of catastrophic Jewish forced and willful entanglement with the logic of sovereignty and with the power of the state calls for reflection on the very formation of state from a Jewish point of view. This reflection, this critical reflection, is not exactly Jewish politics, but it may be the timeliest Jewish approach to the political. Jewish, not because of the deferral of the Jewish sovereignty to Messianic time, and not only due to centuries of stateless existence, but because Jews have experienced two extreme events of state power, once as the ultimate outlaws and victims of a totalitarian state, and then as professional, efficient perpetrators of a settler colonial state and its power of inclusive exclusion. It is not the extremity of the violence that makes Jews specialists in state power, but the fact that they have experienced it from both ends, as if to prove that no one is immune of complicity with the state's destructive power. This historical experience resonates well with the rich Jewish tradition of politics on the state's margin and of the Jews' regional and global politics that cut across states without ever reaching the state level. In the state that calls itself Jewish, this tradition has been betrayed by almost all rabbinic communities and institutions, some of which have been playing a leading role in the state's apparatus of capture and exclusion. And almost all have forgotten the most precious wisdom of rabbinic culture, its resistance to the closure of any system of law and thought. This wisdom, along with centuries of non-state politics and the last century of entanglement with state's power, should be the basis for a Jewish call to abolish the state as the single self-evident formation of ruling power. This should be a universalist call in the interest of all. The Jewish abolitionists will join a crowded field, creating alliances with victims of state power and with those who refuse to serve it. They will not be anarchists, for no state does not mean no rule. Expanding their political imagination, they will open the horizon for diverse mixtures of homeland and diaspora. Anticipating the coming of pagan formations of power, they will build rhizomatic networks of governing apparatuses in which the sacred is never forced on others. No one is doomed in advance or intentionally abandoned for who one is, neither forced to stay nor to live. Thank you.
Okay, let's try this microphone here. Thank you, Adi, for this insightful and thought-provoking lecture. I was very moved, but it's Elad's turn. And, well, of course, nobody knows Elad. So Elad's a professor. Elad Lapidot is a professor for culture studies at the University of Lille, France. He specializes in philosophy, Jewish thought, and Talmud, and was teaching at the University of Bern, Switzerland, the Humboldt University of Berlin, and the Freie University of Berlin. His work is guided by questions concerning the relation between knowledge and politics. Among his publications, Jews Out of the Question, a critique of anti-Semitism, Hebrew translation with introduction and commentary of Hegel's Phenomenologie des Geistes, Heidegger and Jewish Thought, Difficult Others, and son modèle, la logique, Design und Zeit.
Perfect.
Okay. Elad is going to be talking to us about Haifa, memories of Jewish-Palestinian futures.
Thank you. Thank you, Abeer, for the introduction. Thank you, Adi, for the talk and for engaging with my work. I remember myself remembering, striving to remember. It was always mid-May when the sun beat down on Haifa already in the morning hours. The Herzl Elementary School is located at the entrance to the neighborhood on the mountain ridge at the mouth of a green valley. The high wall that enclosed the schoolyard and the cypress trees above it cast a narrow strip of shade. We, the school children, stood in the exposed part of the courtyard under the sun, ordered in rows in front of the low stage, dressed in blue and white, intent, imbued with holiness. The Memorial Day ceremony on Mount Carmel in the early 80s was the culmination of a liturgical time. It is not a Jewish liturgy, but an Israeli one, a national one. Its religion is not that of the Holy One, blessed be He, but another religion, that of the state. The Jewish Memory Day is Rosh Hashanah, New Year's Day, a day of judgment. The only Memorial Day I knew in my childhood was not New Year's, nor was it the Holocaust Remembrance Day, which we called Yom HaShoah, Shoah Day. In the Israeli liturgy, Memorial Day, always a week after Shoah Day, in mid-May, is the Memorial Day for the fallen soldiers of Israel's wars. The central act in the national passion story is the communion with the fallen soldiers, a ritual of death which leads to the evening act of rebirth, the celebration of Independence Day. On this day, the Israeli religion draws its children close to war, close to battle. It is a liminal, ambiguous moment. Battle is engagement with the enemy. It was then that the enemy enters our consciousness, our memory, our city. The memory of war is also a crevice of peace. For us at Herzl School, Memorial Day revealed a number of enemies. My grandparents fought against the British occupier, a war of independence. My parents fought against the Arab states, Egyptians, Syrians, Jordanians, Lebanese. Those who did not appear to us on those Memorial Days, not remembered even as enemies, were Palestinians, a word we did not know. The war we recalled was far away from us, far from Haifa. I remember myself remembering the climax of the ceremony was the siren. It still sounds at 11 a.m. throughout the country. For 2 long minutes, we stood in silence, our arms outstretched along our bodies, our eyes downcast, sweating in the sun. I remember myself trying to remember, doing my best to touch the pain, concentrating on being sad. My boyish mind was devoid of memories, so I replaced memory with imagination, painting battlefields and scenes of war in my mind, creating soldiers and killing them, and then grieving for them. In those moments, I disconnected from Haifa. The war I kept remembering, recreating, had no connection to the world around me, to the school, to the cypresses, to Mount Carmel. Every year I cleansed Haifa of enemies, of every trace of a conflict. Memorial Day was a ritual of forgetting, hiding the battlefield on which I stood, erasing the ruins on which my city was built, eliminating Palestinians. On those May mornings in the early 80s, I became Israeli. Haifa, as the future, was the vision of the Zionist prophet Theodor Herzl. He revealed his vision as a utopian novel, Alt Neuland, published in 1902. The novel depicts Jewish settlement in Palestine as part of the European colonial enterprise. Herzl saw colonization as world redemption, in which refugees from Europe settle outside of Europe to realize their European future in a place free of European history, a place without history. Like the Puritans in North America, the adventurers in India and South Africa, and the convicts in Australia, so too are the Jews in West Asia. In a new land without a past, they build without destroying, begin with modernity. Herzl does mention the old cities in Palestine, Jaffa, and Jerusalem, but they are mentioned only to be forgotten. The Zionist colony will arise as a new city, Haifa. The 1902 novel depicts Haifa in 1923 as the capital of colonial future. This future is based on a global movement of goods, and Haifa is the central port connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. I quote, "One can travel by trail to Damascus, Jerusalem, or Baghdad," he wrote. "Travel to Jerusalem directly from St. Petersburg or Odessa, from Berlin or Vienna. The railway lines from North Africa to the south and from Siberia to the Chinese border complete the global rail network." The soul of Herzl's future city and the main hero of his novel is technology. Ships, trains, automobiles, cable cars, telegraphs. He describes Haifa as a model of European city, a Middle Eastern Vienna, with grand theaters and department stores where you can buy white gloves for the evening opera. Herzl envisioned the Zionist colony in Palestine not as an independent state, but as an autonomy under the patronage of the Sultan, organized as a cooperative called the New Society for the Colonization of Palestine. Scholars today, some of them are in this room, find here an original Zionist vision of a non-sovereign, non-statist Jewish existence. But Herzl's settler society is dependent on Ottoman imperial power, which the novel omits. His emphasis that the new society is open to all people, regardless of religion and race, is another silencing. The colony in the novel is a world divided between European masters and black servants. In addition, the new society is based on Jewish majority. The token non-Jewish member is Rashid Bey of Haifa, a Turkish and German-speaking Muslim landowner. There are no Arabs in Herzl's Haifa. Also absent from the Zionist vision are Jews. The Jews in Alt-Leuland are European settlers working for the benefit of humanity. In Haifa itself, there is hardly a trace of Jewish tradition. A brief visit to Jerusalem takes the protagonist to the new temple, portrayed as a modern German-style synagogue, reminding Herzl of Heinrich Heine. The Jewish Academy, modeled after the Académie Française, plans a new holiday to honor steam railway. Herzl's ultimate goal was to allow Jews to assimilate into Europe. In the novel, there is one trace of the Jew in Palestine as an enemy in the character of Rabbi Geyer, whose name means vulture in German, who tries to close the new society to Jews only. Tries and fails, Herzl tells us. The Haifa revealed to me at the Herzl School had much in common with Herzl's vision. We knew we had a port, though we almost never saw it. We were told we lived in a workers' city in Red Haifa. A central institution in the city was, still is, the Technion, Israel's technological university, where my father studied. The city's life, as in Alt-Neuland, consisted of engineering projects, the Carmelit, once Israel's only underground train, the cable car, the tunnels. When we drove to the shopping malls in the Bay Area, we would pass by the great chimneys of the oil refineries and close the car windows in a vain attempt to block out the stench of chemicals. At the southern entrance to the city, not far from the sea, they built a high-tech park, now home to Microsoft, Google, Intel, where I too was destined to go. I did not know any religious Jews, and Judaism barely. The Bible we learned in school was a national myth. There were no Jews in it, only Israelites. I never entered the small synagogue in my neighborhood, and Yom Kippur, with no cars on the street, was bicycle day. The religion that built its temple in Haifa is not Judaism, nor Christianity, nor Islam, but the Baha'i faith, a modern synthesis of Moses, Buddha, Jesus, Muhammad, and the belief in scientific progress, the Alt-Neuland religion. My Haifa Judaism, secular, national, territorial, was defined by the homogeneity of the social space, an implicit definition no stranger forced us ever to articulate. Jewish homogeneity in Haifa whose population is 12% Arab, is based on segregation. First, geographical. As a rule, the Arabs live below, near the port, and the Jews above, on the mountain. As one mayor of Haifa once said, the city is composed, I quote him, of topographical layers. Each layer surpasses the one below it, both topographically and socially. In a homeland class, we learned that Haifa has 3 layers: the lower city, the downtown, with a port and industry, Hadar, in the middle of the mountain as a commercial area, and at the top of Mount Carmel, the residential area. My neighborhood, Carmelia, overlooked the western side of the mountain, which descended directly to the sea, and from our window there was no lower city to be seen. There were Arabs on the neighboring hilltop in Abeer, towered the mosque of the Ahmadi community, another religion of modernity. Abeer is a 5-minute drive from the Herzl School. Throughout my school years, we never met Arab children. Education in Israel is segregated. Omri Bohm wrote that a joint education system, I quote him, is inconceivable as things stand, for the simple reason that if they studied together, Jewish and Arab children would quickly fall in love. The deepest segregation was the aesthetic one. Arab existence was erased from the sphere of sensory experience. It did not even disturb because it never entered our consciousness. When I searched for radio stations, I would automatically skip over Arab stations like noise. It is only recently, after relearning to read the language, that I became aware of Arabic signs, which are everywhere in the city. As my eyes were deciphering the inscriptions, I suddenly realized that my inability to read these signs had never disturbed me. I simply omitted them from my field of vision. We did study Arabic in school, but we were taught the language not to fall in love with Arabs, but to fight them in the military intelligence. In 10th grade, we had a week of Arabic training at a military base. I remember winning a quiz and getting a book about the Mossad assassination of Ali Hassan Salameh. I stopped studying Arabic the following year and concentrated on physics instead. Historian Benny Morris described the emptying of Haifa of its Arab residents over the next 5 months between November 47 and May 48 as the largest population transfer of the war and one of its main events. The partition decision led to outbreaks of violence between Jews and Arabs in Palestine. In March 48, the Haganah prepared for the invasion of the Arab states and formulated the so-called Plan D, Tochnit Dalet, which aimed to neutralize the Arabs inside the country. For the first time, Jewish forces were sent to occupy Arab settlements in order to subjugate or destroy them. No general expulsion order was issued, but justification was given. Some of the brigades, including the Carmeli Brigade in Haifa, were ordered, I quote, to capture, expel, or destroy at your discretion. In the face of mutual violence that took place in Haifa from December 47 to April 48, almost half of the Arab population, about 30,000 people, left the city. On the night of April 2021, the British forces withdrew from the demarcation line between the Arab and Jewish neighborhoods. The Carmeli Brigade activated Plan D. The next day, it set out to capture, expel, or destroy. Battalion 22 was ordered, I quote, to kill every Arab they encounter. A Jewish fighter described how the Haganah fired mortars from near the Rothschild hospitals on the mountain onto the crowded marketplace in the lower city. When the bombardment began and the shells fell on the crowd, he wrote, a great panic broke out. The masses rushed to the port, pushed aside the police, stormed the boats, and began to flee the city. Within 24 hours, 15,000 Arabs fled from the port of Haifa on British ships to Acre and Lebanon. After the Arab Emergency Committee called on all Arabs to leave Haifa, crowds evacuated in the following days on British ships and trucks to Nazareth, Jenin, and Nablus. By early May 48, only 3,500 Arabs remained in Haifa. 95% fled. Arab Haifa melted away in an instant, in the blink of an eye, within a few days in April, wrote Yifat Weiss. In early May, Golda Meir, then chief diplomat of the Jews in Palestine, visited Haifa and later recounted, I quote her, "I found by the port children, women, and elderly waiting for a way out. I entered houses. There were houses where the coffee and the pitas remained on the table, and I could not help but see that this was surely the picture in many Jewish towns in Europe," she meant. The Haganah's commander in Haifa, Yaakov Rublini, accompanied Meir and wrote in his own memoirs, "We went up the stairs. The apartments on the first two floors were deserted. When we reached the third floor, an elderly Arab woman carrying bundles came towards us. When the Arab woman saw Golda, she stood before her and burst into tears. Golda stopped, looked at her, and tears streamed down her face. The two women stood and wept." He continued, "I looked at the weeping Golda and was angry at her. I did not dare reproach her, but in my heart I thought, we are happy that our power prevails. We exterminated the Arabs and can walk the city without fear of shootings and assassinations, and she stands here weeping." Haifa became a Jewish city. Its depopulation of Arabs created a model for their urban Nakba that spread in the following weeks to Jaffa, Acre, Safed. The closing of the borders around Israel abruptly ended Haifa's regional importance. Herzl's vision was put to rest. Alt-Neuland moved south to the purely Hebrew city of Tel Aviv. The occupation of the territories in 1967 brought the Palestinian refugees back to Israel. The first to understand that the occupation was a return were the Palestinians. In 1969, Palestinian writer Ghassan Kanafani wrote the novella Return to Haifa. It tells of Palestinian parents who fled through the port of Haifa on the same night of April 21, 48, and returned to the city after the 67 war to search for the infant they left behind. They discovered that the child has been adopted by Jewish immigrants who settled in their home. The son, Khaldun, became Dov, an Israeli Jew, now a soldier. Like Jewish Haifa, Dov's existence is built on the erasure of his Arab being. Kanafani revealed that there is no Jewish Arab city, because in Israel the Jew is the negation of the Arab. Haifa is a homogeneous space whose Jewishness is rooted not in Judaism, but in the absence of the Palestinian. Khaldun Dov must choose. He denies his Arab parents, and they understand. The return to Haifa will only be possible by war. Kanafani imagined that the return to Haifa was a possibility opened for Palestinians by going from Ramallah to Haifa. In reality, the occupation brought Haifa, that is the erasure of the Palestinians, to Ramallah. In the occupied territories, the State of Israel reappeared as a colonization project, as a Jewish settlement that eliminates Palestinian existence. 1967 was a return to 48. The Zionist left, which I describe here as the Haifa consciousness, repressed this return by the division between 48 and 67, between Israel and the territories. Resisting the occupation perpetuated the forgetting of the Nakba, the forgetting of the elimination. In recent years, this consciousness has cracked as the settlers moved from the margins to the government, undermining the distinction between Haifa and Ramallah. Recent months have revealed once again the deep negation that underlies the Jewish state, whose secure existence requires the erasure of the Palestinians through mass expulsion and destruction, which, if not genocide, is certainly herbicide. We are back in April 48. The Jewish-Palestinian war is revealed. The destruction of Gaza is the destruction of the oblivion. The destruction of Gaza is the destruction of Haifa. The current catastrophe is an end that returns to the beginning, to a choice. A few years ago, philosopher Omri Bohm argued that the expansion of the settlements and the rise of annexionist visions at the heart of the Israeli establishment ended the illusion of separation between 67 and 48, between occupation and Nakba. The left, he concluded, must part with the idea of partition and the two-state solution. It must develop its own vision of a single political space based not on the Jewish elimination of the Palestinians, but on a shared Jewish-Palestinian existence. He called this binational vision the Republic of Haifa. Bohm recognized the need for a change of consciousness, for a new memory. He writes in praise of forgetting, inspired by Ernst Renan, who described the creation of the modern nation as a process of erasing separate identities, of forgetting history. But isn't erasure precisely the problem of Haifa? Bohm does not speak of absolute forgetting, but of a transformation of memory from national to binational, a memory of the Holocaust that also speaks to Arabs, a memory of the Nakba for Jews as well. But do we only have destruction to remember? Bohm offers another memory of the future, the original Zionist vision. In the fathers of Zionism, Begin, Ben-Gurion, Jabotinsky, Ahad Ha'am, in Herzl's Altneuland, he finds, prior to the Jewish state, a notion of binational existence, the prophecy of Haifa. My memory of Herzl's Haifa is different. At the liberal core of the Zionist idea, I do not see binationalism, but a Jewishness defined by a homogeneous space by negations. The negation of those who seek to erase us, the negation of those we erase, oscillating between Holocaust and Nakba. This is indeed the vision of a modern European nation, whose being consists in territorial segregation. Bohm's own vision, too, features two separate nations with two separate states, Israel and Palestine, united in a federation. Is this not a return to the partition plan, to the imperial perspective? At this moment, it may well be the lesser and necessary evil, and even that sounds today utopian. But a sustainable future of Jewish-Palestinian coexistence will require a different memory. In order to remind Haifa of Haifa, the Arab one, Dov must be reminded that he is Khaldun, that he was and has Palestinian parents. The memory of his Arabness must not erase his Jewishness. He must therefore be reminded of a Jewishness that is not a mere spatial homogeneity, a Jewishness that was and can be Arab. Only this way we can break the logic of elimination. Let Haifa hear the Arabic songs on its radio, see Arabic signs, not understand, and want to understand. Do I myself have such a memory? I try to remember. A few days ago, I spoke on the phone with my father in Haifa. He told me that he had started learning Arabic. I was surprised and pleased. I told him that I had also been learning Arabic for some time in Berlin. Excellent, he said to me. I'll have someone to talk to.
Thank you very much, Elad. I have listened to this talk. This is the second time, and it's still very moving. Okay, I have so much to say, but I am trying to avoid incidents like those happened yesterday, scheduled things. I'm opening the floor for questions, comments, brainstorming. Is there a microphone?
Yeah,
Thank you both very much, especially because you brought up Elad, the idea of language in both ways. I mean, in terms of thinking about Hebrew and Arabic, but also I think in connection to what Adi said, that it's not to be an abolitionist is not to be an anarchist, right? That words matter. I was wondering if, in connection with the way that words matter and the idea of a field of vision that you mentioned as well, if either of you could talk about how you understand what a field of vision is, or like seeing somewhat literally, and the process of vision, and how you understand language.
Adi, would you like to?
Adi?
It's too general, I think, for me to answer right away. I can say this. I can speak about this from the negative point of view. I mean, from the negative side, the way both language and vision are limited by political conditions and severely constrained by political conditions. We are in a situation today in which we see results of so many people who are victims of blindness and lack of language to describe their own situation, to understand their own situation, to describe their own situation. But I don't want to improvise more than this. I'm not sure how to respond. Sorry.
I'll just say very quickly that what I was thinking about in this context is connected to what Adi said about how there are different mechanisms that sometimes are not connected directly or not seen directly through organizations of power or institutions of power, but more generally kind of recreate or shape space. So I was fascinated by the idea of you shape, the aesthetics, the fields of what you can see and what you can hear. I mean, theoretically, you can think about Jacques Rancière, who was talking precisely on, how politics and aesthetics go together. Partage de sensible, how you create, shape the way that the sensory field is built, and how you partake or do not partake aesthetically in the community.
Yeah. Okay. We have Shaul was first, and then I lost track. But yeah, you won't be fighting. Okay. There's Shaul, Atalia. Vigil, Oded Vigil. Okay.
Thank you. Nitzan. Thank you for two really, really beautiful papers. It's really a question for Adi, but I would love to hear what Elad thinks also. A few times in the paper, you used the term non-Zionism, non-Zionist, and I hear that term a lot, and I'm not really sure what it means, and I'm not really sure it's an operative category today. I mean, after certainly a diaspora of more than half century of Zionization, is there a non-Zionism possible without there first being an anti-Zionism?
I must say this is part of a really mediocre politics of conversation to advance a project of anti-Zionist Jewish politics at Brown. I had to adopt the term non-Zionist in order to not commit myself to anti-Zionism in the first place. So this is a compromise. Now, I do think that non-Zionism is possible, but you're right. Non-Zionism can be today only a result of complete indifference. Someone who simply woke up from a deep sleep and is not Zionist, or someone who went through anti-Zionism and is just take a very something that is, it takes a lot of effort to take this distance and say, well, I don't care now. I'm not just not, that's not my language. But the main point, so you're right, it should be anti-Zionism. But the main point is that as an epistemic condition, it is outside the Zionist frame, the Zionist episteme, which is a colonialist episteme. This is something that Lina tried to describe yesterday in Hebrew, that is written in Hebrew, settler colonial episteme. This is the main thing, that it is outside this epistemic condition. That's all.
Yeah. No, I hear that. I wonder if and we can talk about anti-Zionism too. I wonder if there has to be a process of de-Zionization to reach non-Zionism.
Of course, it depends on where you stand, because the non-Zionist Palestinians or the non-Zionist black student who joins the demonstration for Palestine don't have to go through this. Right. It's only if you have been Zionized to complete blindness, or to where people have been, including myself, that you have to go through this process. Non-Zionism and anti-Zionism is a relation to Zionism necessarily, and not everyone comes to this from the same position.
Okay. Yeah, Atalia, ואחר כך עודד. I'm sorry, Atalia, then Oded, and then Gil.
Thank you. Amazing talks. Elad, I'm reflecting about kind of that tragic way in which you've concluded the talk with this conversation with your father. And I was thinking of it kind of like offers an opportunity for us to return to one of Lina's points yesterday in reference to how so much of the conversation, including this kind of like interrogation of the layers and layers of erasure and violence that are constitutive of Jewish Israeliness and Zionism, Jewish Zionism broadly, how so much of the conversation centers the settlers or Jews speaking with one another. So I was waiting, as you started talking about Haifa and Herzl, waiting to hear about, when I was curious when Kanafani will come in. And I've learned so much, and every time I read the story, it feels transformative and extremely challenging. And you take the image, the son, Dov Haldun, as a way of thinking, kind of in a sense, decolonially, about undoing the erasure. But I was, which I understand where you're coming from, but I was thinking of the other son, about resistance, about Palestinian resistance, and kind of that, when to break that kind of dialogue that you had with your father, and presumably the dialogue that you have with him in Arabic, how to break that kind of intra-Jewish discourse that is not really decolonial in the sense of what the decolonial might mean when it is in conversation with Palestinians. And the fact is that when you do go to Haifa with Palestinians, you see Palestinians. And there is a whole different kind of GPS of places to go to that the Jewish Israeli taxi drivers don't know how to get there, but the Palestinians do. And it's just really to highlight that sense of, yes, there is that the Nakba, the erasure, but also a reality of life, including Palestinian life in Haifa still. So how do you think about the other son, not Haldun Dov, but how Kanafani then thinks of the resistance?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Well, yeah, thank you, Atalia. It's a good question. Well, it seems there is a conversation between and Kanafani on the situation. He's as I said, for him it was very clear what's the situation he encountered meant one thing, and that you can only return to Haifa in war, and leave Khaldun and go back to the armed resistance, which I wouldn't argue with him with respect to the reality that he encounters, and I'm this reality. So I'm trying to see, how could I be different, or what I now, or Haifa, the Jewish Haifa, could be different. That next time Kanafani is coming, he might see something else. Let's say that's kind of what I'm trying to do, and it's interesting that you called the end tragic, because there is. I was also was not completely sure about what it means, the end. There is some tragic side to it, but there is also, it's an inner Jewish conversation that takes potentially place in Arabic. The imagination that I would speak Arabic with my father makes me think that if this happens, if there is an inner Jewish conversation that takes place in Arabic, then we can we have place for Kanafani in a way that it was not possible in the story. That's how I somehow feel about it.
Thank you, Atalia, for the question. Oded?
Yeah, thank you first for the talks, and I have two questions too. First, a comment to Elad. Not really a comment. I enjoyed the talk, of course. I just want to say about the Yom Kippur that you didn't get to the shul, which to mark it as a kind of a miracle, because the other time that it happened, the guy that went to the shul at Yom Kippur, Rosenzweig, we still have to suffer from his Christian theology, which is called Jewish theology. So the fact that you didn't get there and study Talmud, perhaps it. But that's really a point. To Adi, there is a lot to say, but I first, following Adi's publication for many years, it's interesting that now something new appears in your thought, which is called Jews. Something that a few decades ago, for instance, in the analysis of the Haggadah, Passover Haggadah, and so the Jews were not exactly distinguished from what Israeli is, and I think the first time that I see that you bring into the consideration of the political, the question of the Jew, which still I don't know what you want to say with that, but that's the point. But when it comes into the consideration, perhaps you also, and that's not only to you the point, but to the question about the political, or the Jewish political, whatever it means, and I know it's a very narrow perspective that I bring you all to that. You spoke about, in a very short way, about the history of Israel. And the whole time you take the agency to be the Jew. But perhaps at the moment, that's when you recognize the fact that there are Jews, which is something which really can be an agency in certain ways. Perhaps it's good to analyze what happened in Israel what is the agency that took place there, not in terms of Jew, but in terms of the European colonial Christian Jewish agent, in a certain way, because it's not, if you are bringing in the Jew as that, then we have to refine. If Jewish history doesn't begin with the state of Israel, probably will end with the state of Israel. But then we have to ask what kind of agent there, and to keep speaking about the Jew is to accept, to eliminate the Jew. You know.
To accept what?
To eliminate the Jew as an agent.
I don't know how to speak about Jews as agents, except in specific condition and context. So when I speak about Israel, Jews in the context of Israel, so these are the Jews who are either part of the state or opposing the state or something in between. So I did not, at least in this talk, and I did not assign any collective agency to Jews. I don't want to do this. I think in order to assign agency, you have to look at specific historical situation and conditions. The fact that Jews did not appear in my previous writing and now they appear is, well, I think it's a good thing. So I don't have to apologize for this. And I admit that I have not, I'm trying not to repeat myself, and I've changed, I hope, for the better. And of course, the way I see Jewish existence, the way I'm thinking about Jewish existence has changed radically, because I've stopped being Zionist. I mean, this was a major change that when I wrote these first essays, I was still a Zionist. I was still thinking within the Zion, even without knowing it. I mean, I was still thinking within a Zionist frame of mind, and gradually, I hope I was able to take it off. So I don't understand exactly the question about the state. I did not speak only about the state of Israel. Although I tried to answer a question about what can Jewish politics be today, and part of the answer was Jewish politics must be related to Israel today, because this is the main problem in Jewish life, for better and worse. And so it is not that Jewish history starts with that. It's now. This is what galvanized and anything I think of importance about Jewish life, for reasons that I try to explain in my talk, that do not depend necessarily on Jews. They depend on the state of Israel and the way the state of Israel uses its own agency to speak for Jews, etc.
Yeah, Gil.
Thank you both. I don't mean to reinstate binary oppositions, which are strictly forbidden, but I felt that there was something between the global and the local in the two talks, and I wanted to perhaps get some clarifications. Adi, you said that there's no that diaspora inherently is the non-existence of Jewish politics or Jewish political existence. It is not shared. And you recall the Holocaust and the fact that the 6 million would not have identified with the state project. You didn't mention that quite a large number of the 6 million did not identify as Jews. Yes, I think it's quite important to remember that the Nazi definition of a Jew is not a Jew. It is a Nazi production and destruction of someone. And so when you said Jews experienced the Holocaust, they experienced the destruction that state sovereignty constitutes from two ends. I kind of wonder, and perhaps it's an echo of Odette's question, but what are those Jews? And I ask out of existential angst, because my mother, born in Casablanca, has become a Holocaust survivor. She has actually received money, yes? Not much, but she has become a Holocaust survivor. The production of Jewishness as having survived the Holocaust is something that I wonder about. But again, my question has to do with where the global and where the local is. In both of your talks, of course, there's a critique of state sovereignty. But one is local, although the Sultan is there, yes, and one is the state and a global situation. You said that the demonstrations, and I'm fascinated by this because I feel I'm in a fog. You said that the demonstrations that we see all over the world are against against the settler colonial. But I don't know that the invocation of Palestine right now is a sign of solidarity against settler colonialism. I haven't heard the conversation taking, in fact, solidarity into the center of the question. Palestine and Black Lives Matter. I'm not saying that nobody is invoking Black Lives Matter as an example, but it hasn't struck me as being, in fact, the site of the conversation. So is it about settler colonialism and the sovereignty of the state and the violence of the state, or is it about Palestine? And if so, and this is a question for both of us, what is Palestine in the global sense today? What does it stand for, and why is it the site of that conversation? I think that the last question is unrelated, but I'm really not sure. Is there a way to imagine any of the conversations we've had between yesterday and today as something else than secular?
Okay. Can you repeat the last question?
Can you repeat
the last question?
The last question, I said, both from your talks, but also from the conversations that we had yesterday, I'm wondering whether there's a way to imagine any way forward that is not secular. I think the question is more obvious for you, Elad, but I'm not sure.
Thank you, Gil. That's very interesting.
I don't see why not. I just don't see why not. I don't see how I implicated secularism. I admit that I have a certain image of the resistance or the alliance against Israel, and maybe it's not, it's not based on sociological research, and I cannot substantiate it with numbers or surveys or something like this. But my impression was that Israel has become the devil and Palestine has become the site of hope for anti-colonial struggle. And I was speaking about this. Yes, it is settler colonialism, whose other side, the other side of which is Palestine. And of course, I did not mean to say anything about Palestine in itself. I mean to address this, but about the image of of the center of anti-colonial struggle and solidarity. And this was just a way to go back to Israel and said, yes, it may be hyperbolic, but most of the things that are said about Israel in this case are correct and studied and well studied and documented, etc., etc. And this is the way. This is what I see about Israel. This was not a way to speak about Palestine. I mean, this was not what I could have produced something. I mean, not beautiful as Elad, but something of the kind, because I was born in Haifa, and I have memories of the same kind. Not in Herzl, I did not study there, but so this was a Haifa panel.
It is a
yes.
Haifa panel. But here, Wad al-Nisnas, it doesn't appear from Elad's balcony.
No, I was in anyway, but this was not my point. I wanted to use the current critique of Israel as a launch pad, you say, for a critique of the state in general, and to say, well, this is Jewish politics. A radical critique of the state could be a way toward Jewish politics, and what I said in the middle, that there is no shared space, and there is political space, and there is no shared political power which you respond to, which you resist, which you question, and thus become political, is true. I had to say this. It's true only as long as you assume the state as the matrix, the inevitable matrix for political action. But if you overcome this, then the space is open, and other formations could be imagined. This was actually the invitation.
And just a word. Yeah, I do think that secularism is very central here, and in this sense, I also agree with Lina yesterday of putting it very centrally. And in a sense, well, a few months ago I wrote a text where I tried to articulate a little how I see the current debate around diaspora, exile, and I did take the question of secularism as in a sense as the underlying distinctions, in a sense to understand the difference that makes the discourse around exile and diaspora, and in what I'm trying to say, that there needs to be a different way of understanding what is Jewish. I think that the current problem, as I tried to describe it a few times, that Jewishness in Israel means, at least from the perspective I was standing in and still in a sense am, is a product of a certain sovereign condition, of a homogeneous space that is defined by the elimination of the other that would have asked the question of what exactly you are. So exactly elimination of the need to give any content and kind of definition by emptiness, in a sense. And I think the alternative to that, and this is not only an Israeli problem, this is, I think, a nation-state problem. So I agree that what is happening in Israel-Palestine stands for something larger than that. I think, therefore, any way out of that will need to engage in a fundamental question of not only Jewish politics, that's politics as such today, and we'll have to go beyond a certain paradigm that I definitely see as secular. And how to go beyond that? I think you will need to go beyond the secular, therefore go to places that the secular negates, such as places that are called religious and therefore irrelevant, and you will need to go there. So a different kind of Judaism that is not secular and it's not religious, but offers something else. For example, things like exile and diaspora, and then you choose where you want to go to, you know, to Hari, or where you want to go to Sfat, or you want to go to the Bund, or okay, we have a choice here. But that's how I envision it. In a sense, yes, you will have first to go beyond secularism.
Thank you, Elad. There was Nitzan Venono, but yeah, was.
Yeah, maybe you can take them one after the other.
I'll try to, maybe we can do it one after the other, so cut some time short. I'm trying to think about, again, the questions of that came up yesterday and today in today's panel. And what I think is, to a degree, the challenge that this conference, or discussing again the situation, right, now is really presents, which is that we're trapped really by a discourse that is internal somehow, and we need to find a way out of it to describe something that maybe is very hard to describe from within. And that's why I thought about the question of Hebrew last night, but I think is way bigger than that. And I want to ask you the following, which is, one way goes back to decolonialism, and to think about decolonialism as a historical condition rather than as a solution, right? And the historical condition here actually seems to open a different door than the two of you seem to describe or choose as a discursive starting point. And I'll give a very brief example, and we can talk about it later, which is the condition of the 19th century as a history of technology, for instance, or ecology, that create the conditions in which the questions both of you come up with arose. I'm thinking, for example, about a short article by Andreas Malm recently on the Verso blog, where he talked about the fact that the first use of steamships, in fact, was in a battle by the British, in a battle where they bombarded first Beirut, then went down the shore against the Egyptians, actually, bombarded then Akko, and went down then the shore to bombard and then map. The first time we have a map of Gaza by the British colonialists going down from the ships after the bombardment, which create the condition in 1860 already of actually the first technological war that we are talking nowadays from a different perspective as the very condition of acceleration and pollution and et cetera, which is incorporated and integral to the way of decolonization, right? So that's a different historical condition than the discourse we speak here, it seems to me. I was wondering what the two of you are thinking about that.
Thank you for really great talks. To Adi, what does it mean that thinking about the Jewish critique of the state, what does it say about Jewish critique of the state in the 19th century? I was thinking when we talked about the Poon, there is a very sharp difference, I think. And I'm wondering, what does it say about 19th century thought? What does it say about them? Are they naive? Are they inexperienced? Are we going with this kind of Arendtian kind of like critique of that reality as not political enough? And maybe even what did it say about politics as an ability to be a critique of political system, not participating in the political system in the way that the state is? So about the kind of difference that the creation of a Jewish state, supposedly a Jewish state, makes into the thinking politics in that sense. So.
I hesitate to speak in 1 minute, but first of all, thank you, because I have some thought, because I think first, I definitely agree what we need is to transform and not to reform, but I don't understand how you bring this abolishment, which is not anarchism, and where we start, and now we think from there about Haifa, and again I miss here Himat Zorbi, because when I think about Haifa, I think about the way it was constructed in 48, and Himat Zorbi wrote about this transfer and mainly ghettoization and separation from other Palestinians. And because I consider seriously to move to Haifa, because of this illusion that Haifa provides us as if a kind of autonomous place, because there are Palestinians down and Ashkenazim up, and just I thought that you have to mention that Hadar is not only commercial, but Mizrahi, yeah, and we have to add to Himat's story also the fact that at the same time you have the Aliyah camp in the other side of Haifa, in which Jews were treated against Gazette, I don't know how you say Gazette in English, with hot wax on their heads, and it's part of the construction, so it's Haifa, Alt-Neuland, and this. But then you have both Jews and Palestinians permanently destroyed within here, and I think that you can think about it. I wonder if Haifa is the place to start dealing with decolonization. In the paper I mentioned yesterday, I thought about Tel Aviv, how to inhabit Tel Aviv with many Palestinians, because Tel Aviv, the liberal faces of Israel, is the only place in the West in which Arabs cannot live at all. I mean, with the remnants of Jaffa, of course, but Arabs cannot live at all, and that's the only way to change the situation. It's not through political activity, but through population Auda, yes, a real Auda that must be permanent by us. But then I think how can it work together, and how it gives ideas a kind of more concrete way of thinking.
I really hope this will be the last, because we are facing the incident again. Okay. So Adi, please.
What I take from Nitzan is that you can tell the history from a non-state perspective, from a not only non-colonial, non-state perspective, and of course it is true. But this doesn't mean that the state loses by this its extreme power to shape or not to shape reality, because the state shapes reality by not doing, not only by doing, because of the way we used to expect the state to react, so my whole thinking here relies on the importance I give to the state as a structure. And as I said, a structure without which the achievements and the destruction of colonialism or capitalism, for this matter, have not been possible. And this is also what makes my, I think, this is the way I think I would like to think about a Jewish contribution to radical progressive critique, is simply to amplify this opposition to the state apparatus. And now, by this I mean, and I did not develop here, and I could not present it more than just a brief, invocation. By this, I mean, at this moment, two things. One is to imagine a world that is not organized by state, but by multiple alliances of multiple groups in which individuals or small groups can be located in different settings, within different settings of rule, not only within one, not only under the authority of a single sovereign power. And from this, many other things follow from this. Now, I think that what Gilad asked me about the book, yes, obviously, it's very different. But I would not call them naive or anything like this. I'm not speaking from this. They were simply lost. Lost the war. they were defeated, like all socialists in Europe were defeated by the Nazis, right? And then by the Stalinists. So that's not their blame, not to blame them. What I said is that the current condition is not one in which the imagination of a global socialist solidarity exists. A globalized social solidarity exists, or this is what leads the current anti-state, anti-colonial forces in different states. So this for me is the crucial thing. And about what Nono said about abolition, yes, I think that it is necessary to imagine a world where states are not the single possible framework of organizing political power. We must, I think that among the things that are framing our mind, our vision, our imagination, this is the most powerful thing, even more than capitalism. We can imagine, against Zizek, I would like to say, yes, we do imagine a world without capitalism, or at least life without capitalism. Many possibilities like this exist today. But really, without state power, not being always forced to find yourself against state power, I don't think that this is something that is really popular. There is a very small supply of this product in the market of ideas and imagination. Maybe I'm wrong, but this is my, and I think that this should be pursued.
For the sake of time, I will just quickly say to Nitzan and to Nono that I delivered here a shorter version of a longer text that has a part on technology and specifically how Haifa, in fact, was developed precisely by the new sea travels through the steamship, and a part precisely about the book of Himmat Joabi about what happened after 48, and about Yifat Weiss, of course, book on Wadi Salib, which treats the figure of the Arab Jew through the figure of the Mizrahi. That's the.
Thank you very much. We have a very small break unless Elad decides otherwise.
It does not. 10 minutes and we'll reconvene.
Talking first, food later.
Can you please pass me the water?
Yes. Still or sparkling? My name is Jacob Levy. I work at the University of Lille. And it is my pleasure to present the next, I suppose, fourth panel of the conference. First, we will have a lecture by Zahiye Kundos, who is a scholar at the Simon Dubnow Institut für jüdische Geschichte und Kultur. She's a literary scholar specializing in modern Arabic literature, Islamic reform movements, and Arab intellectual history. She completed her PhD in literature at the School of Cultural Studies at Tel Aviv University. Since 2020, she lives and works in Berlin, where she is a postdoctoral fellow of the Minerva Foundation, the Forum of Trans-Regional Studien, Europe and the Middle East and Europe, and a visiting scholar affiliated with the Seminar for Semitistik, und Arabistik at the Freie Universität. She's currently a research associate at the Leibniz Institute for Jewish History and Culture, Simon Dubnow, in Leipzig.
لابد أن تقول الرواية ما اعتزمت قوله دفعة واحدة. Affirmed Ghassan Kanafani in his novella ما تبقى لكم, All That's Left to You. Extending the above affirmation, I will make you a favor and I will translate. The novel must say what it intends to say all at once. To the genre of lectures, I want to begin with where I want to end. A quote by Roberto Bolaño, a citizen from another miserable region in our world who nevertheless, or therefore, negated both exile and states. Bolaño thought that, I'm quoting, nationalism is reached and collapses under its own weight. If the expression collapses under its own weight doesn't make sense to you, imagine a statue made of shit slowly sinking into the desert. Well, that's what it means for something to fall, to collapse under its own weight. For Bolaño, his homeland consists of his son and his books. That is to say, for him, home is less found in the land where people are born and more in the life they choose to live and the people they love to live by. The second fragment. If it hadn't been for these brilliant articulations, which simplify what only seems too complicated to understand, this lecture would have started somewhere else. I originally planned to say that if I forcibly ignore the event when Mahmoud Darwish stood in front of his father and declared, Ana Yusufu ya Abi, Father, I'm Joseph, said at the moment when he realized that what he had just experienced was actually a déjà vu, that the wolf is more compassionate than his siblings, said at the moment he realized that what he had just experienced was a déjà vu, which is to say that what is happening to the Palestinian people had already happened in the history of the Muslim people, and before that to the Jewish people, más o menos. If I turn my back away from this closing circle, then I am confidently can confirm what I already knew, that I am a Jew I am not. Still, I think that the invitation to the conference didn't come to me by mistake, nor did my hosts mean to make an empty pause. I thank you for this kind of invitation, but I must say at the outset that since the contemporary situation of the Arabs and Muslims is also in deep shit, and since I am not a dead woman walking in the streets of Gaza in search for her beloved, but busy trying to measure the distances between my people, the Palestinian people, and the world, I profoundly doubt having the tools to initiate any conversation on any subject. Distracted and frail, but here I am. Third fragment. On August 30 last year, I received the invitation letter to this conference under the title Return to Exile, which ended with a question mark. As the letter arrived to me written without sound, I was unsure regarding the tone of the question mark, but it did seem to me that our hosts wanted to spell out loud Return to Exile, not for the sake of an imaginative exercise, but to throw it to fire, to the hot pot of politics, and wait to see what happens then? Our hope was written in their original letter, is to gather leading voices in the field of Jewish studies, Israel studies, historians of Zionism, and those in other adjacent fields, where I belong, to present original work on the question of exile, its negation in Zionist thought, its future as a philosophical, theological idea, and its present historical reality. Now, as a group of people who are obsessed with the idea that history matters, I assume many of us sitting here, including myself, we can agree that the last few months, the above big hopes have been receiving a series of electric shocks. Thereafter, the word return, along with the question mark, disappeared, leaving exile standing alone, naked on an empty stage. By then, while becoming perplexed about the title's orientation and the exact concepts to tackle, our host first suggested talking about rethinking Jewish politics, 2 points between exile and sovereignty, and then changed it to between state and exile, 2 points, rethinking Jewish politics. In other words, when a black hole flashes, as if suddenly, old habits show up as if they had ever disappeared. The old age between was recalled back on stage and brought with it the swing of our existence, the bending status between past and present, inside and outside. The comeback of between to the title is a fresh reminder of how discourse forces itself on a chaotic, stuttering reality. Nevertheless, nothing said or done can ever cover up the fact that returning to exile is not a retrospective realization, but is already operating in our present. It was exile all alone. 4 fragments. A pose from Awlad Haritna, the sons of our neighborhood by Najib Mahfouz, often translated to English as the children of Jeblawi. One day, a poet from a faraway neighborhood in some corner of the world dared to wonder who is the sovereign of the world. Of the people, I'm sorry. Man huwa Sayyid al-Nas? Man huwa Sayyid al-Nas? Asked him a strong-armed man, but didn't wait for the sensitive, beautiful soul, the poet, to formulate his answer. Instead, he told him, the sovereign of the people is the one who beats the people, oppresses the people, and assassinates the people. I assume you know who is the sovereign of the people. 5. How not? I, too, tried to change the title and shared it with Gilad, who responded with great compassion. I thought of offering the title, All That's Left to You, What Would Ghassan Kanafani's mother think about exile? Location, Jaffa, where Ghassan Kanafani grew up. Time, May 1948. Basic plot, a mother puts her elder daughter and her little son on a ship to Gaza and then disappears. The narration focuses on the aftermath of such disappearance 16 years later and its effects on the actions, thoughts, and the relations between the two siblings. The novel must say what it intends to say all at once, Kanafani said in the preface of the novella, in what seems like a later edition, after realizing that, in fact, nothing of what he had said was forefront. The only sentence that he manages, or the narrator, make clear and is repeated in the background of the ticking clock in the shape of a little coffin hanged in the sister's house in a refugee camp in Gaza, giving the pace of the brother who was crossing the desert to Jordan in search of their lost mama. The only thing that the novel manages to say outright is لو كانت أمك هنا لو كانت أمك هنا. Just if your mother was here, just if your mother was here. The sister telling it to her brother, the brother telling her sister. It's a leitmotif that runs out the whole novel, and it's actually the only thing that you can really understand completely. It's an impossible novel to read, unlike Haifa and Rijal fi Shams, which I think they are a trilogy that go together. You cannot read one without the other, and they are also in sequence. But if that's all that is left for the novel to say, that's all what is left for Palestine to say, لو كانت أمك هنا, it is a multitude that deserves careful attention. 6. Jewish side-eye to Egypt, the promised title. Location, occupied Sinai Desert. Time, a few days after the 67 war. Text, remembering Egypt. Author, Jacqueline Kahanov. The text was originally written in French, but published in 1976 in translation to Hebrew. It is a record of Kahanov's wish to cross the desert back to her home in Cairo, where she was born and spent her formative years. In their new locations, Kahanov and Kanafani, not so much indifference in time between the writing of the two texts, suffered from claustrophobia. If you ask me what is nationalism for me, it is a claustrophobic, continuous experience. What interests me in this text is, in part, how Kahanov's new location influenced her opinions concerning her past relations with Qadriya, a Muslim girl she closely befriended during childhood, and how she saw the conditions and limits of those relations once she is in Israel. But since we finally reached the moment of talking about the subject that actually preoccupies me a lot, friendship, I want to follow the advice of a friend of mine, Caroline, who sits here, whom I shared with my preoccupation with the subject and recommended reading Hannah Arendt's article on humanity in dark times, Thoughts about Lessing. In our days, just like in Arendt's days, friendship continues to be seen as a phenomenon of intimacy in which people, I'm quoting, open their hearts to each other, unmolested by the world and its demands. Arendt writes that humanity, I'm quoting, humanity manifests itself most frequently in dark times when it becomes so extremely dark for certain groups of people that it is no longer up to them, their insight or choice, to withdraw from the world. In other words, we consider our friends those who can keep a secret and help us stop feeding our inner monsters. This is all true, but following Lessing, Arendt wanted to resonate with the ancient perspective of friendship. The ancient perspective of friendship is directed to the opposite side of withdrawal and halting one's tongue. It is a relation that occupies the center of the polis, is the subject of the polis, and is manifest in people working together to get rid of false gods or people that behave like gods. It is a relationship with top political relevance. According to the Greeks, I'm quoting, "The world is not humane just because it is made by human beings. And it does not become humane just because a human voice sounds in it, but only when it becomes the object of discourse." In other words, friendship is significant. It is significant because it is fun, fundamental and foundational, and it is where voices, our voices, are heard, coming out of hysteric or silenced cry, or hysteric or silenced laughter. My friends are those with whom I gladly share all that I have. My cooking, my family, and my traditions. With whom I don't feel shy to say that knowledge based solely on experience is an exaggeration, overrated. And with those whom I don't get tired of reminding them that what seems to them a misfortune perhaps is a fortune. Undoubtedly, in places where the walls are not too high and people can see each other casually in the street, a Palestinian and a Jew can behave like any other normal human being, indeed coming together to what Arendt calls to feel the warmth of their relationship. Yet, as far as I know, during the last decades, such mixed relations haven't always led to a relaxed withdrawal or a confident appearance in public. Some of these mixed relations even confess an amount of passion that seems to stem from staying in contact with the world, a kind of a dramatic input, while others are uncomfortable with the vulnerability that accompanies such daily relations. Lessing was obsessed with the need, I'm quoting, that we must be friends. And Arendt, too. In another text, also recommended by another friend, two German friends, by the way, I'm quoting something Arendt told to Gershom Shalom in another text, Zionism Reconsidered, something like in the spirit of people are more than what they think or do. And I want to ask, are they? Is there more in people than what they think or do? This is a very, very tough question for me. I have been struggling with it writing this text. My current conclusion, and it keeps changing all the time, is that, in fact, I doubt that whatever left over there might be, it is not in the capacity of the human eye to see. Just like with other kinds of love, friendship is never achieved by force. We must be friends is not a real option. And just like falling in love, friends also fall out of love. In a sense, breaking up with people who were previously close due to an unbridgeable gaps in how they see and relate to the world, could be seen as the last remains of love. This is ما تبقى لكم of Kanafani, because friends don't lie. Thank you. Thank you. I will take my seat and listen to you, okay?
Second speaker on this panel is Yael Almog, who is an associate professor at the School of Modern Languages at Durham University. She studies amalgamations of religion and political theory in modernity. Almog's monograph, Secularism and Hermeneutics, from 2019, argues that literary theory facilitated the emergence of the Bible as a universal cultural artifact. Her more recent work centers on literary and artistic works that celebrate European culture, German in particular, as a boon for Jewish collective identity. And today she will be presenting a paper entitled Exile in Zion, Margarete Susman and Lasker-Schüler, Political Theory.
The modernist German Jewish poet Elsa Lasker-Schüler starts her 1937 novella, Das Hebräerland, the land of the Hebrews, with an evocative statement. Ganz Palästina ist eine Offenbarung, or in English, the entire Palestine is a revelation. This declaration is characteristic of this novella's observations of the phantasmatic Zionist project as it is materialized, fulfilled. The novella tells almost a biblical scenario of revival. This text describes a visit to Palestine in the course of which the narrator meets the Zionist pioneers and witnesses a miraculous transformation of the land, an establishment of a theater on the one hand, public religious discussion of the eternity of God on the other. The phantasmatic nature of her trip to Palestine derives from the merging of this adult narrator's perspective with her childhood memories. I quote, "One should be modest in the Holy Land, content with the things that delighted one as a child. We are in Jerusalem, in the middle of the Bible. We traveled to the land of the Bible, to the Living Testament." End of quote. This narrator integrates into the visit to contemporary Palestine the reading of the Bible as a child, an experience that impregnated her attachment to the land. The phantasmatic territory of Palestine emerges in tandem with the childhood reminiscences to the first impressions from the biblical stories. Now, the attraction to the Holy Land, so to speak, references, I would argue, not Lasker-Schüler's Jewishness, but German Orientalism, the fascination with the romantic motifs concerning the East and the Easterners. German Orientalism has been fascinated with and in fact invoked expeditions to the land of the Bible, and this goes back to the 18th century, and I'm thinking about the poet Goethe, of course, and his interlocutors, Johann Gottfried Herder, who described the land of the East, the Morgenland, as a place of revelation. In fact, really almost sounds like direct quotes from this 1937 novella, the place of origins, and the Hebrew as the language of creation, the creation of the world. Biographically, Elsa Lasker-Schüler's Orientalist interest in the Holy Land drew on her concrete expeditions to the country, to Palestine. Her poetics and prose were inspired by 2 trips she took to Palestine, but a 3rd trip to the country in 1939 met a shattering reality. She discovered she could not return to Europe, her original plan, and in fact, because of the Nazi occupation and the fact of her Jewishness, her German citizenship was revoked. Lasker-Schüler became a Jewish refugee prohibited from returning to Europe, or in an utterly different formulation, she was made a German Orientalist in exile in the Holy Land, or else, in fact, closer to reality, in an emerging political entity to whose cultural milieu she was a foreigner. A sense of detachment from the real Palestine as a concrete location colored the years that followed Lasker-Schüler's residence in Jerusalem, a period congruent with the dramatic transition of the territory into a national sovereignty. Remarkably, Lasker-Schüler dedicated her book, My Blue Piano, printed in Jerusalem in 1943. There's a dedication in the first page, to my unforgettable friends in the German cities and to those who, like me, are expelled and dispersed in the world. She is in Jerusalem, thinking about her German friends in 1943. In a letter to Walter Benjamin, Gershon Scholem referred to the ironic gap between Lasker-Schüler's idealization of the Holy Land in the poetic work and the rough reality she experienced upon her arrival to the physical territory. And Scholem wrote, "Among us is now Elsa Lasker-Schüler, who would fit anywhere else in the world better than in the real Orient." These are fraught times to revisit the complexity ingrained in the relationship of Jewish refugees and immigrants to Europe, from Europe. In fact, those are fraught times to describe the relationship to Europe as complex. And at present, upon a massive retaliation in Gaza, global protest associates the Israeli state with European colonizing powers. As we heard, demonstration call for the return of Europeans to Europe. Jewish diasporism should be understood, I think, not as a unified opposition to Zionism, but as a site of conflicting ideologies. Excuse me. If we call Lasker-Schüler an exile in Palestine, we may entertain perhaps a complex, porous relationship between European Jewish nationalism and the Jewish settlement in Palestine, Israel. I contend that the longing for Europe has constituted a new, uncanny Zion in modern Jewish cultural memory. Europe has been conceived as a lost homeland for Jews, a terrain from which one is expelled, and many times to which one attempts to return. This impression was deepened by feelings of guilt, of social isolation, and historical injustice, which have characterized the feeling of Jewish affiliation to Europe since the beginning of the 20th century. Jews began to imagine a relationship to Europe that mirrors the attitude they once possessed towards mythical Israel before the birth of political Zionism. And at the same time, Jews active in Europe borrowed from the Zionist vocabulary to continue and hone their national affiliation with the continent. That's what I will try to show today. Does the opposition to a sovereign Jewish state prescribe Jewish individuals an anti-nationalist position? In his recent book, it sounds like Daniel Boyarin traces something else, namely the ability to define Jews as a discurrent collective while insisting that a no-state solution is essential. Now, I quote, "An ethical form of vibrant Jewish collective continuity is essential," referencing the work of critics of Zionism, among whom Boyarin counts Shlomo Zand, who conflate nation and nation-state. Boyarin insists that the two should be understood separately. Similarly, to some extent, like Boyarin, Julie Cooper and others have argued that the continual understanding of Judaism as a nationality, as a nation, responds to essential needs of group belonging. It is not to be merely abandoned with the critique of Zionism or disappointments at its unfulfilled promises. I reiterate the view that Jewishness can further be conceived, that possibly should further be conceived as a nation, and that this continuity is an essential aspect of modern Jewish history. And I wish to discern some moments in Jewish history where the emergence of Zionism, in fact, inspired nationalism among Jewish communities in Europe. And in this venture, as I will show mainly in references to German Jewish theology and poetics, I mean, I feel in this conference it's such a, you know, I know that I'm aware that this is kind of self-obsessed European Jewish interdiscourse. This is my that's what this paper is about, but I hope this could be of interest to others interested in, shall we say, complex sites of this cultural background. I look at the Zionist nation-building project and how it inspired, in the first decades of the 20th century, reflections on Jewish national identification, not in Palestine, but in Europe. Among German-speaking Jewish intellectuals of the first 2 decades of the 20th century, the Zionist movement signaled a promise of unity, perseverance, vitality, and hope. Nevertheless, this promise sparked the imagination of cultural activists of a broader movement, namely of European modernism. All European cultural trends merged with the influence of the Zionist movement, impregnating Jewish intellectuals' renewed interest in biblical narratives and symbols. Occupied with these trends, Jewish intellectuals were not hoping to necessarily reside in Palestine or even witness a certain rise of a sovereign Jewish state there, but were looking to the nation-building project in Palestine, looking for tracing a certain national commitment that they aspire to trace in European Jews in Europe. Quote, "There can be no Jew for whom Zionism did not initially appear as a shining star in the night of Jewish existence. Zionism is one of the greatest gatherers of powers that were believed to have been spent, an illuminator of deeply obscured connections, and a proud avowal of a name whose avowal it aims to transform from a disgrace to an honor." End of quote. These are the words of Margarete Susman, a German Jewish philosopher turned theologian. And given this quote, it might sound surprising that her most famous work claims that life in exile is the foremost characteristic of Jewish existence. The above quotation is from her 1999 lecture titled Jews and the Revolution, in reference to the 1918 German Revolution. Susman makes a provocative parallel in this lecture between two Jewish groups that are driven by nationalism. She makes a parallel between Zionist activists of the Yishuv in the land of Israel at the time, and she parallels their hardship to the sacrifice undertaken by Jewish citizens of European states, Germany in particular, who died in war, died in the First World War in defense of the European homeland. I quote, "Thousands of fallen Jews covered the battlefields on which they too fought. They too fought for Germany, giving their lives and their convictions to the German cause. And yet these Germans were also Jews." End of quote. The basis for comparison is what Susman describes throughout her oeuvre, in fact, as the unique characteristic of Jewish identity, a dual identification with both Zion and with the vernacular nation states where they reside. As the commentator on Susman's political writings, Elisa Klapek has written, I quote, "In the end, Susman advocates Zion as a revolutionary path that is not confined to any one course of action. Instead, she sees it as a messianic path, a result of the revelation of the divine law." End of quote. What envelops in Susman's philosophy is a theodicy, a characterization of the Jewish tradition. Notwithstanding the lack of a homeland, Jews establish, according to Susman, a unique cultural and historical national identity thanks to the persistence of hope in their tradition, messianic hope. Due to this quality, the Jewish faith helped permeating the status of God as hidden. This metaphysical notion, the contribution made by Jews, marks in Susman's mind the eminent part that Jews play in Western civilization. Another essay from 1919 called The Jewish Spirit hopes to define exactly this contribution that stems from Jews' dual homelessness, a certain loss of a connection to God, on the one hand, which Susman associates with all individuals in modernity, and on the other hand, the loss of an immediate connection to a territory that she says, other European nations have and Jews lack. And I'll quote from this essay. Judaism has set the heart of the Western world, the center from which its entire bloodstream emerges and around which it moves. But in doing so, it remained outside of this cycle. It did not accept its own gift to the world. End of quote. Susman takes the Jewish people to differ from other national collectives, other nations gather around. She writes a specific position in the universe, meaning a national territory. Judaism, on the other hand, sets to challenge the notion of a nation via its messianic aspiration. So it is a nation, given the messianic promise of, that Jewish nation will be physically erected at the end of the day. And now, Susman's most famous work from 1946 on the Book of Job and the Jewish faith was effective in exposing these philosophical reflections to a large public. This monograph presents the biblical Job as a figuration of the Jewish people and these people's experiences throughout history. In Susman's mind, the Jewish experience centers on the people's lack of homeland. She postulates that Jews embody, in the eyes of non-Jews, the suffering that characterizes modern individuals' existential struggle. On the Book of Job and the Jewish faith demonstrate Susman's conflation of theological narratives with historical reality. Arguably the first theological work by a Jewish author to deal with the Holocaust, the book provoked critical reactions, protesting the association of suffering with a divine plan. Nonetheless, Susman insists that Judaism is inherently a nation and that this nation is immersed in messianic hope for its materialization in Zion as a concrete location. I mean, it's interesting that, she writes a letter to Buber saying she admires the socialist project of the kibbutzim and that if she could, she would have moved, if she had been younger, she would move to a kibbutz. Could be that she just wrote Buber what Buber wanted to hear. I think the answer is more complex. I think she's ambivalent about Zionism. I think she, as I said with regard to the first lecture, she says she thinks that the Zionists manifest the initial inherent struggle of homelessness that exists within all Jewish people, and that there are a number of potential paths to exercise those efforts. In other words, the fault of Zionists that Susman does find is excluding other nationalist efforts. I mean, it's interesting. So this main work, as I said, it was published in 1946. Second edition, it was popular. A second edition then came immediately after 1948, and she had to write a prologue in 1948, having to deal with the existence of a Jewish state, where she again manifests extreme ambivalence, saying, is this what we wanted for 2,000 years, a Jewish state that will be like all other states? When she writes, in German, a kämpferische state, a combative state. So I think that's perhaps an extreme moment of her ambivalence about Judaism. I will move to another figure, not mentioned in my title, but nevertheless, I found him to be really central for this argumentation that I want to draw, which is Nathan Birnbaum, another exemplary figure for this attempt to establish an autonomous Jewish existence in relation to Zionism, nevertheless centered in European diaspora. Now, though mostly left out of the chronicles of modern Jewish history, Birnbaum is arguably the one who has coined, in fact, the term Zionism. His intellectual career and publicism span 3 stages. As a young activist, he published pamphlets on the existential problems he identified with European Jewry, namely physical and spiritual imploding. The second phase of his career featured the return to European nationalism, and particularly he advocated Yiddishism, the renewed interest around the Yiddish language in Jewish communities as a performer of Jewish nationality. Third and last, Birnbaum turned to religious orthodoxy, and I will actually focus here on the second stage of his career. Birnbaum placed emphasis on national self-education, national symbols, and identification that were, in fact, left outside the realm undertaken by Herzl in his lobbying for Jewish state. Okay, so he attacked, even when Birnbaum was still a Zionist, he attacked Herzl for what he saw as Herzl elitism. And Birnbaum asked to go back, in fact, to the basic national symbols and really encourage, say, a mass population of Jews to take part in the Zionist project. Shall we say, those are I'm trying to trace some road untaken, okay, by mainstream Zionism. And Birnbaum's writings reinforce the view that the Organization of World Nations is a natural law, and he looks at the title nation, writing, this is an essential attribute of the Jewish people. There is an essay where he writes, the Jewish nationhood, which is documented in the Bible, it is, we read in the Torah, the Jews are people, collective nation, namely Am, Goy, Leom. The identification of Jewishness as a nationhood illuminates the uniqueness of the Jewish people, according to Birnbaum, their singular Geist. You see again, of course, a certain German state of mind. Correspondingly, its national standing highlights Judaism's leadership role among the world nations. Now, similarly to Susman, Birnbaum grounds the unique spiritual role of the Jewish nation in the persistence of messianic hope. I quote, "We know that the term nation has an elevated meaning because every nation has its own special soul and because there is a special content for its nationality. The Jewish people were chosen in the content of their essence and the character of their soul from all other nations. We do not forget that we have been honored with the title of, I quote, timid, merciful, and charity, and Gumel Chasadim, and that we must be worthy of this honorary title." By explicating the contribution of the Jewish people to the world nations, Birnbaum develops a complex understanding of diaspora. In contradistinction to some leading Zionist worldviews, Birnbaum insisted that the term does not represent one unified existence, since the state of the condition of Jews in their places of residence is varied. The nation-building project in Palestine thus emerges in the early and middle stages of Birnbaum's career as a virulent way of dealing with the crises faced by Jewish communities elsewhere. Zionism's shortfalls lie in its claims to solve all problems of contemporary Jewry, Birnbaum argued. In this way, Birnbaum takes immigration as a global Jewish problem, and we must remember, he writes, that the phenomena goes well beyond the hardship of Jewish settlements in Palestine. Now, to Birnbaum, Jewish life in Europe has been radically disrupted by the turn of the century with the violence, and particularly anti-Semitic violence. And this followed, he thinks, the failure of Jews to assimilate. In his lecture from 1905, The Tasks of Eastern European Jews, Birnbaum praises East European Jewish communities for the ability to adhere to distinctive national Jewish existence, impervious to Western pressures of assimilations. I quote, "The devout Jew in the East, in the pre-emancipation time in the West, can never be described as Orthodox, as a member of a church, but always and only as one of the Jewish people, as a member of the community of a people which has discovered its fatherland in a religious system and the expression of its national being." End of quote. Birnbaum calls to repair the Jewish existence in Europe by building on what he sees as a virulent Zionist action. In his mind, Zionism demonstrates a much needed national action that animates, mobilizes, invigorates the long-standing Jewish nationality. East European Jewish culture does demonstrate those merits, according to Birnbaum, in its contribution to what he sees as Zionism's great success, namely the rebirth of Hebrew as a modern national language. I quote, "This East European Judaism has discovered how to rejuvenate the old Hebrew and to secure for itself, in doing so, and without endangering development, a strong connection with the Jewish ancient times and with other parts of the Jewish people. However, above all, Judaism has here, with a national life force that has never been admired enough, carried out its linguistic emancipation by creating from mainly foreign material a language of life, and for the first time in 2,000 years, it is speaking again a language which is its language," end of quote. Now, this reasoning leads him to call to emulate the Zionist project in Europe in order to reinstate another Jewish national language, Yiddish. He proclaims, I quote, "The new Yiddish language has brought the East European Jewish and with it its all Jewish people to a turning point of its national destiny," end of quote. "The language of 8 million Jewish speakers," he writes, "hones a constructive national belonging, expressing the distinctive autonomous Jewish nationalism, nevertheless one that it traces in East European communities." Now, the lesson learned from Zionism, according to Birnbaum, is that its zeal, its actions may actually serve a much greater Jewish population that residing in Europe. There, instead of a long-standing, inherently failing attempt to assimilate, Jewish individuals would develop a renewed affiliation with a Jewish nation through a renewed pride of a mother tongue. The renewed autonomy of the Jewish collective in its residence in Europe would reinstate a productive coexistence, Birnbaum writes, between European Jewry and the European peoples. And I quote, this already, we are kind of nearing 1912, nearing his return to religion, his orthodoxy. He writes the text, Europa, eigene Gedanken on Hanukkah's Eve, so Europe, some thoughts on Hanukkah's Eve. And there he writes, "It is black night," it's my translation, "it is black night all around us, but the Hanukkah candles still burning quietly and peacefully. Perhaps their joyful celebration still holds some hopes. Perhaps we will all still reflect on ourselves and the rise to purity and beauty. And perhaps even our European brothers, who we have never tired of courting since the days of the Hellenists, will once again find the path we should never have strayed from. Perhaps, perhaps," end of quote. Conclusion. I engaged here with the works of thinkers who were inspired by the Zionist movement, who saw it as a certain climactic moment in Jewish history, but who nevertheless contended that the lesson learned from Zionism should be implemented in Europe. Divorcing the notion of nation from a nation state is an effort of pertinent and acute value for contemporary Jewish life. I argued that the history of this attempt is an ongoing thread in European Jewish thought. The critique of contemporary Zionism has focused on its militaristic form, portraying national Jewish collectivism as aggressive and self-observant. This thread echoes, for example, of course, in Aaron's early critique of Zionist activists in Israel as people who ignore both the presence of Arab residents of Palestine and the suffering of uprooted Jews worldwide. With this critique in mind, nevertheless, following this portrayal, Defense of Zionism resorted to describing Israel's military actions as necessary measures for state protection. Now let's think of a third way. The current political version of Zionism, which is centered on and occupied with the justification of the state of Israel as a national sovereignty, is reductionist in nature. Should we maintain its reductionism when we critique? It eliminates not only a non-nationalist existence as a potential for Jews, but also their alternative national affiliations. In this way, Zionism today hides its own climactic moment of impact. These were entrenched in Jews' long-standing loyalty, interest in liturgy, and in fact, their ongoing expressions of nationalism with regard to their places of resonance in Europe. Against recent calls to simply strip Zionism of its relevance, I try to argue that this notion should be retained as a part of retelling the history of Jewish diaspora. Zionism constituted what we understand as Jewish diaspora today. This is not merely by means of negative dialectics, namely juxtaposition, that diaspora is what Zionism is not. Rather, I argued Zionism as imbued Jewish diaspora because it shaped the understanding of Jewish nationalism constructively. As I argued with Lasker-Schüler's figure, European nationalism in Israel featured moments of failure to which we need to attend. The Holocaust survivors who arrived to Israel tell us the story of the disavowal of the political grounding of European nationalism. And at the same time, while in Europe, Zionist ideology invoked among Jewish activists an array of approaches which included, I argued, a ferocious embrace of diaspora. Calling for the revival of Yiddish, Birnbaum writes that the national project in Palestine manifests, I quote, the expression of a people's strong urge, a drive towards life. He makes the point that the Zionist nation-building project should not be judged by its success to establish a sovereign Jewish state, but rather by manifesting the vitality of Jewish nationalism, the vigor of the Jewish spirit, he argues. This project may thus illuminate the ethical merits that Birnbaum finds in the potential of diasporic Judaism. There is, he writes, I quote, a precondition for all hopes for Palestine, the task of life itself, end of quote. These words seem to have extreme I meant to say relevance today, but certainly, I mean, I want to think with you also about, you know, the stakes of this, what I call ferocious embrace of nationalism. Thank you.
Of course, we have some time for questions. Where is that microphone that's been floating around?
Okay, yeah. Thank you both for your great papers. I have a question to you, Zahiye. You gave a very, very powerful and beautiful and emotional talk, and I'm going to ask a very cold and conceptual question, so I'm sorry. It's about friendship. You said you expressed your readiness to share almost everything with people you love and with friends. And my question is about the possible reciprocal or symmetrical feature of friendship. In other words, can we accept the share offered by people who love us, or should we accept the share offered by people who love us, in the sense that, is it enough? Is friendship about the ability of accepting the fact that we should share? Not only that I'm ready to share, but that I have to accept the share offered by someone who loves me, or who says that they love me.
Material and the epistemological. And today I would say it's the heart and the heart and the tongue. In my heart, I acknowledge the being loved. I acknowledge it very much, but it's the channel that goes from here to here is very much electricized. So yeah, on the heart level, there is, when I connect to the divine, which is the only place where you can really see beyond what people say and do, I see what you say. But on the earthly level, it's difficult.
Hi, this is for Yael. I really appreciated the way that you pointed out the complex intermingling between Zionism and diaspora nationalisms, which in some ways is not that surprising if we think about the history of Zionism, because if we go back to the Helsingfors program, Zionism in its early iterations was always about building a national home in Palestine, but also simultaneously securing national minority rights for Jews in Europe, or if we think about Ahad Ha'am, the whole point of establishing a Jewish national home is to reinvigorate Jews who remain in the diaspora. But what I thought was interesting, if I understood the way you're tracing this relationship, it might be somewhat different because Zionism, if I understand correctly, you're saying is not posing an ideological challenge. It's not that Zionism poses an ideological challenge and therefore Jews in diaspora have to develop a counter ideology or counter form of Jewish nationalism. Rather, Zionism is a form of energy or vitality. I guess that's what I wanted to hear you say more about. If it's not an ideological debate between should we move to Palestine versus should we stay here, but rather a different kind of relationship, what is that different kind of relationship that you're tracing? And
yeah, no, thank you, Julie. Yeah, that's exactly the point. That's really at the core of the argument. That I want to, emphasize that the two figures I chose, both Susman and Birnbaum, they look at Zionism as as owning a certain potential, and say let's implement those actions in a diasporic context. And another thing I have they both have in common is I read them really as theologians, as political theologians.
Is this on? Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's also for Yael, sort of building on the previous question. Do you see, I guess it might be slightly different in the different thinkers, but the way you traced Birnbaum's stages in that way, do you think there's a sense in which on one hand you said he's inspired by Zionism, but then places the focus in Europe. So do you see that is either for him or in what you're drawing out of it, is there a supersession of Zionism, meaning that Zionism was inspirational for the energy, but then the next stage, does it leave Zionism behind in a certain way and say the proper focus is upbuilding Jewish community in Europe? Because one can see that biographically in Birnbaum's life, but is there also then a conceptual leaving behind Zionism, or presenting it as having an important role at a certain point in history, but then having some superseding? Yeah,
I think ambivalence is very powerful. And I developed it more with Susman, that I think she's genuine when she says, what the kibbutzim is doing with socialism is admirable. I wish I could be younger and do it. But at the same time, I don't think she would have, I think ambivalence is powerful also in Birnbaum's case. So in my understanding in the scholarship on Birnbaum, there is some debate on whether those three stages in his career were, as you were saying, kind of matters of progress, of changing his mind really, and other scholars, and I would include myself in this group, sees it as intertwined and look at it as a certain ambivalence. But the bottom line is diaspora. The bottom line is Zionism can teach us a certain lesson, but the actions that are undertaken in reality, is not the center.
It seems like the Zionism that teaches the lesson, the example you gave was not the kibbutz, not the state project. So it's sort of the small scale. Well, no, but not for her. Like that, it seems like if she goes from in history went from the kibbutz to the state project. So Susman goes from the kibbutz to Europe. So it seems like that's a different path from the.
Susman essentially, as I said, when the moment of truth, 1948, she writes. Also actually before that, so there is this very pregnant lecture I quoted, dedicated to the fallen soldiers, the Jewish soldiers, who died in the First World War, and she parallels them to people in the Yeshuv. And even then, even 1919, she writes, but actually, Jewish state, is that what we waited for 2,000 years, to have a state that would be just like all other states? So this is where I see, I mean, as I said, I think ambivalence is very powerful politically. That's the kind of thread that I would like to advocate for.
Next question is, I believe, from Abeer. The microphone. Yes.
Hi, I'm exhausted emotionally. Zahiye. Okay.
I just echoed you.
It's making it even harder. Okay, I have I have some leftover thoughts from yesterday that are still stuck with me.
Yes, please.
Kept me awake at night. And I am still trying to answer Adi's questions, saying what a non-Zionist Jewish politics should look like. You struggled with this one, and it wasn't fair that they thought you should have really program and, with steps and stuff. Doesn't work. It never works this way. And I'm stuck with Ghassan, and I refer to him by his first name because Kanafani is too distant. So I will bring back Ghassan because Elad thinks that maybe if we bring him back, let's see what he would think of the Haifa to be, not the one. He wouldn't like the one now. Ma tabaqa lakum is the saddest thing he has ever written. I have no idea how could you really just... I read this in a closed door to cry alone, probably in the bathroom. How could you speak in public about ma tabaqa lakum? Why would you do this? But okay, ma tabaqa lakum is at the end, لو كانت أمك هنا أو أمك هنا, if your mother were here, it's very hypothetical. It's a hypothetical past. There is nothing there is no tikkun olam that can ever be approached here. Tikkun olam in this hypothetical past is not an option. Do you hear me?
I hear.
And once I thought that when Saeed and Safiya returned to Haifa, after they were denied by Khaldun, who is now Dov, and they were on their way back to the West Bank, Saeed asked Safiya, أتعرفين ما هو الوطن يا Safiya? Do you know what homeland is, Safiya? No, she's too depressed to speak. And she stays silent, and he continues, Saeed. He says, الوطن هو ألا يحدث ذلك كله. And I always thought Ghassan, was speaking of a hypothetical past too, just like ma tabaqa lakum. But it wasn't. And for years I thought it was a hypothetical past, just a hypothetical scenario. We can mourn it, we can cry over it, and that's it. There is nothing to work with. No tikkun olam. But since Elad told me he started to read ila Haifa, return to Haifa, somehow in Berlin and being homesick to Haifa and with Gaza that is teaching us the lesson of our life, I paid attention that actually it is not hypothetical grammatically in Arabic, because he says الوطن هو ألا يحدث ذلك كله, and Allah is a combination of an and la, and they both negate a continuous non-occurrence in the present simple tense. And somehow this teeny tiny grammatical change that I managed to notice 20 years after I read this novel for the first time made me feel that, yeah, لو كانت أمك هنا is very, it's like the destruction of the Second Temple. It's Khurban Abayt. We just mourn it, and perhaps we will never move on from it, but it's in the mourning room of the heart, not in the active tikkun olam life that we can create. And I think that Ghassan was talking about a homeland, a state of feeling at home that can be created or recreated for both Khaldun and I think Khalid was the other son that was born in the refugee camp. He doesn't know Haifa, doesn't know he was born after the Nakba, and he is the armed resistance. Yes, you understood right. Something is correct about Ghassan wanting to return to Haifa through war. But I do think that this sentence was actually talking about everybody's state of feeling at home. And this state of feeling at home is the political. This is the political that is being all the time suppressed and erased. And I think that my answer to you is that there is nothing political in Zionism. It is built on negation, negating the Palestinian and negating the Jewish. And I think that just being Jewish as itself, just existing as a Jew, is political, is the political. And I don't know if it makes sense to you if I invoke Jacques Rancière when he says that politics is actually the art of suppressing the political. And I wondered, so what is the political? And I think that the political is life itself. The political is Zahiye's tears, and it's the friendship that can fall apart. And the falling apart of a friendship is the depoliticizing and is the suppression. And the negation and the erasure are the depoliticizing. And us regaining and reclaiming back our humanity and our everything, our memory and our acknowledgement of all of our traumas, including the destruction of the Second Temple that was negated yesterday by a very violent political suppression. I think this is the political, and this is the Jewish politics and the Palestinian politics. It's no coincidence that Palestinians all the time say that existence is resistance. I think that just existing as a non-Zionist Jew is already political. This is what I think, and that's why I do think that Ghassan is here. And thank you.
Would you like to offer an answer?
No, after Abeer, nobody talks.
Okay. I believe the next question is right behind you.
Thank you. I want to add to this and to Zahiye just to say the lecture that Hannah gives is the first time she appears in public in Germany after the war, and it's the first time she comes to Germany and says, and she says in this lecture, the speech, she says, the only answer I can give to the question, who am I? Hannah says, right? 959 in Germany, and that goes to what Abeer just said. Is I am a Jew. Yeah. That's and she's obviously the most political thinker, Jewish political thinker of the last century. So it just to add some depth to what you're suggesting. Thanks.
I believe you'll have the next question.
Thank you, Zahiye, for I feel like bringing mourning into the conversation. The connection between friendship and mourning, of course, is essential. I just wanted to ask whether I heard correctly when you said to think that that everything is grounded in lived experience is a mistake. That is what you said, yeah? But then you also asked how are people more than what they know and what they do. And it seems that the two things are connected, yes? If not everything is lived experience, mourning, I don't know that mourning is a lived experience. If anything, even if it's an experience, it's not an experience of living. And so I kind of wonder what happens if we take both the partiality, not to say the fragmentary nature of lived experience, the constitutive dimension of mourning, and friendship, which not only for the Greeks is at the center of politics. What happens? What happens even to what you were asked about, to the sharing? You know, I was always struck with the fact that Facebook notwithstanding, it used to be the case that you could only be friends with someone you knew, whereas over against the notion that that friend and enemy are actually opposite. An enemy is not, and I don't mean in the enlightened way that if you only knew your enemy, then you would be friends. Only that you can have enemies that you do not know, whose existence you do not know. Right? So there's a fundamental dissymmetry between friend and enemy, because enemies, friends can only be counted, yes, Derrida, Aristotle, all of that. Enemies are innumerable, meaning they could be anywhere from minus to infinity. And so there's something about, nonetheless, the connection between friendship and enmity, between friendship and mourning, but beyond the sharing and beyond the, and so I keep asking the same question, and I'm sorry, but I want to ask, is friendship secular?
Well, there are many kinds of friendships. I have secular friendships. Like I experienced secular dimension of friendship, and I like the closest to me are those who are religious, based religious friendships. But I don't know. I mean. Yeah, I want to stay with what you say, the connections that you're making, because I'm not able to make any connections, as you saw. Like the form of talking is the content that I live. It's not aesthetic. I'm not making an aesthetic pose. It's just that it's really like what these fragments are more fragmented than what they seem to be. So I need to think more of the connections that you're saying between mourning and not, yeah, when I think of experience that it's overrated, I think of Al-Ghazali's 10 years of traveling in our region, actually, in Isham, between Khalil and Damascus, and trying to disconnect from, like, realizing that experience actually will not lead him to God, because he thinks that the moon is closer than what it is, and it is not. So what kind of channel can we really discover? And this, I will stay with this. I don't know. I don't know what are the connections, but I would like to slowly dream about them, maybe. And then they come up. They have to think, and then slowly come up. But thank you, Gil.
We have a few more questions if there's any other dying questions. Okay.
Maybe in a way, thank you, Zahiye. Maybe in a way it follows Gil's question. If you can say more, you quoted Darwish from his Andalusian 13 poems, that is Yusuf. And if you can say more about brotherhood, sisterhood, and friendship.
Yeah, they're actually very close. You're right. You're right. Well, thank God, my experience of family, of blood, kin, I don't have a wolf in my life. In my personal, most intimate, I haven't experienced the wolf. I never saw a wolf in my family. It doesn't exist. Thank God. It's enough the wolves in the street. So, but I can feel a lot of compassion for people who don't have this, for Joseph. On a personal Kundos family experience, I cannot understand what a wolf would do inside home. This is like a tragedy that I cannot even grasp. Like the wolf inside my salon I cannot grasp. The only what I think that I need to think about more is really these. I can think of Joseph, I think, through Kanafanis, not Darwish, because they talk with each other. Like these two siblings that they lost their mother and she actually disappeared. Somebody says that she's in Jordan, of Kanafani. What happens between them is what I would like to think about while echoing Ana Yusufu, Ya Abi. Yeah, I need to think about. But you are right that when I say that my friends are those who I can share my family with, whoever didn't eat my food are not my real friends, just for you to know. Who didn't hear enough about my obsession with my family are not my friends. So there is close, very, very, very close. And that's also the mourning connected to Gilles, because those who I mourn most, the friends who I mourn most, are those who have been in my home. So they are almost like family. Those who are, it hurts so much to lose, because they were like, the closest that can come to my mother's uterus is these friends that I choose. So losing them is actually like losing siblings, because they are not part of my life. They are, they are my past. They will stay always there, but they are not going to live with me in my daily encounters like the other real siblings who I hope I will never lose. Two ideologies, different ideologies. But I see more in your question, but it will take me time to reflect.
Yes. One question that follows.
Microphone.
Sorry.
Nitzan doesn't need.
That follows these series of questions again, and I was deeply moved by your depiction of the situation now. And I'm thinking about that in relation to Arendt, but also to my interest in temporality. And Arendt separates between two forms of engaging with a political collapse, right? During the rise of fascism, and she says the difference between, and then she chooses two European Jewish, German Jewish authors who respond to that. One is Stefan Zweig, who she accuses of being delusional because he keeps thinking that he can somehow extend the time of Kaisership, right, of the state. And Hermann Broch, who she says is the one who actually realizes that what we live in now, when she talks about the 1940s, is the situation that is no longer, but also not yet. So the situation of the suspense between what the catastrophe that already happened and that continues to accompany us, but the not yet of not knowing what the future entails yet, right? Mm-hmm. And it's that state of suspense that she says is the political, right? To go back to your point about that, what is the political, being who we are in the present moment. And I think it's not a question really, it's just, kind of a verbal hug, because I think you depict somehow in your depiction exactly that moment. And that sense of deja vu, being Joseph, or thinking about that time of how can we reimagine and connect with the mourning of what happened without knowing necessarily the future, is where we are, and we need to give it presence. And I'm so happy you brought it here.
I believe that takes us to the end of this session. Let us thank again the two speakers for wonderful talks.
Lunch is served for all speakers and moderators.
Thank you.
Downstairs in the Lehigh first ground floor. Where you enter, you will see it there.
Right on time.
So I'm going to introduce our two speakers quickly in one succession, and then let them have the floor. Gilad Shenhav, our first speaker, is a research associate at the Wissenschaftler. He is a Wissenschaftlicher Mitarbeiter at the Department of History and the Center for Israel Studies at the LMU in Munich. His first book about language, tradition, and gender in the writings of Gershom Scholem, which I was honored to read in many as a manuscript, will be published in German this summer. Shenhav has written several articles in the fields of modern Jewish thought, literature, and intellectual history. He's also developing his second book project about the reception of the Babylonian Talmud in early Zionism and in Jewish political thought at large. And I'll just read Jessica's. Jessica Carr is an associate professor of religious studies and the Berman Center of Jewish Studies at Lafayette College in Eastern Pennsylvania. Our sister college right next to me, a few minutes away from me, at Lehigh University. Professor Carr earned her PhD from Indiana University in doing Jewish thought and culture and North American religion. Her first book in 2020, published in 2020, is The Hebrew Orient, Palestine in Jewish American Visual Culture, 1901 to 1938. She is currently working on a book on Jewish graphic novels, currently titled Exile on Main Street, Incarnation and Police States in Black and Jewish Graphic Novels from Slavery to the Holocaust. And I'm very happy to, and looking forward to hearing you.
Yeah, so thank you, Nitzan. And Jessica, it's great to share this panel with you. And I hope that throughout this talk I will annoy some of you, but not too much. It's a question of, moderation here. So I want to begin by reflecting on the title of this important conference, Between State and Exile, Rethinking Jewish Politics. So I think the word state could probably be substituted also for Zionism. And the terms Zionism and exile are sometimes understood as two opposite poles, or as a problem and its solution, an illness and its antidote. Zionist thinkers like Pinsker, Herzl, or Nodo believed that the Jewish national project was the cure for the illnesses from which exilic Jewry supposedly suffered. In recent years, a significant group of intellectuals, and some of them are obviously here today, see in exile diaspora an option for thinking about Jewish politics without or beyond Zionism. But now a question. Must we really see Zionism and exile as binaries? And do we need to negate either Zionism or the Galut to rethink Jewish politics? In this paper, I will return to the early writings of Echad Ha'am and his dialogue with Moshe Leib-Liljenblum to make a preliminary case for what I want to call non-revolutionary Zionism, a form of Zionism that challenges the binary categories and allows thinking about the Jewish national project as part and a continuation of exile. My case for non-revolutionary Zionism is based on complicated, the broadly accepted narrative about the return to the Bible and the suppression of the Babylonian Talmud. So in recent decades, research literature has described how Zionist thinkers treated the biblical scriptures as cultural myths supporting the messianic ethos of renewing our days as old in the land of Israel. Scholars showed how specific biblical myths were moved to the center of Zionist life, while the Talmud was set aside and classified as an exilic religious text marginal to the Jewish national project. And the argument about the suppression of the Talmud is presented by academics from different ideological backgrounds. And I think this is one of the rare cases in which Nuno would agree with Anita Shapira, or you see some kind of similarities between the two of them. Although the Bible served as the preliminary religious cultural source for modern Jewish politics, and I do believe this is the case, I assert that the common historical narrative about the suppression of the Talmud in Zionist textuality paints a partial picture. At the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, Jewish intellectuals from different backgrounds repeatedly quoted, misquoted, interpreted, and freely integrated Talmudic tales, phrases, and discussions in their philosophical, theological, and literary accounts on Jewish politics, and particularly on the Zionist questions. However, these kind of accounts on the Talmud within Zionism are usually not receiving significant attention from research literature. And in fact, in early Zionism, next to many known cases of using the Bible for political national purposes, we can locate under-researched cases in which Talmudic sources are politicized. For example, we are well acquainted with Theodor Herzl's reflections on Exodus or Frei Moses Lillian's national biblical paintings. Yet, we are less familiar with Heinrich Jörg Steiner, Herzl's close advisor, who wrote the Zionist novella Der Talmudbauer, as you can see here on the screen. Or Bernard Lazare, who brings dozens of Talmudic references to support the Zionist image of the productive working Jew. In my research, I focused primarily on the first 50 years of Zionist history, a period in which some of the basic political and theological assumptions of the movement were not yet solidified. And the victory of biblical theology over the Talmud has not been established. My research examines two questions. First, what was the stature of the Talmud in discussions on Jewish politics and Jewish identity around 1900? And the second question is how both the Talmud as a corpus, as well as particular Talmudic units, halachic discussions or agadot, were used and interpreted in debates on the Zionist questions and Jewish politics at large. These two questions bring me to a set of arguments. I'm going to emphasize only two of them throughout this talk. The first deals with the question of history. And here I'm arguing that Zionist readings of the Talmud tend to significantly differ from biblical Zionist theology in their approach to Jewish history and the notion of exile. Biblical Zionist theology jumps directly to books such as Exodus, Joshua, Judges, or Kings, and thereby negates exile and sets aside the centuries-long history of the Jewish diaspora. Instead, Zionist readings of the Talmud offer different forms of negotiations with and continuation of exilic history. Zionist thinkers like Echad Ha'am, Heinrich Chaim Brody, Chaim Chernovitz, Rab Tzair, or even Hans Kohn offer in their Zionist writings creative and sometimes subversive interpretations of the Bavli. However, their interpretations are always in some form of dialogue with some streams in previous generations. They correspond with the resources and ethos of exilic Judaism and gradually adapt it into a Zionist ideology. So the second argument goes to non-revolutionary Zionism. Zionist intellectuals tend to adhere to revolutionary theological political models that emphasize rebirth, historical rupture, and radical change of values. These revolutionary aspects are mirrored in the Zionist readings of the Bible. Now, Zionist readings of the Talmud offer sometimes a counter non-revolutionary form of Zionism. It emphasizes values such as negotiation with the traditional and religious models and history, and the preservation of certain aspects of exilic Judaism. And I believe that redeeming the forgotten non-revolutionary voices in Zionist history can help us rethink the current Jewish politics beyond binary definitions. Mm-hmm. And I wish to present one case study for Zionist engagement with the Talmud, and this is the early writings of Echad Ha'am, Asher Ginsburg, between the years 1889 and 1894. These writings are an interesting case because seemingly Echad Ha'am stands for a return to a biblical national ethos, sees in Moses a model figure for the new Zionist project, and perceives part of the Talmudic tradition as a corruption of the proper national ethos. But then it gets slightly more complicated. A closer look at his writings reveals a nuanced and non-revolutionary approach that protects the value of the Talmud, promotes a gradual modification of tradition, and strongly rejects jumping beyond the exilic tradition. Now, in March 1889, Echad Ha'am publishes his first canonical essay, This Is Not the Way, Lo Ze HaDerech, which provoked a heated debate between him and a series of intellectuals, most well known of them as Moshe Leib Lindl. At the core of the dispute stands the tension between the national and the private spheres, which is mirrored both in biblical and Talmudic textualities and in the different approaches to the Zionist project. I argue that the Echad Am Lille Bloom debate can be read as a reflection on the tension between biblical and Talmudic exilic atea, and at the core of the dispute stands the tension between the national and the private spheres, which is mirrored both in the Bible and the Talmud. Echad Am opens his historical theological argument with the following words, and this is from Zelo Aderech, and I'm quoting, all the laws and ordinances, all the blessings and curses of the law of Moses have but one unvarying object, the well-being of the nation as a whole in the land of its inheritance. The happiness of the individual is not regarded. In their ideal biblical depiction, the Israelites are devoted to their nation and its success in the promised land. They do not strive for happiness as individuals, but find joy in the success of their nation. Echad Am believes that the decay of biblical national ethos started after the fall of the first temple. Following the experience of exile, the Jewish people are shifting their energy from the political national contemporary sphere to the religious, private, transcendental one. And now, this is important. The process, according to Echad Am, is gradual, and it takes place over centuries. And the graduality of the transition from the national to the private sphere is important for me to establish his non-revolutionary stance. Echad Am hopes to see tradition changing in the Zionist era, not abruptly and not in the form of negation or historical jump, but in a slow, dialogical, and moderate fashion. But I will get to that a little bit later. So, according to Echad Am, even the Tanaitic and Amoraic periods, both in both of those periods, the idea of national redemption and private redemption are still in play. And he gives these two examples, one from Sanhedrin 99a, the difference between this world and the Messianic era is only with regard to servitude to foreign kingdoms alone. And this is an example, so to say, for the national ethos. On the other hand, the new ethos of private redemption is epitomized in the verse from Mishnah Avot 4:16. This world is like a corridor to the world to come. And instead of hoping for the nation's redemption in this world, the ethos of private redemption focuses on maintaining and expanding the religious law with the hope of gaining reward in the world to come. Eventually, the gradual process ends with the private ethos getting the upper hand and completely changing the sage's hermeneutic approach towards scriptures. So there is a gradual process, and in the end, the private ethos and the Talmudic ethos wins the war. And according to Echad Am gives this example that even halachot that dealt specifically with the return of the Israelites to the land of Israel were actually read as halachot about Tchiyat HaMetim, about the return of the dead. Now, after establishing his narrative for the evolution from the national to the private and from the biblical to the Talmudic, Echad Am applies it to the ideology and politics of Chovevei Tzion leadership, the leading streams in Zionism at the time. And I'm quoting, as Jews, they had a spice of individualism, Chovevei Tzion, in their nationalism, and were not capable of planting a tree so that others might eat its fruit after they themselves were dead and gone. Not satisfied with working among the people to train up those who would ultimately work in the land, they wanted to see with their own eyes the actual work in the land and its results. When, therefore, they found that their first rallying cry, in which they based their appeal on the general good, did not at once rouse the national determination to take up Palestinian work, they summoned to their aid, like our teachers as old, the individualistic motive, and rested their appeal on economic want, which is always sure of sympathy. End of quote. Echad Ha'am's critique is, on the one hand, political and concrete. He criticizes the hastiness of Chovevei Zion leadership and their attempt to sell the land of Israel, so to say, by falsely promising the potential immigrants and economic profit. On the other hand, the critique can be read as a clash between biblical and Talmudic atea. Contrary to Echad Ha'am, who is willing, like Moses, to wait and prepare the nation before entering the promised land, the leaders of Chovevei Zion wish to see success in their own eyes. Moreover, Echad Ha'am used the term kechachamenu lefanim, like our teachers is old, to draw a direct line between Chovevei Zion, the spirit of the Talmudic sages, and their followers. According to Echad Ha'am, intellectuals like Lillenblum are adhering to the same ethos of particularity, profit, and private redemption in religion, politics, and economy. Instead of promising a place in the world to come as a reward for keeping the religious law, the structure of profit migrates to the national economic field, namely showing faith in the national cause can be rewarded by improving one's financial status and living quality. Now, up to this point, my reconstruction of Echad Ha'am's essay unfolded a certain duality, exactly towards the matter of cultural political revolution. On the one hand, he demands a radical formulation of Jewish values and glorifies the biblical ethos over the Talmudic and diasporic history and present. On the other hand, he pleads for a gradual, well-prepared transformation of the Jewish ethos and prioritizes it over concrete immigration to Palestine. There is a profound tension between the revolutionary goals and the non-revolutionary pace. And I want to leave this tension unresolved for about 4 minutes in order to integrate into the conversation Moshe Leilin Lillenblum and his response to Lo Ze Haderech. This is not the way. Lillenblum published a series of essays challenging Echad Ha'am's assumptions and narrative, and I want to focus on 2 of his arguments. On the historical front, Lillenblum claims that the people of Israel have a series of inherent characters that run throughout their whole history. He argues that the people of Israel have an individualist spirit, ruach individualism, which leads them to different forms of seclusion, but also allows them to focus on the spiritual side of things rather on their external image. This presupposition allows Lillenblum to invert Echad Ha'am's narrative about the decay of the Jewish spirit. He explains that the great efforts of Samuel, David, and Solomon created a form of national unity, but the unity dissolved after a few decades. According to Lillenblum, sermons about the prosdo, the corridor, and the world to come did not spoil the spirit of the nation, but represented an inherent character of the people. This leads to a different perception of Jewish history, one which can be defined as non-revolutionary. Instead of a narrative of ideal national identity, rupture, decay, and potential gradual rejuvenation, Lillenblum's historical theological reconstruction is one of continuity with modifications. Such a narrative has its implication for the formation of the Zionist identity. Suppose the private sphere always stood at the center of Jewish identity. In this case, as potential Zionist immigrants do not need to completely neglect their old worldviews and search in the Bible for an authentic Jewish identity. I can stay who I always was. And the Zionists can keep some of their old habits and gradually adapt them as part of the immigration process. But Lillenblum makes another complementary argument that Israel is a hasty or impulsive people, Am Apziza, who rush to act before fully preparing themselves for a certain task. The term Am Apziza sophisticatedly echoes the Agadah about the Amoraic sage Rabbi Zeira, who after many struggles made his way from Babylon to Eretz Israel in order to study with Rabbi Yochanan. In the Agadah, Rabbi Zeira reaches the Jordan River but cannot find a ferry to cross it to the land of Israel. Instead of waiting, he decides to hold a rope tied between the 2 banks of the river and cross. A Saduki who saw Rabbi Zeira in action said, You are a hasty people, but your mouths before put your mouths before your ears. You remain hasty. And thereby, he refers to Exodus 24:7. We will do before we will hear. Na'aseh v'nishma. In response, Rabbi Zahira emphasized the urgency of reaching the Holy Land and said to the Saduki, this is a place where Moses and Aaron did not merit entering, who is to say that I will merit. Thereby, he emphasizes the urgency of reaching the Holy Land. Now, Lillenblum's implicit reference seems to pack together his alternative narrative. The Agadah about Rabbi Zahira emphasizes the notion of action and the matter of historical and religious continuity. The people of Israel were always hasty when they agreed to accept the Torah immediately, and they were also hasty at the Amoraic period. And they are also hasty at the end of the 19th century. The Agadah can also be seen as a critique of Echad Ha'am's adherence to the figure of Moses. One can learn from the Agadah that it is exactly Moses and Aaron's experience that should teach us about the necessity of hastiness. Even though Lillenblum supports immigration to the Jewish colonies in Palestine, his approach to history and tradition is to some extent non-revolutionary. It promotes different forms of continuity and avoids the negation of exile or jumping directly to the biblical literature. Now, before concluding, I want to return to Echad Ha'am and the tension between the revolutionary demand for a new Jewish ethos and his plea for a gradual, well-prepared transformation. The tension is differently formulated in an open letter Echad Ha'am addressed in 1894 to the editor of the journal HaPardes. In it, he differentiates between two forms of approaches towards religious tradition and literature. And he coins these two terms, Am Sefuti, a literary people that treat the tradition as an evolving corpus, and Am HaSefer, the people of the book, who treat tradition as a binding, fossilized source of authority. At first, the people of Israel were literary, namely, they wrote and interpreted religious texts in dialogue with a concrete reality and according to the needs of the nation's heart. The glory days of the literary people begin obviously in the biblical period, but stretches until the Amoraic and Tanaitic era. And Echad Ha'am places the moment of decay in the transition of the oral Torah into a written text. The historical experience of exile led the commentators of the Talmud to close their hearts to change and evolvement, which turned them into the people of the book, Am HaSefer. Echad Ha'am asks if the new national life sets the conditions for the Hebrew heart to reconnect with the living present without losing its Hebrew essence. And this is an important point, the matter of Hebrew essence. The preservation of Hebrew essence leads Echad Ha'am to strongly object to various revolutionary or destructive approaches towards the Jewish past. Even though Echad Ha'am believes that the Jewish people went through a process of decay, he sees exilic tradition as an integral part of the national narrative. Our remote ancestors, and I'm quoting, our remote ancestors who handed down the law to us admitted that the law itself only lived in our keeping for the sake of the future. It was because they regarded the law in this way that they compiled whole treatises of laws and sacrifices and offerings of the garments and service of the priests and so forth. These treatises, on which the youth of Israel was subsequently trained, generation after generation, did a great deal to implant the hope for a future in the nation's heart, end of quote. Now, obviously, we can question the accuracy of the way in which Echad Ha'am depicts the practice of learning Masechet Zvachim or Menachot, okay? That's not how you learn it. Still, there is no doubt that he opposes here the negation of exile. He sees the many generations who devoted themselves to studying the Talmud not only as generations who maintain Jewish tradition, but these Talmidei Chachamim also maintained the notion of national Judaism, according to Echad. In another essay, Echad explicitly rejects the option of reconstructing a pure biblical theology. He argues that the Karaite movement, which rebelled against the Talmud and saw the Tanakh as the only binding halachic authority, eventually brought an even more fossilized Judaism than the one of rabbinic tradition. And I'm quoting, no matter what our opinion is towards the acts of Anan, and here referring to Anan ben David, today we cannot wish for such a reform, except if we wish to turn our backs to history, to rip at once all the strings that tie us to the past, and to turn ourselves into new beings. And you cannot suspect that I would want any of that. Echad Ha'am's statement from the beginning of the 1890s cannot be fully reconciled with Ze Lo Haderech. Nevertheless, if we search for some form of reconciliation, we can find it in Echad Ha'am's demand to take it slow and gradually prepare the Jewish hearts for its new reality. Preparing the hearts means negotiating with the past and tradition. It means opting for change, but a dialogical and non-revolutionary one. Now, I will conclude with a few general words. After several decades of standing before a crossroad, the Zionist movement eventually took the biblical and revolutionary path in many respects and turned its back both to the Talmudic ethos as well as to active negotiation with the exilic tradition and history. The rapid and some would say violent historical jump was preferred over both Echad Ha'am and Lillenblum's non-revolutionary narrative. Today, we hear more and more voices, also in this room, that call for a return to the diasporic exilic model and to give up on the attempt to save Zionism. And in the spirit of my reading of Echad Ha'am and Lillenblum, I would like to ask if such forms of anti or non-Zionism do not substitute one revolution for another. After all, setting Zionism aside might mean offering another historical jump, this time over almost 150 years of recent Jewish history. Should we really expect that such a jump would succeed this time? Should we ask the Jewish people to suddenly give up on their Zionist belief system without preparing their hearts? Or maybe we should aim for a less or non-revolutionary approach, one which negotiates with Zionism and its lost voices in order to turn it gradually to something more diasporic or even Talmudic. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping perfect time. Jessica.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your thoughts and to allow me to think with and against you, and to the organizers for having us here and for giving us questions that I think in some ways I've responded directly to, and in some sense I wrote a paper that walked a bit away from the question. Or I've taken something about the context in the US to try to think about what Americanism has to do with what's happening and how it structures with what we've seen this year. And I think that you have all given me so much vocabulary, and so I hope that there's something here that's useful. I think that my own current book project really grew from, in particular, working and participating in the Black Lives Matter movement initially to think about how I could connect what I was thinking about in my research and in my classroom, how I could decolonize my classroom, and how I could connect it with what I wanted to do as an activist. And so my current book on police states and prisons, which I'm trying to title for now, Exile on Main Street, emphasizes the need to embrace diaspora as an anti-territorialist approach to the production of community, rather than defining diaspora in exclusively spatial terms or from the perspective of a single homeland. I don't mean that land and space do not matter, but that the idea of self-determination, a people and a land, some of the bloodiest and stupidest ideas I can think of, I don't want this to dictate peoplehood and statehood. I don't mean that land and space do not matter, though, but that territory should be possessed, and that some humans are part of a people, and that some are part of a landscape to be possessed and conquered, should be rejected. Diaspora is not only a question of exile, but also fragmentation. And that a study of migration and resistance to white supremacy and its technologies over the past century reveals the embrace of both exile and fragmentation as aspects of diasporic community. It is not only a question of external migration, leaving a homeland or being exiled, but also internal migration, such as within Africa, the United States, and Palestine, Israel. Police states and empires have imposed fragmentations that Jewish and Black theologies have responded to with anti-territorial, counter-imperial theories that embrace fragmentation as an inherent aspect of humanity that cannot and should not be overcome. This positions empire itself as a type of desire to end fragmentation, to end humanity as we know it, suggesting that theologies of fragmentation are a form of resistance and humanization against the violence of imperial utopianism or dystopianism. My goal then is to cultivate what I'm calling, for now, diasporic pluralism. My thinking is influenced by Rachel Dean Rizika's book, Tolerance, Discourse, and Young Adult Holocaust Literature, Engaging Difference and Identity, in which she proposes cosmopolitan pluralism. Our shared goal can perhaps best be summarized in the following question. How can we move beyond a simplistic tolerance or multiculturalism model in which people are merely presented as all equal and all different? Instead, we must seriously engage power and heritage, with which we see that difference matters, but is also historically and contextually produced. And some differences come with greater political and social opportunities by design. So instead of, in her work, instead of just identifying with victims like Anne Frank, and she walks through to argue how teaching Holocaust literature has led, in many cases, for most children who become adults, basically to see themselves as Anne Frank and not to consider how they or their societies might be more like the perpetrators, or to break down a victim-perpetrator binary. So instead of just identifying with victims like Anne Frank for reasons that have to do with coming of age as a teenager, this model connects questions about anti-Semitism and racism in the 30s and 40s to political issues that come before and especially after. I prefer diasporic pluralism to cosmopolitan pluralism because it emphasizes migration and displacement, or even better, the overt rejection of the political institutional organization that perpetuates displacement and hierarchy as we become more aware of it. It also leaves room for more than one system, for example, to exist within a space. I'm also influenced in particular by Isabel Mukanyara's work on the African diaspora within, which focuses in particular on diaspora as something that happens repeatedly within Africa as people are forced to migrate as a response to hunger and to violence. In Forging Ties and Forging Passports, Davy Mays describes the challenges of personal and communal heritage and sense of self following World War I, when nationalism and geophysical location increasingly influenced the official definition of nationality for certain populations. She argues that, quote, the proliferation of documentation, end quote, in and since that time period enabled the institutionalization of nationality and pushed the state's interest in holding control over a, quote, coherent national vision. Mays argues that states racialized businesses based on imagined, quote, desirable populations, and that as empires form and break up, as states attempt to contain or disperse goods and groups, attending to both licit and illicit materials and people, including the documents that shape legal and social regimes at international, national, and local levels, helps reveal or expose the political and geographical limits of sovereignty, particularly when mobile individuals with connections and know-how employed strategic mobility to play states' divergent definitions of legality and desirability against each other. Walter Benjamin used the language of shocks to describe how he understands trauma and technology following the First World War. Shocks was his response to Freud's concept of neurosis. Neurosis suggests that anxiety is a kind of individual pathology, that something has gone wrong within one single person, and that anxiety is temporary. Benjamin rejected Freud's diagnosis of anxiety on the level of individual psychology as the errant path of an individual's brain. Instead, Benjamin located shocks on the systemic level of modern technology. Modern technology, he argued, constantly bombards us, as bombs did the many soldiers returning physically and psychologically maimed from the war. The constant interruption, grave danger, and physical bombardment left people with permanent, not temporary, psychological shocks. And he argued that Freud's general diagnosis of neuroses should pay better attention to the larger structural and systemic shifts that were taking place. These technological shocks left individuals unable to tell friend from foe, and were not a matter that individuals could be expected to resolve within or for themselves. As we think about the 20th, 21st, and 22nd centuries, we must also think about, as a technology, paperwork, documentation. We must know how it works on the ground, and we must consider whether there is any evidence that certain states or any states have made it possible for all people living in a territory, not just the ones that the state wishes to see, could be documented and receive resources, or what ground-up vocabulary we can then use to describe the differences that we do see. So in other words, perhaps we've been obsessed about the wrong technologies. Hannah Arendt argued that Eichmann's trial revealed the central place of desk work and paperwork in killing. The implication I'm trying to draw out is that passports and nationality extended the power of states to restrict migration. It is not only these, work permits. That went too far. Thank you. Work passes or work permits prevent an enormous number of people from receiving jobs at all, or at least jobs with fair pay, and not to mention healthcare in the United States. We can argue that following 1945 to 1946, European nation states, including or especially Britain and the United States, perpetuated their exclusion of Jews from the state, and that sending hundreds of thousands of Jews to Palestine was as much a deportation and extension of ethnic cleansing as it was a cooperation with the demands of the leadership of those still confined to displaced persons camps. Passports are a technology that bombard us. They extend the violence of World War I and its territorialism by perpetuating the fiction of nations and allowing a few people to move freely while keeping far more trapped in place. Although passports emerged with the First World War, we can also historicize documentation that grants residency and travel, that documents names, births, weddings, and deaths, such as permits granted to enslaved people in the United States and Jews in the Pale of Settlement in the 19th century. When I was in graduate school at Indiana University, Jeffrey Weidlinger urged us not to think of the Pale as one big ghetto. A ghetto is a small area, not even a city, but a section of a city. The Pale was a gigantic swath of territory. Looking at it this way and with these terms, we can also consider how Jews were authorized to live and work in the Pale once the Kingdom of Poland was dissolved and the territory of the Pale annexed by Russia. Russia could not have the desirable area of the Pale without the supposedly undesirable population of the world's largest Jewish community. The fragmentation of the Polish-Lithuanian Empire fragmented many different groups, successfully playing them against each other and scapegoating Jews for the problems of modernity. However fragmented, Jewish migration within the Pale and across its borders continued and is well documented in a number of archives, such as by this example of a permit to travel for business outside of the Pale of Settlement. This document, in other words, reveals not the legal freedom that Jews always had to travel, but the de facto restriction. 12% of people in the Pale were Jews. Benjamin Nathan's Beyond the Pale shows that the debate on Jewish citizenship in Russia looked to enlightenment, to humanize Jews and Slavs, along with other minorities, not liberating or emancipating Jews, but equalizing Jews to Russian Orthodox Christians. Allowing Jews outside the Pale to the Russian interior was called selective integration and reserved for artisans and merchants. As with Sephardim, Ashkenazim knew that once there was a system in place, it could be worked. Many reported themselves skilled in whatever labor necessary to migrate, as necessary to survive. Seen this way, the language of citizenship is also not an equalizing or liberating language, but a language of violence, one that produces difference, that is constructed from the vantage and advantage points of certain groups. And here, by comparison, pulled from the archive of the College of the College of Charleston, I also wanted to show from a similar time period, 3 slave passes. First, you have a slave pass written by a woman named Sarah, giving permission for an enslaved person named Mac to stay for 2 months. The pass notes that Mac was hired by his mother. The second slave pass, written by Isaac Riddell for an enslaved person named Grace to stay at Patton's lot for 3 months. And then the third is a slave pass written by Sarah Savage with all writing penned through. The pass gives an enslaved person, Elak, permission to stay in Stoll's Alley for 3 months. I want to turn now to think about how graphic novels, in a kind of radical shift in what writing can be, might change my understanding of the field of vision, and how they call attention right now to the technology of paperwork in particular, as well as to, I think, the embodied emotional experience of acquiring or losing and making the decision to trust or distrust paperwork and governments. Okay, so in an example that asks us to think about the relationship between two panels, let us look at how Ken Kremstein's The Three Escapes of Hannah Arendt, depicts Arendt's experience of fleeing Germany following the burning of the Reichstag and general rise of Nazism. We can notice that the graphic novel features here very different page arrangements and styles. Letters are always already images, and here we can hear Hannah and her mother speaking in the car, although of course a piece of paper is literally silent because the speech and thought bubbles are symbols that direct us to interpret these words in a certain way. In the top panel, if you could see it, we notice more letters that we know better than to read aloud. P for parking, taxi, hotel, even a street sign. They're symbolic in a number of ways. They're translated in an imaginary way from German to English. Arendt could not even stay at this particular hotel if she wants for many reasons. The page works by asking to think about the connection between Hannah's assistants, that she and her mother won't need their passports anymore. In the top panel, in the taxi, her mother says, "But Hannah, I don't even have my passport," as they prepare to cross the border. And Hannah says, "Don't worry, you won't need it anymore." In the bottom panel, we imagine what it must have felt like. It is made legible into language, into a thought. I am no longer innocent. But we can tease this out. In what sense? What is political innocence? Who does and does not have it? Why? How have victims of the Holocaust been portrayed? Are we more inclined to view certain people as innocent? Why? And why should that be? Kremstein focuses our attention on the passport. The paperwork, I say throughout this article, even as he does not visually depict the paperwork. It's not what's on the paperwork per se, but who can get it, why, when, and how that matters. Moreover, Arendt makes a decision in this imagined narrative that she and her mother are better protected if they do not trust the state, if they do not have paperwork. What do we see here? They take a taxi ride. It's not just any ride. Then what can we ask of the kind of thought that we see here? What kinds of feelings of fear and anxiety must Arendt and her mother have felt? How might every aspect of what they know how to do have been inverted by what was happening? Arendt was already, as a Jew, not innocent for the crime of being a Jew. Once this political shift took place, she could make no move in which she was innocent. Therefore, she had to make choices in which she could not and should not trust the police state, who did not want to make her safe, but quite the opposite. They depicted her as an enemy of the state, as the danger, simply for being alive. In this panel, She has calculated that it is safer to cross the border illegally without the proper paperwork than to apply for correct paperwork. And her wager turns out to be correct. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looked like for Jews in Germany in the 1930s. They were told that they would be safer if they did everything the right way. However, their paperwork only served to ease the ability of the state to deport them. The cartoon draws a kind of historical midrash. In the cartoon, Kremstein asserts that Arendt is not politically innocent in order to demonstrate how the historical Arendt's embodied, contextualized experience would have influenced the development of her political thought then, and to create possibility for a conversation for us today to ask how our experience may not be aberrant, but integral to democracy. I'm influenced by Michael Mann's work, The Dark Side of Democracy, who argues that the violence of the 20th and 21st centuries is not somehow a blip on the way, but is the active goal of democracy, and that to become citizens is to perpetrate these types of violences. Graphic novels spatialize time. Space-time is never an objective experience, but always an emotional and subjective one, constituting many selves and perceived from many viewpoints. Because of the constitutively sequential nature of the form, as Vicki Ahrens notes, that graphic novels create the conditions for the construction of multiple representations of selves. They move across space and time simultaneously in adjacent or overlapping borders on the same or contiguous pages. To see this is to visualize emotion in time and space, not just to see bodies hurtling through landscapes, but to perceive embodiment and its accompanying construction of meaning externally and especially internally, to see bodies and the individuals living within them. In The Three Escapes of Hannah Arendt, Ken Kremstein visualizes John Coltrane's jazz as an aspect of bringing to life Hannah Arendt's political theory and context. Jazz as a musical form informs what Arendt argues. Moreover, Kremstein pulls together theories of the visual with theories of sound in connection with Arendt's political theory quite explicitly. Coltrane exemplifies a relationship between jazz, African-American religious internationalism, Black experimentations with Islam, the creation of a transnational Black Atlantic cool that placed themes from northern and southern US in harmony with the Caribbean, and new concepts of diasporic consciousness. I draw on the work of the scholar of religion, Richard Brent Turner, to understand the significance of Coltrane, especially Turner's recent work, Soundtrack to a Movement, African-American Islam, Jazz, and Black Internationalism. Turner argues that Coltrane's jazz influenced many to synthesize musical and religious forms from a variety of Black Atlantic sources, including Christian nations, West and North Africa, and the African diaspora in their performances as well as in their religious lives. Coltrane and others use these practices to globally think through and about resistance to white supremacy in the United States and against Americanism and across borders. They sought to create selves not determined by the categories of white supremacy and to experiment or continually improvise new methods of self-understanding in ways that sloughed off how they had been named by white supremacists in Europe and especially the United States, and who they did not consider themselves in concert with. They envisioned and embodied new modes of gender. Coltrane, like Malcolm X, explicitly responded to the emasculation of Black men in white supremacy, and many jazz musicians experimented with new individual and collective modes of masculinities and femininities. Jazz is exemplified by expressive style, namely the zoot suit at the outbreak of World War II, and the method of improvisation. The method of improvisation undergirds the performance of jazz as a sacred ritual that pulls together musicians, dancers, and fans who use music to engage in spiritually inspired expressions of the cool aesthetic and the transcendence symbolized by the zoot suit. It is the constant need and willingness to experiment that makes Coltrane and this vision of jazz and Black internationalism with Arendt and my understanding of how Kremsin uses representation of both of their images to make an argument about the construction and practice of Arendt's thought. By presenting Arendt's thought as a kind of almost first-person narrative, Kremsin thinks through how the events of her life could lead to the disasters she experienced. Anti-Semitism as a child in Königsberg, the abuse of power by her professor Martin Heidegger, the suicide of her friend Walter Benjamin as he escaped the Nazi regime, her reporting on the Eichmann trial. This linearization of Arendt's life both gives value to her life as an individual, which I argue is a key aspect of her thought, but also draws a major difference between her experience as a Jewish woman and as a survivor who chooses over and over not to kill herself. Nazism embodies a narrative style that presents only one truth, only one voice, and a top-down form of storytelling. Hannah Arendt deeply opposed that form of storytelling, in particular as a response to the events we call the Holocaust. Okay, I wanted to end by just briefly looking at two examples of other allusions to police states and questions of paperwork. One is here in Martin Lemmelmann's Mendel's Daughter, a memoir. Here, Lemmelmann creates a memoir of his own mother's life, where she describes using paperwork that police would know was fake, but that protected because everyday people can't tell the difference between fake and real paperwork. A second, a kind of alternative beginning, both in space and time, to where we might describe the Holocaust, to what types of paperwork we might think about. Here from Omar Boum and Najib Berber's The Undesirables, thinks about the 1870 Crémieux Decree. And lastly, I wanted to say something about the category of stateless. My own partner does not have paperwork in the United States. His oldest son is currently imprisoned, and I spent much of my past year moving in and out of prisons as a surprise. I worked as an abolitionist for years before I met my partner and before my stepson was imprisoned. We recently met with a lawyer, and right before I discussed the category of being stateless with my partner, who immigrated from Cuba from Mariel in 1980, his mother did her own paperwork, but not his, and he found out as an adult that he was not a citizen and had no recourse because when he was a child, he received no paperwork. Of course, in his life, he has been criminalized, but we recently met with a lawyer to discuss the possibility of simply removing an order of deportation. in order to be released from an ICE prison in the United States, he accepted to live with an order of deportation. He has to live with it forever, and at any moment, if the United States wishes to deport him, they can. However, because of the migration he came from in Cuba, he cannot even be deported to the place that he came from. He doesn't exist there. So if he's deported, it will be to a prison forever. When we use the word stateless to the lawyer literally laughed. He's not legally stateless. Stateless means, the lawyer said, if you were born someplace like Yugoslavia, if the state no longer exists, he may be de facto stateless, but he is not legally stateless. There's this tension between the work that I want to do, thinking about these academic categories. But when I walk into my life as an abolitionist, or to support my stepson, to help him survive, these words mean nothing. I asked the lawyer, what is the word? Is there a word for what he is? He wants literally to be stateless. If he could just be stateless, his life would be better. And there's not a word for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. The floor is open. Where is the microphone? Sorry.
Ghilad, may surprise you to know that I actually completely agree with you. that the early heroes of Zionism did not envision either shlilat hagolah, the rejection of the exile, nor even many of them insisted on a state or even had a map. I mean, Tabenkin, for instance, right, fascist socialist that he was fighting against the state right through and into the 40s. So to that extent, I think you're absolutely right. It's not something essential. Certain forms of the violence that characterize the state of Israel. Nonetheless, I think two things have to be considered. One is the shift that took place in the 1940s and at the Biltmore Conference, which significantly shifted the direction of at least the World Zionist movement in the direction of seeking a state, a Jewish state. And secondly, while not essential, and this is of course a matter of speculation, but I speculate in this direction, if it was somehow not inevitable that Zionism, because of historical conditions, because of particular situations, because of the fact that it was not a land without people, et cetera, would inevitably develop in the direction it has. And secondly, in kind of a direct response, I don't think the problem with Zionism was that it sought to jump over the past. The problem with Zionism that it sought to jump over the past to a very unpalatable past, right? And one that carried with it at least the seeds of the kind of violent nationalism that characterizes it now. So that I wouldn't say that every attempt to restore or to look back and attempt to revivify other political, social, cultural arrangements is necessarily tainted by an attempt to a jumping over the past, to use your terminology. So, just wondering, people make statements at meetings like this, and then say, I'm wondering what you think of that question. But I am wondering what you think.
Yeah, I think that I also said it in talk itself that obviously this narrative that I try to describe of non-revolutionary Zionism that does not negate exile, I mean, obviously this narrative lost. I mean, and it's a good question when the narrative lost. It might be at the Biltmore program, but it might have been also earlier. But I think, and here I'm circling back to Nono's paper from yesterday. At the end, my responsibility is, to a certain extent, to the Israeli people and to a certain form of Zionism. And at the end, my project tries to save some form of Zionism that I might be able to live with. Okay, that I think that is politically potent, and it's radically different than the form of Zionism that is canonical now. So this is why I'm returning to this line of Talmudic Zionism. It's at the end an attempt to save the project. And I agree, not every jump over parts of history is problematic. But the question is how you make the jump. Do you make the jump while negotiating, while taking into account recent history, or you make the jump just by jumping to Samson or to Joshua without any accountability of what you're doing? It's fine to make a jump, but you should be in some sort of negotiation with current voices. And I think that if Zionism would have, I don't know, used the Bible together with certain commentators of the Bible, we might have been in a different place than now. So yes, not every jump is problematic, but some jumps are.
One more thing. The kind of diasporic politics that I and several others envision is not, in one sense, a jump at all, because those are currently existent, polities in which starting with Jews, but not only Jews, are successful and live in various kinds of autonomous situations with other autonomies I don't. So that kind of Jewish life and that kind of political life exists in the world, right? It's whereas any kind of Jewish nation state has to be inventing something de novo vis-a-vis actually existing reality. I mean, you'll say that's not the case anymore, but in terms of the histories.
I think, can I? And again, to the matter of responsibility, I think that obviously we don't, I mean, nobody's going to take our solutions because it's, we're academics and, but at least at the horizon, I want to offer a solution for Israelis. And I think that searching for, that as someone who wants to offer a solution for Israelis, I cannot disregard the Zionist movement and to go to completely other models, because this would just practically, that won't work. I want to לעשות נפשות לדבר. And in order to do that, I need to offer a model that can correspond with Israeli society, with questions of religion and nationality. And it might be that your solution is a better one than mine. But I think that you would have more problems of doing nefashot for your idea in Israel than my model. So this is the...
But considerably less problems thinking with American Jews.
Of course. Yes. Yeah, I agree.
I want to ask both of you a question, which is, first of all, Gilad, you do realize that when you say you are working to preserve something of Zionism, to begin with, the assumption is you exclude Palestinians. So just as a question, and I'm thinking also, there's this motto by Brecht about the good bad times are always better than the old good times. So I'm just thinking about these paradoxes. And Jessica, if you don't mind, there's something about the passports and that notion of citizenship, or the blocking of which you're talking about as a structure, that of course is now shared between, and I feel, I don't know if people here share that notion, that our discourse or our notion of pluralism now is under attack in different places at the same time, right? And there's a sense, I don't know, again, that there's nowhere to escape anymore, right? And which is, to begin with, a privileged notion. Mm-hmm. And I was wondering if you see, how you see the connections, the links between those different attacks on the one hand and struggles against them on the other. I'm thinking about, I'll just throw it out there. There's a model by a group of Leninist lesbian group in Mexico that coined that notion of solidarity between struggles, right? I was wondering if you find that useful.
Well, I don't know if I should go. Yeah, I mean, I think that the question of pluralism being under attack is really important to me. Pluralism is also, pluralism was really, historicizing pluralism is central to my first book, and thinking about how the concept of pluralism, I guess this is the tension in what I have to say here, and that I am working hard to make pluralism as a concept do something for me that I don't think is how it emerged in the US initially, because it really emerges as a Zionist concept in the US as a response to basically an expectation of assimilation to white Protestant values, and also as a contrast to the melting pot. So pluralism, both of those like political models still basically expect there to be only one thing that it means to be an American. And then pluralism, and in particular cultural pluralism, is a way that people like Louis Brandeis and Horace Cowan argue in the US in the teens and 20s and 30s that Zionism gives Jews a history so that they can be normal in the US. It's very much about being able to exist as normal in the US and as having some place that Jews can come from. But that pluralism is a way that basically what they're arguing is a kind of group identity, but it does a type of, how they see it is a way of a kind of presumption of everyone like really fits neatly in between borders. And by making it, I think, diasporic pluralism, it really presumes that all of these borders are always, like I say, fragmented. That doesn't mean that there's a problem, that the borders are permeable as they're supposed to be. But that is under attack, right? And so I think that when pluralism is under attack in the United States, I do think that for one thing, it's a kind of coded anti-Semitism, or at least a latent anti-Semitism. And that is the kind of anti-Semitism that I wish had more attention rather than trying to stabilize anti-Semitism as anti-Zionism. I think, you know, sometimes, you know, first of all, that I mean, I guess I don't have to go down that path, but I think wondering what the pursuit of pluralism, and also pluralism as an alternative to secularism. I don't think the US is secular. Yeah, I don't think the US is secular, and I don't think it's ever been secular, and I don't think people in the US have wanted to be secular. And I think that pluralism is an alternative to thinking about secularism. And I think that that's part of why it's been really appealing. And that one of the values that even people who disagreed vehemently with Zionism did take up pluralism was that it was a way of arguing that difference doesn't have to be erased to somehow be included in the state. And so I do still think pluralism is valuable. And I think actually to expand the types of pluralism, including beyond cultural pluralism, would be a value.
I don't think that I'm excluding Palestinians from the discourse. I actually think that I'm trying to offer a political theology that is much more sensitive to what is next to us. And it might be the diaspora, but it also might be the Palestinian next to me. And you see in Zionist readings of the Talmud that there is much more attention also to Palestinian questions, the questions of power, the questions of the land. And Zionist readings of the Talmud do not purify the Zionist ethos. They do not try to understand it in an empty space. And this is exactly the necessity of thinking about Zionism with others and not as an isolated phenomenon. And this is what I'm trying to do in this project. Yeah.
We have Annabelle, then we have two questions further. Do you have a follow-up? Okay, Annabelle, please.
Thank you. Jessica, I wanted to ask something very, very similar to what Nitzan just asked, so I will try to find something else to ask because you already did it. But I really like the idea of another kind of citizenship, or the work you're doing about the idea of citizenship and borders. So if you want to add something about borders and what we should do about borders, I would like to hear. But I have another question anyway, which is about your use of comics, of the writing. And you showed this pages of Christian comics, and the sentence by Arendt, "I'm not innocent." I think it's in his book she said it's only "I'm not innocent," but in the original interview she said, "I thought that at least now I'm not innocent." And why do you use comics, and does this specific writing or kind of writing add something to your reflection on borders, citizenship, pluralism, etc.?
Oh, okay, great. Thank you for both questions, which in a way could be one question. That I think what any kind of sequential art, comics or graphic novels, a number of different forms, what they do, and I tried to allude to in some ways, is that they create, first of all, they do create, in general, a way of putting more than one story on the page at once and disrupting linear narrative. But that also, like, the storytelling has to do with how interpretively so much of the work happens off the page, right? And that they tell that explicitly, and that they also are really oriented. It's a form. It's not a genre, but a form that in many ways is especially good at dramatizing trauma. And so there's a way that the past is the past, and then the past is the continuous present. But it's also the way that, because they have panels, right, that some panels have borders. And that our interpretive work as readers is to try to figure out what happened that isn't shown and what that means. And I think that what's also really important about, and part of why I think it was so important here to talk about crime scenes, and that I think this is just demonstrative for what the form does in general, is that they show how thought is produced in context and it's embodied. So in other words, they help reveal intersectionality, right? They show she's a Jewish woman and she's not a Jewish man, right? And that experience happens that way. That when I say intersectionality, I mean really Kimberly Crenshaw's legal terminology, and talking about how so often groups have these like aspects of identity pulled out as if they can be separated that way, that sometimes she's Jewish and sometimes she's a woman. But no, experientially, it's just all there. And that's right. That's true for the drama that's there in thinking about her story, and then that thinking about the context in which her thought is produced is a part of what produces her thought. And that in general, to know anyone's story, we have to think about it as embodied. And that we have to think about what's said and what's unsaid and who's allowed to speak. And sometimes as a form, it really, another book, for example, that I think is really helpful is Rebecca Hall's Wake, which will kind of look at different colonizers in the 18th century and go, you know, aristocrat, founding father, rapist. Like just say it, right? Like how, and that in that way too, by it can be a way of cycling through what is useful vocabulary and how can we just say, no, not this term, what if, right? And so I think in the very visual type of writing that it is, and the nature of the form, in the meta-narrative, and then also in the relationship between image and verbal text, that there's something, that there's a way of talking that it just does something differently from other ways of talking.
Zahiye and then Shul.
Small question to you, my friend. Does Zionism want to be saved?
I'm not sure it matters. I mean, I need to do my best. And maybe it can't, but I need to keep trying. That's my motivation. Because
I don't know if I think that this is exactly having the hope of having this teeny tiny hope. This is the exclusion of Palestinians. For me.
This is what?
why? I'm not sure you're right here. I think it's. I think that I'm trying to offer a project that would enable Jews and Palestinians to live together, and that Jews might, that Israelis in current Israel might be able to live with and accept. I'm trying to offer a model that at the end would have also practical implications, and in this sense, not giving up on Zionism is also not giving up on practicality, and I'm not.
I don't know how many genocides do we need so we can start working on something that is really practical. Because even Herzl's Zionism was already not really pro-Palestinian.
I think that my paper was a critique to some extent against Herzl Zionism.
Yeah,
so I don't.
I mean, from its inception. So if it started already not really sustainable for any.
It might be true it might be that from a purist moral perspective, your solution might be better. It just won't work on the ground. I don't
think so.
I don't think so. Having another genocide, so I don't think I'm going to take that risk.
I'm sorry. This is reduction. This is just reductionist to say that my argument is. This is just reductionist.
We have to conclude in a minute. So, Shaul, quick question and quick response.
It's coming at Abeer's comment from another angle. I think it goes back to. Or it goes back to Adi's distinction between reformation and transformation. You seem to be offering a reformation of something that you may acknowledge has kind of gone wrong, but you believe that somehow there's some antecedent to that project that we could go back to, as opposed to the transformation that Adi is talking about, and I think that No is talking about, Lina's talking about as well. So here, this comes down to, in a certain sense, what goes on in the street, and that is, I'm not claiming that this is what you're saying, but this is how it sounds, the argument of liberal Zionism, which is, let's go back to something before it went wrong. But of course, that thing before never existed in reality. It existed as possibilities, maybe before the mamlachtiyut of Biltmore. So the question is, like, after there is an ethno-state that exists, settler colonial ethno-state, however we want to, after that already exists, and that is something that you seem to want to save in some form, can you actually reform that so that that thing remains, or think of some other way of? I mean, that's the point. Is like, why you talk about the practicalities? That's what all liberal Zionists say, right? We have no other. What's the other solution? But that's not practicalities are not unequivocal. So my question is, why the term? Like, why are you so wed to to reforming the term, rather than transforming the reality into something else?
But I think that transforming the term will transform the reality. If we would. but the politics is biblical. The politics is biblical. It's not Talmudic. If you think about Ben Gvir, if you think about Smotrich, it's less of the question of religion and more the question of biblical theology, of radical biblical theology who tries to couple between the Bible and the state of Israel.
How will Palestinians exist in even a Talmudic Israel? No, I mean, still, it doesn't even seem like there's a vision.
Friends, we do have to conclude. I'm sorry, I get really the evil eye here. So thank you very much. We'll take it out and continue the next time.
Just before you go, I remind you that those who are interested, Yael offers now.
So, hi everyone, Ghilad, and welcome to the second evening event of the conference, Rethinking Jewish Politics Between Exile, State and Exile. I'm Ghilad Sharvit, and I will be moderating this event. We will have two talks, followed by a Q&A section, and I'm already asking during the Q&A, please keep your question as short as possible. This is the first lesson from the event of yesterday. The first talk today is of Atalia Omer. Atalia Omer is a religion, conflict, and peace studies professor at the Kroc Institute for International Peace Studies in the Koch School of Global Affairs at the University of Notre Dame. She also recently served as a senior fellow and Durham T.G. Dunphy visiting professor at the Religion, Conflict, and Peace Initiative at Harvard University's Religion and Public Life program. Shared a PhD in religion, ethics, and politics from the Committee on the Study of Religion at Harvard University. Atalia Omer's research focuses on religion, violence, and peace building, as well as the theories and methods in the study of religion. Omer was awarded an Andrew Carnegie Fellowship in 2017, resulting in Decolonializing Religion and Peace Building of Oxford University Press 2023. Among other publications, Omer is the author of When Peace is Not Enough, How the Israeli Peace Camp Thinks About Religion, Nationalism, and Justice, University of Chicago Press of 2015, and Days of All Reimagining Jewishness in Solidarity with Palestinians, University of Chicago Press, 2019. She is also a co-editor of the Oxford Handbook of Religion, Conflict, and Peace Building, Oxford University Press, 2015. Her talk is How Does Palestinian Scholarship Contribute to Rethinking Jewish Politics? The second talk of today is of Julie Cooper. Julie Cooper is a senior lecturer in the Department of Political Science at Tel Aviv University, where she teaches the history of political theory and modern Jewish thought. She is the author of Secular Powers, Humility in Modern Political Thought, University of Chicago, 2013, and the co-editor with Samuel Brody of The King is in the Field, Essays in Modern Jewish Political Thought, UPenn, 2023. Her talk will be titled The Political Lessons of Jewish Emancipation from Europe to America. Talia, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for including me in this conference. And I've already learned so much, and so much became clearer to me further as a result of the conversations we already had. So I'm based in a Catholic university, the University of Notre Dame. So I feel right at home here. And with, of course, home and at-homeness is also kind of the motif. Okay, so let me begin. In an interview on the Makdisi Street podcast, Palestinian scholar Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian conjured up an image that early on in the genocidal Israeli assault on Gaza went viral. The video shows a man carrying plastic bags while murmuring, Hadol Auladi, these are my children, as he picks up dismembered body parts of his children. For Shalhoub-Kevorkian, this image captures the Palestinian catastrophe writ large, or the violence done to the Palestinian people through the Israeli Jewish colonial logic of fragmentation, displacement, erasure, and genocide. What Shalov Kevorkian calls ashla, referring to the literal political and analytical dismemberment of Palestinian geographies and bodies, needs to be reassembled through what Palestinians call defragmentation and sumud, or steadfastness. Existence is resistance. It is also the case that the Jewish tradition and Jewishness as inhabited politically and culturally need to be recovered from the debris of Gaza and be accountable to Palestinian claims. This amounts to a restorative justice entry point into rethinking Jewish politics from the rubble of Gaza. Restorative justice praxis centers the victims and their needs and demands, even if the restorative justice process may also recognize and does recognize that offenders too carry histories of harm and trauma. Restorative justice, restorative Jewish political thought cannot happen in abstraction from October 7th and the genocidal event in Gaza. I interpret the moment, as do many Palestinian interlocutors, with a longer through a longer historical lens that sees Gaza not as a second Nakba, as sometimes it's referred to, but as an escalation of the ongoing Nakba, the catastrophe that has unfolded since and predated 1948. The Palestinian human rights lawyer and PhD candidate at Harvard Law School, Rabia Eghbariyah, in his recent initially censored piece for the Columbia Law Review, seeks to extricate our analytic horizons from mere analogies such as the use of apartheid, military occupation, and genocide to interpret realities on the ground in Palestine, Israel. And of course, those words do a lot of work, but they don't capture the kind of the entirety of what has been happening historically. Therefore, he develops Nakba or begins to develop Nakba as a legal concept that captures all the myriad historical processes and forms of violence Palestinians have experienced. He distinguishes between Nakba as a foundational event, the Nakba as a set of violent practices, so the structures, and where legal categories such as military occupation and apartheid can be applied, and the Nakba as purpose or erasure and denial. The ongoing Nakba escalated into a genocide, but should be understood within a deeper process of depopulation, replacement, and elimination. And here there is kind of a deep understanding, together with Patrick Wolf and other theories of settler colonialism, that the settler colonial project is, in essence, eliminative vis-a-vis the natives. Eghbariyah insists on, quote, understanding Zionism in terms of the Nakba it produced, end of quote. What would this analytic move mean for Jewish political thought? To be constructive and critical hermeneutical, rather than eliminative, I also want to ask how might Jewish life in the region look if it is not defined by the Nakba. Reimagining Jewish political thought, therefore, has to be directly confronted by the debris of Gaza and Palestinian demands upon Jews as they became homogenized into the Zionist frame through multiple erasures. So Amnon Raskar-Kotzkin's Benjaminian reading of the denial of the Jewish tradition itself in the political production of Zionism and Israeli historiography and subjectivity shows how the erasure of Palestine, Palestinians, Arab Jews, and the Jewish tradition and the East are interwoven sets of denials. Undoing these denials and identifying their entanglements amounts to an epistemic interruption in modernity/coloniality, and therefore may be classified as decolonial. So modernity coloniality, taken together with that slash, modernity coloniality, was initially foregrounded as a concept by Peruvian sociologist Aníbal Ruano to denote that modernity as philosophical, theological, and political sets of projects and colonialism are inseparable. You can think about the one without the other. However, decoloniality, according to the often quoted essay by Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang, is not a metaphor for social justice, but they borrow here from Aimé Césaire, They said decoloniality is a repatriation of indigenous land and life, end of quote. Decoloniality cannot amount to a settler's move to innocence. Yet, there are many critics of the purist articulation of decoloniality. For example, some scholars challenge how Tuck and Wayne overlook and dilute links to other sites of oppression, particularly the connection between indigenous peoples and their struggle and the legacies of slavery. So one example of such work would be Tapji Garba and Sara Maria Sorrentino in a piece published in 2020. Others, like Martin Servansky, write about decolonial praxis as alter realism, which, quote, seeks not to represent reality, but to set realities in motion, end of quote, to mobilize by a particular conception of justice or the future otherwise. Therefore, to claim a decolonial stance is to assert a political, cultural, emancipatory vision, whether you say it out loud, you explicate it or not. There is a vision, with the proviso that decoloniality is not synonymous with feminist or queer emancipatory programs for which one will need a methodology of double critique, border thinking, and interculturality, as illuminated by thinkers such as Gloria Anzaldúa, Walter Mignolio, and Santiago Sabotsky, to name just a few. I detoured here momentarily into some of this decolonial literature to identify the decolonial as an epistemic intervention, as Lina was talking about it, but one that should be concerned with historical repair and accountability, which is also anti-colonial in its material objectives, and also engages in critical hermeneutics, in this case, of what does it mean to be Jewish otherwise, in the space, in the place, after the Nakba ends. This is my first argument concerning accountability from the position of perpetrators of necropolitical state violence. The challenge is to think historically and from within the debris of Gaza and what it signifies, physically and metaphorically. This leads me to my second interrelated point. Jewish political thought has to be co-produced by Palestinians. And here I connect really deeply with what Nono spoke yesterday and his broader reflection on binational ethics and sensibilities. To be restorative and decolonial, Jewish political thought needs to concretely address the Palestinian right to return to the land and accountability for the Nakba, the ongoing Nakba, and the genocide. It requires focusing on the metaphorical and physical ashla, this dismembered plastic bag, things in the plastic bag. As Raif Zrek said, the Palestine question is a Jewish question, telegraphing the underpinning presence of European Christian modernity's role in shaping realities in Palestine and Jewish discourse. This point also comes through in Bashir and Leila Farsak's book, The Arab and the Jewish Questions, and their famous discussion of geographies of entanglement. The inverse is also correct. The question of Judaism is a Palestinian political ethical question about Jews. The current moment presses on everyone, regardless of positionality, that rethinking Jewish politics means wrestling with the Nakba as denoting depopulation, domination, and utter destruction over decades. One of my main concerns with Jewish studies is that it is mostly self-referential, speaking for Jews, about Jews, and using Jewish sources in conversation with a few mostly Christian counterparts. And that is not fundamentally, that it's not fundamentally concerned with the Nakba. This is why I appreciated how yesterday Nono centered Darwish and Elad, Abeer, and Zahiye centered Kanafani today, among other voices too. Gaza forces us to see the plastic bag filled with ashla and listen to Palestinian voices, especially those who attempt to imagine a non-eliminative, non-zero-sum conception of a decolonial future despite their predicament of mutilation. They don't have to invite a Jewish process of repair, but if the invitation comes to imagine Jews in a decolonial future, then it should be accepted. This invitation should be accepted. This amounts to the starting point for a restorative justice approach to decolonial Jewish political thought and life. In his recent article, Daring to Imagine a Future Without Zionism, Palestinian-Israeli scholar Nadim Rouhana unpacks why the discourse of landlords, or a theology of Baalei Bait, which is the language that Ben-Gvir uses, Ani Baal Bait, I'm the landlord, this language, this kind of theology, ideology has been mainstreamed in recent years. Rouhana notes that there is a common thread connecting the narrative inscribed in the Declaration of Independence to the 2018 Jewish nation-state law, sanctioning in law what has been the praxis, that the land is exclusively for Jews. Rouhana writes, quote, Zionism, with its ethno-religious exclusivist imaginary, has been from its inception entrapped in a path that can be pursued only through escalating violence, the end of which we have not seen yet, and inhabits a social political milieu conducive to extremism, end of quote. Like other Palestinian scholars, such as Arish Sabahoui, Rouhana understands this dialectical escalating violent logic of settler colonialism through interacting with Palestinian forms of resistance. This is where he distinguishes between the operative concept of structure in the study of settler colonialism and the process, referring to the dynamic interaction between the colonizers' structures and the colonized people's various forms of resistance that are also modified and accommodated as a result of this interaction. Other Palestinian scholars and activists, such as Rana Barakat, likewise pivot to indigenous resistance to decenter the settler colonial analytic frame that seems to focus on settlers' agency and epistemology exclusively, rather than natives as dialectically partaking in scripting their intertwined stories. In other words, the script of Jewish political violence amounts to a dialectical exchange with Palestinian resistance. It did not write itself in isolation and abstraction from such indigenous resistance. Likewise, rewriting a script for a political future otherwise demands Palestinian interlocutors. Recognizing the persistent agency of the colonized Palestinian in the dialectical struggle with the colonizer, Rouhana argues that beyond legitimate resistance, Palestinians have a potentially agentic power in offering a way out of the Zionist box, within which only supremacist political discourse can be articulated, however one slices it. In some respects, Rouhana's intervention echoes Raif Zrek's earlier analysis in his When Does a Settler Become a Native, of the complicated ethical responsibility, or rather burden, of the colonized for theorizing a future inclusive rather than eliminative of the settlers. Zrek writes of, quote, a need for surgery that can remove the national flesh from the settler colonial skeleton, end of quote. This is a difficult and painful undertaking for Palestinians, whose land has become, since the establishment of the Jewish National Fund and other mechanisms of dispossession, quote, the property of Jewish people all over the world, end of quote, referring once again to the global Jewish task of interrogating and disengaging from a theology of landlords and the non-metaphorical decolonial demand for land back, which is that the colonial demand. Zrek, like Rouhana, centers Palestinian agency in undergoing this necessary political, historical, and conceptual surgery. For Palestinians, therefore, the surgery entails that, quote, while they say no to Jewish privileges, they can say yes to Jewish rights, no to Jewish superiority, but yes to Jewish safety. So this quick sketch of two Palestinian Israeli scholars, with reference to a few others, and their pragmatic and ethical understanding of decoloniality as relinquishing Jewish landlord theology and supremacy, which itself is a product of dialectical relation with Palestinian resistance, including epistemological resistance, most critically reveals the importance of rethinking dialectically Jewish politics by centering Palestinian ethical demands. Certainly, much has to be done in terms of what I refer to elsewhere as intra-Jewish critical caretaking, which means here retrieving, as do Jewish Israeli and non-Israeli critics and activists, counter-archival histories and traditions eclipsed by Zionist epistemic violence against Jews and Jewish traditions in the plural, and rewriting from the ground up through activist and movement work forms of co-resistance to the Nakba, which also dehumanizes Jews. However, the current historical moment of Gaza clarifies the need for centering Palestinian interlocutors in reimagining Jewish politics. Zrek and Rouhana, of course, are joined by many other such efforts to articulate an alternative decolonial binational political ethics, such as the collaborative work of Bashir and Amos Goldberg, as an example. This more recent scholarship and the effort to develop Nakba as a legal concept by Abeer, as I just mentioned, reveals, to my mind, Edward Said's specter on the conversation. Said is canonical in identifying early on the contrapuntal, this musical metaphor of choice, relations between Jews and Palestinians. And I now want to, for a few moments, focus on Said's reception in articulating Jewish politics through an ethics, Jewish political thought and ethics, and whether this reception results in decolonial restorative justice or opening toward decolonial restorative justice. Ella Shohat correctly highlights in her reflection after Said's death about his reception in Israeli academia that gatekeeping and provincial reading of Said often facilitated an almost magical jump from Zionism to post-Zionism without ever wrestling with the pivotal question of Zionism as colonialism, as Nakba, and the related tangible political demands of anti-colonialism, or more specifically, anti-Zionism. It is, however, worthwhile to revisit the works of those such as Avi Schleim, who read Said's The Question of Palestine, quote, as an essay in reconciliation, especially when cross-referenced with his musical work with Daniel Barenboim. So such a reading requires a direct interrogation of Zionism as Nakba, to take this invitation. Judith Butler's relational ethical approach, which they articulate in parting ways, gives us a glimpse, albeit limited in my view, into what it means for Jewish thought to also be Palestinian thought. Butler engages centrally with Said's account of exile, zooming in on how Said read the figure of the Egyptian Moses in his Freud and the Non-Europeans, in order to develop Butler's own ethics of alterity, arguing that for Jewish ethics to be Jewish, it must also be non-Jewish. Indeed, Butler reads Said as a Moses figure vis-a-vis their effort to re-signify and reconstitute Jewish political ethics. Butler uses Said to articulate exile or alterity as home. Even if utterly detached from sociological realities, Butler's effort to part ways with Zionist conceptions of a Jewish home is intriguing for their centering of a Palestinian interlocutor who himself, perhaps as a praxis of empathic unsettlement, a la Capra, connected to the Jewish discourse about exile to interpret his own predicament. However, once again, important distinctions need to be made between exile as a philosophical idea and an intellectual positionality versus the material condition and experience of exile. Said writes about that in his essay, Reflections on Exile. He opens the essay with his typical incisive wit, quote, "Exile is strangely compelling to think about, but terrible to experience," end of quote, denoting a necessary tension that Butler is not attuned to or glosses regarding exile as an empirical predicament rather than a philosophical decree. Said then takes the reader through a review of historical literature that romanticizes, glorifies, and fetishizes exile to exiles, which are the results of, quote, modern warfare, imperialism, and quasi-theological ambitions of totalitarian rulers, which gave us the age of the refugee, the displaced persons, mass immigration, etc. And of course, there is nothing romantic about such exile, and it is not and cannot be an aesthetic or metaphorical ethics of liberation from modernity coloniality. To think of exile informing this literature as beneficially humanistic, Said continues, is to banalize its mutilations, the losses it inflicts on those who suffer them, the muteness with which it responds to any attempt to understand it as good for us. It is not true that the view of exile in literature and moreover in religion obscure what is truly horrendous, that exile is irremediably secular and unbearably historical, that it is produced by human beings for other human beings, and that, like death, but without death's ultimate mercy, it has torn millions of people from the nourishment of tradition, family, and geography. End of quote. I cite Said here to illuminate a tension between Butler's embrace of Said for their critique of Zionism by reclaiming alterity and non-belonging as home, performing in a sense kind of a move to white Jewish innocence, and Said's important distinction between exile as philosophy and exile as the experience of mutilation and fragmentation, which for me conjures up the man with his plastic bag of ashla that Shalhuf Kevorkian discussed. Said, unlike Butler, doesn't value exile or alterity instead of home or being at home. He concludes, what is true of all exile is not that home and love of home are lost, but that loss is inherent in the very existence of both. Said exemplifies Palestinian thought about home and exile, which connects profoundly to Jewish thought about home and exile, when he engages with Adorno, German Jewish philosopher, citing him as saying that it is part of morality not to be at home in one's home. This is an important insight to bring into the Jewish discussion seeking to reclaim exile and diaspora as Jewish homes, not for their effort to challenge and disrupt Zionist teleology, but for forgetting the mutilated materiality of exile. Here it may be helpful to introduce Said's unpublished letter to the American Jewish community during the First Intifada. It was eventually published in the Jewish Currents a few years ago. And I quote again, when Jews speak of Israel as a place they come home to, you will allow that their word home to Palestinian ears has a death-like effect. I do not minimize what for Jews is an age-old problem of persecuted alienation and exile, but you also must understand the wounding immediacy for us of quite literally witnessing our home turn into someone else's home, end of quote. Now in Gaza, homes have turned into rubble, and tombs burying Palestinian bodies, sometimes alive, burying knowledges, memories of space. While interrogating Zionism qua colonialism as a point of departure, Butler then aestheticizes Said's account of exile from a place of privilege and comfort in Exile qua home in Berkeley. Butler also fails to address the question, in my view, of Jewish re-belonging, or how might home look for Jews outside a settler colonial paradigm after unlearning what Hagar Kotef calls the constitutive violence of the Jewish Zionist Israeli conceptions of home and self. They also, Butler, failed to engage outside the Ashkenazi-centric canon from before World War II or shortly after, terminally, like so much of the other critical Jewish kind of interventions, seeking to reset the clocks in terms of what Jewish sources to excavate, to rewrite Jewish authenticity or Zionist authenticity. Shochat's reading of Said, therefore, more powerfully, in my view, exemplifies why Palestinian thought and experiences are critical for understanding the other forms of violence inflicted by Zionism as integral to an upshot of a history of Christian modernity coloniality. Shochat revolutionized Jewish thought with her essay Zionism from the standpoint of its Jewish victims, which corresponded in the pages of the same journal, Social Text, with Said's Zionisms from the standpoint of its victims. It is a foundational text for critical Mizrahi studies and Jewish studies, I would claim. Shochat's methodology of diasporic reading, to be distinguished from the diaspora as a place, it's a methodology, illuminates the entanglements of geographies of dislocation and erasure. So for Shochat, as it is for Nono's reading of Said's, albeit differently, the denial of Palestinian lives and the erasure of a different narrative of Jewish life in the region are integral to the construction of Jewish Zionist ideology predicated on Christian modernity coloniality. Shochat's correspondence with Said and her diasporic reading offer decolonial pathways for imagining Jewish at-homeness in the region outside a settler colonial frame of domination. Therefore, her work and critical Mizrahi scholarship broadly offer resources for thinking through the question I posed earlier: how might Jewish life in the region look after the Nakba ends? With Nakba, again, understood together with Abeer and many others in terms of foundation, structure, and purpose. This basic insight also manifests in various activist and scholarly spaces. One of them is Maktub. It's a project that began in 2016 by Palestinian author Salman Natur and Iraqi Jewish sociologist Yehuda Shenhav in Palestine, Israel, dedicated to translating Arabic literature into Hebrew with the aspiration, quote, to rid Hebrew language literature of its Orientalist conceptions. Further, through a process of what they call mutual sovereignty in translation, using at least one Jewish and one Palestinian translator per literary work, Maktub intentionally seeks to combat the segregation of Jews and Palestinians and to dismantle the colonial power structures between the two languages. It doesn't seek to be a fig leaf covering up the context of colonialism, but rather to reconnect to the experience of Arabic-Hebrew dialogic exchanges in Andalusia, which is a place but also a metaphor. This constitutes a decolonial act. However, when one is confronted with the man and his plastic bags full of ashla in Gaza, the binational translation movement as a decolonial epistemic intervention seems insufficient to the urgency of the moment, even if necessary for reimagining home in the region outside a settler colonial frame. Jewish political thought must be concerned directly with what it owes the man and his ashla, as the non-metaphorical experience of exile as mutilation. The main interrelated questions of restorative justice are: who is harmed and what they need? In the spirit of Said's conception of Palestinian real, not metaphorical exile, through a dialogue with Jewish conceptions and experiences of exile, Jewish political thought can only be reimagined from the debris of Gaza, the upshot of decades of Palestinian dehumanization, dispossession, and fragmentation, and in conversation with Palestinian interlocutors, who themselves, such as Said, are in conversation with Jewish interlocutors disrupting an identitarian and segregationist analysis and vocabulary. I highlighted that Palestinian scholarship, in an effort to decenter settlers' kind of exclusive historical agency, shows us how and where the formation of Jewish violence was written dialectically in response to Palestinian resistance as it unfolded historically. Similarly, in a similar way, any effort to reimagine, challenge, and stretch Jewish political thought outside of Zionist hegemony and Jewish power is also a Palestinian question. Answering it means acknowledging harm and asking Palestinians what they want and need. So I will conclude with Sapir Sutzker-Amran, a co-founder of Shovrot Kirot, a queer Mizrahi feminist movement that is nourished from the long legacy of Mizrahi social justice activism. Sapir tried to defend recently with her body against the settler gangs, Tzav 9, vandalizing humanitarian trucks and destroying food sent for starved people in Gaza. In TV interviews, it was important for her to say that she is an Arab, an Iraqi Jew, and that she can understand how can you be Jewish and destroy food like that and prevent the hungry from eating. This is ground zero for reimagining Jewish political thought through restorative justice prism. Thank you. It doesn't show it. Sorry, did I mess it up? love German honesty. Like, no, you're okay. That's anyway.
Just a second. Okay. So here we go. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. So this morning, Adi Ophir said that the task for Jewish politics is the critique of the state. And in a nutshell, that's more or less what I'm about to say. Although without the abolitionist gesture, which to my mind seems unfruitful, both because the state is the hegemonic political form in modernity, but also because despite its hegemony, the state has taken many different forms in modernity. And again, in a nutshell, what I'm going to be arguing is that Jewish history demonstrates both the variety of state forms and their crucial significance, and that since the interwar period, the central question for Jewish politics has been what kind of state should we have? And I think arguably that is still the crucial question, or at least a crucial question for Jewish politics today, and hopefully this will all make sense by the end of my talk. Since the 1990s, and with increasing fervor since October 7th, Jews disenchanted with Zionism have embraced exile and diaspora as counter-concepts. Outraged by Israel's actions and by an ideological orthodoxy that conflates Judaism with Zionism, dissenters have claimed an alternative legacy based on diasporic texts and traditions. Opposition to Israeli policy, and in some cases to the state itself, has prompted a revival of ideologies supposedly rendered obsolete in 1948. Suddenly, public discourse is consumed with fierce controversies surrounding Zionism and diasporism. At this crisis moment, foundational debates about Jewish politics have been reopened. This intense ideological ferment is one of the few constructive developments to emerge in these oppressively dark times. I share the investment in understanding diaspora as a political concept, yet I have long worried that popular forms of neo-diasporism lack political heft. Although these discourses are reactive in the sense that they emerge in opposition to state-centered Zionism, they provide no rejoinder to the nation-state's claims regarding security and self-determination. Theorists who embrace a diasporic identity seldom offer a vision of alternative political institutions and regimes beyond that of a protest movement or an independent minyan. Moreover, American enthusiasts for diaspora are insufficiently conscious of the ways in which their own Jewish identities have been shaped by the US constitutional regime and political culture. To put it another way, on the contemporary Jewish left, diaspora is largely invoked to solve problems of individual identity and social belonging. Reclaiming diaspora allows dissenters to craft multiple hybrid identities, including an identity which is robustly Jewish but severed from Zionism. It enables membership in an intersectional left, and it provides sources of ethical inspiration and moral certainty for social justice campaigns. Without denying the gravity of the identity crises besetting contemporary Jews, I would nevertheless argue that the focus on social belonging limits diaspora's political purchase. The theorists shaping contemporary notions of diaspora have a lot to say about the self, but almost nothing to say about the state beyond opposition to the state of Israel. A political tradition defined by its emergence under conditions of statelessness has abandoned the analysis and critique of the state. This lacuna is puzzling since, historically, diasporic political thought put the state at the center, even while it challenged the state's exclusive sovereignty. Precisely because diasporic political formations are threatened by Western doctrines of sovereignty, diasporic thinkers had to study the various forms that states have historically taken. The scholars and intellectuals who enshrined diaspora as a key term for the analysis of Jewish history were consumed by the question of which kinds of states proved hostile or hospitable to Jewish autonomy. Since the turn of the 20th century, diasporic thinkers have anatomized the different regimes under which Jews lived, attaching near existential significance to variations in state structures. In today's talk, I want to showcase this mode of diasporic political thinking. To introduce the diasporic study of the state, I will analyze two early essays by Salo Baron,
whose 1930 appointment to the chair in Jewish history at Columbia University is often heralded as an origin moment for academic Jewish studies. Baron was a historian, not a philosopher, yet a political theoretical claim about diaspora animates Baron's historiography. In Ghetto and Emancipation, the essay which brought Baron to prominence and remains central to his legacy, Baron contends that politics and the state have determined the conditions of diasporic Jewish existence. Politics is determinative in the sense that different types of states afford radically different possibilities for Jewish identity, practice, and self-organization. Before delving into Baron's taxonomy of state forms, I want to situate him within historical traditions of what I'm calling diasporic political thinking. This tradition begins with Simon Dubnow, the historian and political activist. I start with Dubnow not because he embraced diaspora nationalism as a political ideology, but rather because he was arguably the first thinker to frame diaspora as a problem of political organization. Dubnow advanced a historical claim about the persistence of Jewish nationalism in diaspora. To substantiate the claim for an unbroken chain of Jewish autonomy, Dubnow made two linked moves. He cataloged the state forms which enabled and constrained Jewish self-determination, and he detailed the economic, legal, and communal institutions Jews devised to exercise self-rule under favorable regimes. Drawing on Dubnow, I adopt a methodological, or perhaps disciplinary, approach to diasporic political thinking. I showcase scholars who treat diaspora as a political status which confronts Jews with distinctive puzzles and predicaments, foremost amongst them the dilemmas posed by modern states. Understood in this way, diasporic political thinking has been practiced by thinkers from across the ideological spectrum, Zionists included. Thinking about politics from a diasporic vantage point affords unique theoretical insights about the variety and significance of state forms, and it gives us a vocabulary in which to envision alternative state structures in the present. In short, I urge scholars of Jewish politics to return the state to the forefront of diasporic thinking at a moment of crisis when neither the nation state nor the liberal state can be said to have offered a definitive solution to the Jewish question. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about two essays by Salo Baron. Today, Salo Baron's seminal essay, Ghetto and Emancipation, which was published in 1928, is largely remembered for its critique of what he called the lachrymose theory of Jewish history. Challenging then-canonical narratives of Jewish modernity, Baron advanced a more sober assessment of emancipation's liberatory potential. The histories which shaped Jewish opinion in Baron's day cast emancipation as, quote, the dawn of a new day after a nightmare of the deepest horror, unquote, and the deepest horror was the Middle Ages, when Jews were confined to ghettos, subject to discrimination, and targets of violence, both random and organized. Baron, by contrast, argues that even without so-called equal rights, medieval Jews often enjoyed a higher standard of living and more quotidian freedoms than Gentile peers. If the Middle Ages did not consign Jews to unrelenting woe, Baron contends, neither did modernity usher in a liberatory utopia. Baron writes, quote, for emancipation meant losses as well as gains for Jewry, unquote, and according to Baron, the primary loss is the loss of communal autonomy. Baron's essay achieved canonical status because its corrective to modernist triumphalism transformed the study of Jewish history. Indeed, Baron's methodological injunction against lachrymosity remains an article of faith for historians to this day. Yet the vigilance against lachrymosity threatens to overshadow other facets of the essay. Too often, we neglect the political theoretical claim which animates Baron's revisionist historiography, a claim that ties the historiography of diaspora to the study of the state. In Ghetto and Emancipation, Baron does not merely place a positive construction upon historical episodes that were unfairly negated. He also identifies the state as the primary agent determining the conditions of both medieval and modern Jewish existence. This claim suffuses Baron's answer to the question that preoccupied generations of Jewish historians, but what has emancipation really meant to the Jew? Baron's contrarian reply is that emancipation's meaning is equivocal. He writes, quote, the miracle of emancipation was not so great as we supposed, unquote. Emancipation seems less miraculous because, as evidence regarding population data, income levels, legal status, and the frequency of violence attests, medieval Jews were not an immiserated group in need of salvation. More important, modernist triumphalism wanes once we realize that accession to citizenship entailed a significant loss, namely the loss of national autonomy. Under the corporate system of the Middle Ages, Baron contends, Jews enjoyed a degree of autonomy which often exceeded that of other corporations. Baron writes, quote, all this self-governing apparatus disappeared, of course, when the revolution brought equal rights to European Jewry, unquote. From Baron's perspective, equal rights cannot compensate for the decimation of Jewish self-government, the loss of what he calls a distinctive kind of territory and state. When Baron rehearses complaints about the replacement of what he calls the living Jewish ethnic organism by what he calls the fiction of the Jewish confession, he advances a distinctive theoretical proposition that extends Dubnovian traditions but adds a pronounced emphasis on the state. Baron traces the impetus for emancipation to the rise of a new kind of state, and he implots this transition in a narrative which ascribes historical agency to the state itself. Contemporary historians have argued that Jewish enfranchisement was not self-evident, even for Enlightenment thinkers who professed an abstract commitment to civic equality. Rather, Jews secured the sometimes partial and always fragile status of citizenship after protracted struggle. Baron, by contrast, indulges in what might call a strong form of political determinism. Downplaying Jewish campaigns for equal rights and the fierce opposition they provoked, Baron interprets emancipation as a foregone conclusion with the rise of the modern state. And now I'm going to read the passage that is on the screen. This is again from Ghetto and Emancipation, 1928. When the modern state came into being and set out to destroy the medieval corporations and estates and to build a new citizenship, it could no longer suffer the existence of an autonomous Jewish corporation. Sooner or later, it had to give the Jews equal rights in civil and public law and to impose upon them equal duties in turn. After the French Revolution, one state after the other abrogated their economic disabilities and granted them full freedom of activity. Finally, they opened public offices, elective and appointive, to Jews and made them citizens with equal rights. Emancipation was a necessity even more for the modern state than for Jewry. The Jews' medieval status was anachronistic and had to go. Left to themselves, the Jews might for long have clung to their corporate existence, for emancipation meant losses as well as gains for Jewry. Here, Baron reserves agency for the state, whose institutional and conceptual foundations demand the abolition of corporations. Although Jews would have preferred to remain autonomous, Baron argues, the state imposed a new legal status on them for its own reasons, namely the drive to centralization and the quest for exclusive sovereignty. In Baron's rendition, the modern state is a particular kind of state, and its distinctive contours dictate the terms of Jewish identity and existence. Indeed, the rise of the modern state has implications which extend far beyond the realm of political participation. For with accession to equal citizenship, Jews abandon holistic national membership for a thin religious identity. I call Baron's thought a form of political determinism, then, because he contends that the hegemonic state form in a given period determines whether Jews see themselves as a nationality or a religious community. And I'll say two things here. One, Baron's thought becomes less deterministic in later years, and I personally have reservations about this determinism, as I'll say in the conclusion. This deterministic streak leads Baron to downplay the significance of legal rights and formal political membership. On a basic level, the refusal of lachrymosity reflects deep skepticism about the benefits of modern citizenship. If Jews were better off in the Middle Ages, when they lacked equal rights and suffered from legal disabilities, then formal equality is not inherently emancipatory. But Baron issues a more general caution about placing undue emphasis on citizenship status. It is a mistake to complain that medieval Jews lacked equal rights, Baron contends, since, quote, there was no such thing then as equal rights, and as a result, other factors determined whether Jews thrived. Baron issues a similar caution regarding the study of modernity, where the focus on civic equality is liable to blind us to the subjection that citizenship entails. After explaining that the designation of medieval Jews as servi camarae effectively positioned them as what he calls serfs in public law, Baron makes the contrarian claim that modern citizens, who are routinely taxed and drafted, are subject to the same kind of serfdom. Baron writes, quote, now we ought not to forget that even today we are, in effect, serfs of the state in public law, notwithstanding all theories of personal rights, natural rights of citizens, and the sovereignty of the people, unquote. With this leveling gesture, Baron suggests that formal political membership tells us very little about the Jews' material fortunes in a given period. The conflation of medieval serfdom with modern citizenship further underscores the centrality of state forms to Baron's political imaginary. Throughout history, Baron implies, the kind of state in which Jews lived proved more consequential than whether they enjoyed formal equality with other residents of said state. To put it another way, the contours of modern Judaism were shaped by the kind of state that makes equal citizenship conceivable and even necessary, rather than the fact of citizenship itself. Baron offers a more emphatic claim regarding the causality of state forms in an essay called Nationalism and Intolerance, a companion piece also published in the Menorah Journal in 1929. In this essay, Baron presents the analysis and classification of state forms as a historiographical imperative. Baron surveys Jewish history from Babylon to the 20th century in search of a law, quote, by which the varying fortunes of Jewries in the diaspora may be explained, unquote. Without denying the importance of religious and economic factors, Baron nevertheless concludes that the political organization of national identity, specifically what he calls the national structure of the state, has been the decisive force in shaping diasporic existence. Indeed, Baron does not hesitate to position state structures as, quote, the underlying uniform cause of a variety of phenomena which to contemporaries seem diverse and unrelated. That's the end of quote. And he goes on to use phrases like, to describe this law as operating almost like a law of nature with no exceptions. Okay, so he's willing to go that far. Extending the deflationary argument of ghetto and emancipation, Baron contends that the same law, duly modified to account for colonialism, democratization, and modern nationalism, operates pre- and post-emancipation. Emancipation does not alter or suspend the dynamics of diasporic history because the fact of enfranchisement is secondary to the kind of state in which Jews are enfranchised. This bold claim for political causality rests on a three-part taxonomy. According to Baron, the relationship between nationality and state has historically taken three forms: the national state, in which ethnos and demos are identical, the state of nationalities, which houses multiple nationalities, and the part of a nationality state in which a nation resides partly in one country, partly in another. This taxonomy allows Baron to state his argument about diasporic Jewish flourishing in the form of a law. He writes, these then are the three types of states under which the Jewish people have lived in the diaspora. If we now consider the treatment of Jewry under these various types of states, we shall, while leaving out all details, be able to formulate our law as follows. The status of the Jew is most favorable in pure states of nationalities, most unfavorable in national states, and somewhat between the two extremes in states which include part of a nationality only. Given the Dubnovian underpinnings of Baron's revisionist historiography, his endorsement of the state of nationalities is hardly surprising, as I will explain below. For now, however, I want to focus on the theoretical claim which yields this autonomous conclusion. The essay, Nationalism and Intolerance, makes explicit the methodological and disciplinary assumptions which underlie the argument in Ghetto and Emancipation. Properly understood, diasporic political thinking is a study of the state, a meditation on the profound implications of state structures. Baron invites theorists of diaspora to pose a Jewish version of the traditional question of the best regime. If Western political theorists debate the respective merits of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, Jewish thinkers evaluate their prospects under nation-states, multinational states, and mixed regimes. Again, I have invoked Baron to showcase a form of diasporic thinking that tends to get lost in the current preoccupation with controversies of identity, ethics, and social belonging. In these early essays, Baron proposes and defends an emphatically political mode of analysis. For explanatory purposes, students of diaspora must foreground the state, undertaking a taxonomy and criticism of the structures which have historically determined Jewish self-understanding. Moreover, the historiographical claim about the causal agency of state structures should inform projects for Jewish political mobilization. If one accepts Baron's claim that state structures determine diasporic Jewish welfare, then one's political energies will presumably center on establishing regimes conducive to Jewish flourishing. In other words, the question of the best regime, duly modified to showcase national membership, emerges as the focal point for diasporic politics. Baron's essays offer a preliminary glimpse of what such a politics would look like in his own time, in the interwar period. Although it is seldom remembered today, Ghetto and Emancipation culminates in a call to pursue autonomy within the legal architecture of the modern state system. Writing in 1928, Baron notes that emancipation's promises have become less credible even for ardent modernists such as Zionists and Reform Jews. In a period marked by what he described as dissatisfaction with democracy and parliamentarianism, and the rise of opposing political systems, and here he notes protectionism, fascism, Sovietism, in such a period, Baron discerns, quote, a movement back to a modified medievalism, unquote. In Jewish context, this rapprochement manifests in a new openness to what he calls ghetto ideas of Jewish self-government. Of course, Baron himself is part of this neo-medievalist movement. In Ghetto and Emancipation, Baron endorses ghetto ideals, autonomy foremost among them, as necessary complements to more familiar liberal values. Baron writes, autonomy as well as equality must be given its place in the modern state, and much time must pass before these two principles will be fully harmonized and balanced. Perhaps the chief task of this and future generations is to attain that harmony and balance. As Baron makes clear, endorsement of autonomy does not entail a reversal toward what he calls an obsolete and impossible corporational system. Rather, Baron encourages Jews and other minorities to secure, quote, the equilibrium between their full rights as citizens and the special minority rights they think necessary to protect their living national organism from destruction and absorption by the minority, unquote. In modern states, the majority, thank you. In modern states,
he's listening.
Yes. It's a good sign. Yeah. In modern states, autonomy takes the form of minority rights, and this is the place to mention that in the 1920s, Baron himself was a member of the Permanent Minorities Commission of the International Federation of the League of Nations Unions. Read as a contribution to political theory, the essays in the Menorah Journal challenge readers to pursue legal and constitutional avenues for Jewish self-rule within a modern state system under increasing stress. So now I'll conclude. I've devoted my talk to Baron's historiography because I believe that he offers a crucial supplement to contemporary figurations of diaspora. Perhaps the most important conclusion to be drawn from Baron's work is that diasporic political thought needs an analysis of and answer to the state. Although I have reservations about Baron's political determinism, which verges on monocausal explanation and doesn't give enough attention to Jewish political agency and democratic political agency more generally, I do think we should revive a softer version of his claim that state structures play a constitutive role in shaping modern Jewish existence. Internalizing this insight means becoming more self-conscious about the ways in which political institutions enable and constrain our own sense of political imagination. By extension, critics who hope to expand the contemporary political imagination should invest energy in redesigning state structures as opposed to deconstructing the self or cultivating an ethos of existential homelessness. To be taken seriously as political discourse, diasporic thinking must develop a critical taxonomy of state structures under which Jews currently live, challenging once hegemonic but now vulnerable commonplaces about the regimes which are best for the Jews. By advocating a form of diasporic political thinking which foregrounds state structures, I do not endorse autonomism or federalism or any other political position that Baron himself took. Again, the claim is methodological or maybe disciplinary rather than ideological. Baron himself warned against the anachronistic temptation to revive corporate autonomy in modern liberal states. When Baron invoked autonomy as a political value in the 1920s, he was trying to develop a modern political idiom which made space for minority rights. In keeping with Baron's law of diasporic Jewish existence, this call was contingent on prevailing state structures. Thus, the longer that Baron lived in the United States, the more ambivalent his attitude toward minority rights became. By the 1980s, the failure of the minority rights treaties and the distinctive constitutional structures of the United States led Baron to conclude that Americans were not ready for minority rights. Contemporary diasporic thinkers must be similarly attuned to historical and political constraints. What would it mean to engage in state-oriented diaspora thinking today without committing to anachronistic ideologies? I will gesture toward what this endeavor might entail via brief examples from Israel and the United States, two countries deep in the throes of precipitous democratic decline. In Israel, the brutal, disastrous, and interminable war has crippled the protest movement that arose in opposition to the judicial reform. And I'm very critical of the protest movement, as I'll explain, but I still think it's useful as an example of what state thinking about state structures might look like today. Granted, the protest movement had severe limitations, foremost among them their refusal to confront the occupation, as well as their naive allegiance to a brand of liberalism lacking deep roots in Israel. For many months, however, the movement brought massive crowds into the streets to debate state structures, what democracy means, the place of the judiciary in a democratic regime, and the strengths and liabilities of constitutionalism. Prior to October 7th, it was not unreasonable to hope that with more critical awareness regarding the paradoxes of the nation state, the movement might have developed a more radical and inclusive democratic vision. In the United States, diasporic thinkers must wrestle with foundational political ruptures, such as the fragility of the liberal order, which subvert reigning assumptions of post-World War II Jewish politics. In the past decade, the liberal order has been subject to increasing challenge from both right and left. Post-liberal configurations of the relationship between nation and state posed sharp dilemmas for Jews. Liberal states offered Jews equal citizenship as individuals and religious liberty as a collective. As Baron taught, civic equality in liberal states came at a high cost. But Jews have, for the most part, learned to navigate the liberal order and the trade-offs, such as downplaying national identity, that it requires. As current anti-Semitism controversies attest, however, Jewish politics may need to be reimagined to navigate the challenges of a post-liberal order. In sum, in Israel and America, diasporic thinking of the kind that I advocate would examine the implications of democratic decline and the fragility of the liberal order for Jews and Judaism. And now I'm going to conclude with one final implication of what I'm calling the move to foreground state structures. Diasporic political thinking of the kind that Baron practiced will take up many issues which are neither explicitly Jewish nor of exclusive concern to Jews. Baron supported minority rights because he thought that they would preserve Jewish autonomy in modern states, but the policy itself encompassed multiple minority groups. Nor was the justification for minority rights framed as a philosophical disquisition on what Jewishness means. In other words, parochial Jewish concerns, in this case a commitment to national self-determination, led Baron to join a general debate about collective rights in modern states. Thus, Baron's analysis of diasporic history issues in a call to pursue non-sectarian shared political projects without imposing a universalist orthodoxy. For this reason, what I am calling diasporic political thinking takes us beyond well-worn debates about the ethics of universalism and particularism. At a moment when many on the left are consumed with anguished hand-wringing about the ostensible conflict between Jewish particularism and the demands of justice, Baron points the way toward an alternative politics which is simultaneously coalition-based and unapologetic about its Jewish motivations. Thanks.
Thank you very much, both. Really, really great presentation. Daniel. And then Gil. But first, Daniel, with the microphone.
Thank you both for very illuminating and significant papers and interventions. I want to counter-intervene at one seemingly small point to both of you, which is the elision of diaspora and exile. These are fundamentally, they're related concepts in what they both negate, but they're fundamentally different ethical, cultural, and political gestures. And the easy elision of them, I think, obscures many nuances and significant implications. Just one example. Atalia, Said's intervention with regard to exile is, of course, exactly right and exactly on point. But it would not be on point if the term were diaspora, right? I mean, diaspora, of course, has dangers, and we all know. But on the other hand, sovereignty clearly has, does fail as well. So that's, it's not that there are failures, but one bespeaks a positive orientation towards explicitly living among other people, but with translocal identities that are significant as well. I'm not going to go into detail, of course. Whereas exile, no, I get it that there's a kind of metaphysical component there, but I'm not interested in metaphysics. I'm interested in imagining ways that people can conceive of relations to precisely to do commitments to justice in the city, right? Where I live, that is my home, as the Bund saying, and as well as to powerful commitments, cultural, social, sometimes religious, but not necessarily, and even political in some ways, to people who live in other places as well. So I really would put in a plea that we think about and be more careful, and certainly don't say things like exile, diaspora, as both of you did, implying that they're just notational variants, of the same thing.
Yeah, can I? Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. I mean, and I apologize if it came across like I was equating, because I really tried to meditate deeply with Said and with the concept of exile and what it means as mutilation. I mean, the violence of it. And of course, I've studied, ethnographically and otherwise, specifically American Jews who, underwent a process of unlearning Zionism and embracing, what they understood as the diaspora. This is what is, most authentically Jewish, et cetera, et cetera. So I completely understand this point, and it's critical. I think that the urgency, kind of the ethical urgency of the moment, is that it's not enough at the moment, which is of course an ongoing moment, to just say, I'm at home here in, Chicago.
That's baloney.
Yeah. No. But then, I care nothing. I have nothing to do with, Jews in Palestine, Israel, because you kind of do. I do, I think that clarity is absolutely, should have been there more, and it was there in the longer version. But yeah, I mean, and of course, Shaul writes about it too. I agree. But I also want to ask the question of okay, what does it mean to be at home in Palestine, Israel, as a Jewish person, but not from within kind of a settler colonial framework? And that's kind of a really, really hard. And this is the question that Nono was kind of grappling with too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also Julie as well. And yes, certainly the political structural questions are immediately raise themselves.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say that in my imaginary, which I didn't treat in the book, it's a question of the political situation, state version, state whatever, in every particular situation. Whereas the commitment to equal identification. Now, I'm not talking about identification in the sense of identity politics. I'm talking about the folks and struggles that we identify with. And the notion of a double identity always, which I think Baron actually brings out, a double set of identifications with the oppressed where I live, and with, in this case, fellow Jews, Irish people or etc. So.
Yeah, so I mean, I'll just say briefly, I'm not interested in metaphysics either. And that's why I am trying to introduce historians, sociologists, political thinkers into this conversation, which I think too often is dominated by metaphysics and ethics with no immediate translation into politics. And, you know, so I think that is one of the important contributions that Dubnow and Baron and other thinkers of this tradition bring to the fore, which is that instead of engaging in a metaphysical disquisition on the meaning of Jewishness, diaspora is a political situation that affords us certain insights about the nature of states, their variety, and then, you know, challenges us politically to try to intervene, working in concert with others to reimagine and reform the state in a way that honors the equal rights of everyone involved. I would just say one additional thing, which is I think they also press us to think about the ways in which our own theoretical constructions, for example, your vision of doubled identity, are in themselves, in some sense, determined by the political structures under which you live, namely the Constitution of the United States of America, right? And so I think we're invited to engage in a critical reflection on the ways in which state structures shape our own political imagination for better or for worse, and that if we want to expand our political imagination and do so in a productive way, we have to be aware of the ways in which our own sense of possibility are shaped by the structures under which we live, and that if we want to change those structures, we have to move. I think we do have to have a more concrete vision of how that doubled identity or sense of mutual solidarity translates on the ground into institutions and practices and legal frameworks.
Gil, please.
Thank you both. I really like the juxtaposition of the two papers. And since, as you know, the news media has shown that Columbia University is in close competition in terms of world significance with Palestine, I don't know if I should feel elated or depressed over the fact that, of course, both Said and Baron associated with Columbia University. And I don't say this to toot any horn. I'm deeply ashamed of being a member of that otherwise august faculty. But the reason why I bring it up is because, if I may borrow Lina's language, I want to ask about the coloniality of geography. And as I don't need to tell anybody, Said wrote at least two books. One is called The Question of Palestine, and the other is called Orientalism. And my question is the opposite of Anne Stoller's question, namely not about the occlusion of the question of Palestine through the reading of Orientalism, but rather the occlusion of Orientalism through the question of Palestine, which may not be accurate in bibliographic terms, but I think is deeply accurate in terms of the way the conversation is ongoing. The coloniality of geography would have to recognize that, again, I don't mean to step on Lina's toes here, but I do believe that there are Arabs and Muslims and even Palestinians. I hear there are Syrians and Lebanese and Egyptians in other places than the Middle East. And that the question of Orientalism is not a statistical question, namely that the word minorities have absolutely no significance for the matter at hand. Yes, it is not a question of numbers. It is a question of what it means to think politics in terms of numbers and what it means to think politics in terms of regions. And so my question, I apparently have only two questions at this conference. One is, how secular do we want to be? Yes, some of us are Orthodox Jews and still are secular. And the other question is geography. What is the geography of the question we are dealing with? The way I asked the question this morning was, what is Palestine that 150 campuses in the United States, I mean 150 university presidents, by the way, Bollinger, the president of Columbia, up until a year ago, Minu Shafiq is very sorry about that, up until a year ago, had organized a whole page ad signed by 140 university presidents to protest BDS. Today, 150 presidents by, whatever the news media count, 150 university presidents in the United States have called the riot police on students who scream Palestine. That, to me, is not, does not clarify the meaning of Palestine at all. It makes it completely obscure. But one thing is clear, is that the 6 degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon, the Americans among you, you may know, we no longer have 6 degrees of separation, and we certainly don't have 6 degrees of separation from the catastrophe that is called, among other names, Palestine. So I just wonder, especially because, Julie, you talked about a geography, I can't help but also have to mention that when we talk about diaspora and exile, and we talk about liberal states, we do recognize that we're talking about, as Etienne Balibar put it a few years ago, there are 32 functioning states on the planet. And as you know, there are more than 32 states on the planet. And we just found out, by the way, that Israel cannot exist without the ammunition that is furnished by the United States for more than 2 weeks. That's Jewish independence. Yom Ha'atzmaut. Yes? It's extraordinary that we continue thinking about states that are functioning, not for much longer, no worries, but, and not, of course, about the fact that that liberal order is entirely contingent, I go back to Orientalism, on the non-functioning of most of the states of the planet, to which Jews are not thinking of moving at this point, even if they are heavily diasporic. What was my question?
I just feel very depressed.
I'll address the question of geography in a different way, in the historical context that I'm writing about. It is the case that the thinkers that I am interested in and that I'm trying to restore to the conversation come from Eastern Europe and come from Ashkenazic political traditions. And so you might say there's a geographical dimension to my project because I'm trying to reorient our attention away from French and German Jewish thought towards Eastern European Jewish thought. And I think on one level that is a description of what I'm doing, but I actually think that once we take seriously the argument about the significance of state structures, we see that at least in this context, geography is a marker or shorthand for an argument about the ways in which different state structures constrain and enable political thinking and forms of Jewish self-determination and self-understanding, right? So in a way, it might be more illuminating, instead of talking about Eastern Jewish experience versus Western Jewish experience, to talk about the way that Jews understood themselves and mobilized politically under nation states versus in multinational empires and their successor states. And one of the reasons why I wanted to bring Baron into the conversation is because I think it's interesting to see the way in which his own thought changes once he moves to the United States. And living under the United States constitutional regime, he's still interested in and in some sense committed to minority rights, but he understands that they are not viable in their Eastern European iteration anymore in the United States, precisely because it's a different political regime. So in that sense, I think that thinking that this particular tradition of thought, which admittedly comes from a specific geographical region, precisely because it invites us to think about state structures as at least one of the determining horizons for Jewish political thinking and Jewish political mobilization, actually usefully displaces the East-West binary that we're familiar with in Jewish studies.
Thank you. Lina, please.
Wait.
Oh, you want to respond?
Yeah. Yes, I mean, I have so many thoughts from after hearing you, Gil. And I'll just telegraph them. So the first thought is about, again, going to kind of modernity, coloniality, and how they connect to one another. And actually, Santiago Savotsky has an essay in the forthcoming volume that you also contributed to, on that really kind of go deeply into, well, first of all, challenging that kind of comparative nationalism or nation-statism discourse, and that kind of imposes constantly methodological nationalism into the analysis. Part of what it means to bring kind of the decolonial epistemological intervention is to disrupt that kind of comparative discourse with its blinders and this methodological nationalism that kind of created the conversation on a case-by-case basis with an assumption of a certain kind of discursive formation. And of course, what does it mean also with respect to kind of an analysis of modernity coloniality is that liberalism is the other side of genocide, in the sense that kind of the liberal discourse through kind of inclusion is a modality of erasure. And the flip side of it is total destruction and genocide. Once you kind of really go into kind of the depth of the epistemological analysis of the decolonial, and that takes me to your point about the critique of Orientalism and the kind of the regional dimension, and how how part of the conversation always forgets that foundational violence of minoritizing, of the minoritization of people, how that happened. And you kind of bracket that history. There is and especially like I'm in a school of global affairs, they all talk about like the states are just exist from like nowhere. And so you talk about like Mindanao and separatist movement in Mindanao, and they just emerge out of nowhere. No, they emerge out of 100 years of colonization and minoritization through processes. So I think that is really a critical point of how to disrupt that kind of methodological nationalism. And for what it does to the analysis, what does it to the analysis of Jewish political thought, which is the topic that we have here, and that leads me to kind of what Palestine signifies, and of course there is a long history of its kind of metaphorical meanings, and the fact kind of the anachronism of this project being a 19th century project in the 21st century, and what it means to people in the the global south or the south in the north. And I think that a lot of what at least I saw and I observe in the current moment of mobilization, and including going to the encampments, is also the relationship of, this mobilization is different. It builds on the long history of, what Palestine signified for anti-colonial struggles and the internationalism and Black Palestinian, transnationalism, but also there is kind of the added dimension of the influence of Black Lives Matter and the kind of analysis that it generated globally. So we see it also materializing. But yeah, it's. But and finally, I also want to go back to it's funny because for this paper I reread Said, and I read Said along some parts of what I read a long time ago, and when I was in graduate school and I studied religion, and part of basically my whole education was let's completely deconstruct the field and also that critique of the secular, that, and then I found myself all of a sudden reconnecting to Said's discussion of the secular in different ways. And I do feel that I do sense a need to move beyond kind of the terminal critique of the secular. Yes, it's Protestant. Yes, it's this. Yes, I get it. I know all of this. But But can we imagine the secular in a kind of more robust way that also brings to the foreground, political friendships? I mean, we talked about friendship, kind of like in the way Daniel Allen talks about what does it mean to develop the praxis of political friendship. So I think I'm glad that you keep asking that question. Thanks. Sorry, I spoke too long.
Lina, and let's grab 2 questions. So after that, no, okay? So then you can respond to both.
Thank you both for these great presentations. My question is for Atalia. As you know, among decolonial scholars, there's a lot of emphasis on the figure of Fanon and Fanon's writing, and specifically what he argued very clearly in Blackface is white masks. Mm-hmm. And among decolonialists, it's quite important to recognize that the identity of the colonized doesn't prevent the colonized from participating in epistemic colonialism. So among the scholars that you cited, some of that scholarship, I'm not going to talk about the scholars, I want to really focus on the scholarship.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, some of that scholarship is anti-colonial, some of it is post-colonial. I don't think any of it is decolonial. If we're using by decolonial the school of decolonial critique and theory, the decoloniality specifically. So I was wondering if you could just explain how you're classifying decolonial and how you figure out whether scholarship is decolonial or not.
And for that, no, please, for another question. Giving up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, we're getting short in time, so maybe.
I'm going to go back to the Exile diaspora question because I find, first of all, thank you. I find it very interesting that each of you chose one. Yes, you spoke about exile. You mentioned diaspora. You talked about diaspora. Yeah. You mentioned the politicization of diaspora. We are thinking, I think, how to make exile not philosophical but political with regard to sovereignty and the nation state, etc. And in part of that, I mean, it's part of myself, I think, because my undergraduate students, the first essay they read when is Ghetto and Emancipation, I can think about it. Otherwise, I need it. Yeah. So I don't know what does it mean, the political organization of diaspora, because Baron gives us historical analysis of history, but there was no political organization of diaspora since the Geo-9. And I wonder, in fact, when Danny started diaspora without a center, and in order to advance these ideas, should we need to do such a thing? Baron, I think, critically reading him is important also for the discussion of Adi, because from Baron, the conclusion is that the state is always associated with the expulsion of the Jews since 13th century England. I mean, there is something in the state that is the expulsion of the Jews, and therefore the expulsion of the Palestinians is part of this process. But about diaspora, you mentioned it once, and there are 2 essays. The second essay is El Shochat, and they don't refer to the same diaspora. You explicitly said you talk about Ashkenazim. For El Shochat, diaspora became a political way to rethink the Middle Eastern diaspora that was destroyed, and go back to your question, what it will be without the Nakba. I don't remember the wonderful the way you phrased it. And there was one person that meant that one woman that dealt with the 2 issues, Hannah Arendt, which was very close to Baron, which was inspired by Baron, which tried to make Baron's essence into a political thinking about what she called Jewish politics, and at the same time advanced the binational or binational federative arrangement of Palestine.
Thank you. I mean, first of all, again, I mean, yes, the decolonial, as you said yesterday, is an epistemic intervention, and there is a, it's a very it's a very layered tradition. There are multiple voices there. And it's true that the two, I mean, I mentioned multiple Palestinian scholars, that they are not actually actively, for the most part, working, except actually Ruhana does work with the decolonial, kind of the classic decolonial canon. Mignolio, decoloniality is not a metaphor. This comes into the thinking. But there is also, within the decolonial space, there is a lot of conversation about what's the relationship between the decolonial and the anti-colonial and the post-colonial. What's the relationship to questions of rights? So even with respect to Fanon, for instance, Nelson Maldonado Torres, who has influenced a lot of my thinking coming from the study of religion into kind of the decolonial literature, in addition to Santiago Savotsky, but Maldonado Torres grapple with Fanon in different ways. I mean, he's kind of reclaiming Fanon's conceptions of love, and really challenge kind of the ways in which violence features. And for me, for my own approach, it's my approach that I identify as decolonial with respect to how, especially the kind of Jewish critical hermeneutical work, how it needs to proceed in terms of unlearning and in terms of thinking outside of the modernity coloniality, the colonization of consciousness, as Nono talks about, of Jewish consciousness by Christian imagination about the Jews. And so this is a decolonial intervention. To think about Palestinian future in Palestine through a decolonial register involves that, but part of kind of the challenge is not to make it into some sort of like an aesthetics, but really not jump into that decolonial that can become, disconnected from the anti-colonial demands. And this is something that I think is really important to kind of like see what kind of theory anti-colonial and in that intersection of the anti-colonial and the decolonial happens in the social movement spaces in terms of kind of imagining the future otherwise, which is a kind of a decolonial, this alter realism where you get into some of the sociological literature that brings in decoloniality. So, but yeah, Fanon is features centrally. For sure, and as you know, I mean, and this is why I kind of made the point of even mentioning it in my paper that Raif Zrek, go through the Fanonian tradition, and in order to say, to ask the question of what kind of ethical political burden the colonized has vis-a-vis the colonizer. And I think that is something that, to come and tell him, oh, you are just that, you are this in and of itself, inform, kind of renders you as somehow, beholden to modernity coloniality, feels like not taking on an invitation to think together, to imagine together kind of a decolonial future. Thanks.
Okay, I'll say two things, hopefully quickly. One about diaspora, one about Arendt. With respect to diaspora, I actually think one of the points of intersection between our papers is that we're both trying to think these concepts, whether the concept is exile or diaspora, non-metaphorically, but as concrete material political situations. And I use diaspora in part just because that's the term that these thinkers themselves used, but also because I think they use it, again, to symbolize diaspora as a problem of political organization. And I actually do think that is a central preoccupation of Baron, because maybe this is the moment to remind you or tell you if you don't know, he wrote a 3-volume work on the Jewish community in which he tried to anatomize forms of Jewish self-government from the ancient period to the French Revolution. And in that book, he, like Dubnow, also studied the forms of Jewish self-organization under the Ottoman Empire, granted, albeit from an Ashkenazi Eastern European perspective. But I do think the sort of dual methodological moves that they're both doing are to think about, okay, what's the difference between the Ottoman Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and what forms, how do Jews living under those different political structures have to think about the institutional, legal, and even economic possibilities for self-organization. And as students of the Kahal, of the Jewish community, that's precisely what both of them are doing. One comment about Arendt is, as Nono mentioned, she and Baron were close friends, and there are many points of ideological affinities between them. For example, they're both drawn to federalism in different ways. Originally, this paper was supposed to be a paper that put Arendt and Baron in dialogue with each other, but it just seemed unfeasible given the length of this presentation. But what I will say is that I was trying to, again, advocate that we think about diasporic political thinking methodologically or in disciplinary terms rather than ideologically. So from my perspective, the ideological affinities between them are less interesting than the different ways that they perform this method of diasporic political thinking. Because I think Arendt, too, is thinking about the nation state, right? In Origins of Totalitarianism, it is a meditation on the nation state and the way that the nation state, configures what Jewishness means for Jews largely in Western Europe, and then also the paradoxes that the nation state poses and the forms of statelessness that it creates, throughout the 20th century. But what's interesting to me is that even though she too is engaged in the state-centered form of what I would call diasporic political thinking, in which if we want to understand what diaspora means, we have to think about the state structures under which Jews live, she for reasons that I'd be happy to talk to or hear what you guys think. I'd be eager to talk about it with you because I'm not fully sure what I think on this question, but I do think one of the striking things is that even though she too is engaged in this form of political thinking, her philosophical foundations are still those of Western philosophy. Mm-hmm. And so even though she's a philosophical critic of sovereignty in the human condition, even though she's read Baron, Dubnow, Katz, and speaks very admiringly of their historiography and the footnotes to Origins of Totalitarianism, I think she still has a very state-centered conception of politics, and that's why she complains about the poor political judgment of the Jews, and describes the Jews as a people who started out excelling in politics and then forgot their political knowledge for 2,000 years. So I think it's interesting to see the ways in which although I think, again, she too is practicing a form of diasporic political thinking, it still involves a certain negation of the diaspora because of the Western philosophical sources on which she's drawing, as opposed to the historical traditions on which Dubnow and Baron are drawing.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to also to Nono's question or comment with respect to Ella Shochat and that it's a methodology, it's diasporic methodology, which is really to be distinguished from diaspora. And this is important because it does kind of disrupt the kind of the nation-state modernity discourse, and especially in terms of thinking about Jewish, Jewishness, Jewish history, Jewish belonging, the multiple kind of Andalusias and so forth that she talks about. So it's that it's a methodology. The diasporic is a methodology, is different than the diaspora politics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So there is a dinner served for participants only, I'm sorry. So speakers and moderates, it's downstairs. And thank you everyone for coming. Have a good night.
Nice, good job.
Actually, I had a question.
Yeah.
Can you bring in conversation with Aaron?
Yeah.
And then, so I don't know, maybe there's something.